because all Germans know that their fellow citizens went through very different life experiences depending on when they were born and were growing up. Examples are the experiences of my German friends of my own age, born around the year 1937. None of them grew up with what we Americans or younger modern Germans would recognize as normal lives. All of them had bad things happen to them as children due to the war. For example, among my 6 closest German friends born around 1937, one was orphaned when her soldier father was killed. One watched from a distance the district where his father lived being bombed, although his father survived. One was separated from her father from the time that she was 1 year old until she was 11 years old because he was a prisoner of war. One lost his 2 older brothers in the war. One spent the nights of his childhood years sleeping out of doors under a bridge because his town was bombed every night, and it was unsafe to sleep in a house. And one was sent by his mother every day to steal coal from a railroad yard so that they could stay warm. Thus my German friends of Jahrgang 1937 were old enough to have been traumatized by memories of the war, and by the chaos and poverty that followed it, and by the closure of their schools. But they weren't old enough to have had Nazi views instilled into them by the Nazi youth organization called the Hitler Jugend. Most of them were too young to be drafted into the new West German army established in 1955. Jahrgang 1937 was the last Jahrgang not called up for that draft. Those facts about the different experiences of Germans born in different years help explain why Germany experienced a violent student revolt in the year 1968. On the average, the German protesters of 1968 had been born around 1945, just at the end of the war. They were too young to have been raised as Nazis, or to have experienced the war, or to remember the years of chaos and poverty after the war. They grew up mostly after Germany's economic recovery, in economically comfortable times. They weren't struggling to survive. They enjoyed enough leisure and security to devote themselves to protest. In 1968, they were in their early 20s. They were teenagers during the 1950s and early 1960s, when Fritz Bauer was revealing the Nazi crimes of ordinary Germans of their parents' generation. The parents of protesters born in 1945 would themselves have mostly been born between 1905 and 1925. That meant that the parents of Germany's 1945 generation were viewed by their children as the Germans who had voted for Hitler, had obeyed Hitler, had fought for Hitler, or had been indoctrinated in Nazi beliefs by Hitler Jugend school organizations. All teenagers tend to criticize and challenge their parents. As Fritz Bauer in the 1960s was publicizing his findings, most of the parents of young Germans born in 1945 didn't talk then about Nazi times, but instead retreated into their world of work and the post-war economic miracle. If a child did ask, "Mommy and Daddy, what were you doing during Nazi times?" those parents answered their children with responses similar to those that older Germans willing to talk gave me in 1961. "You young person, you have no idea what it's like to live under a totalitarian state. One can't just act on one's beliefs." Of course, that excuse didn't satisfy young people. The result was that Germans of Jahrgang around 1945 discredited their parents and their parents' generation as Nazis. That helps explain why student protests also took a violent form in Italy and Japan, the other 2 aggressor countries of World War II. In contrast, in the United States, the parents of Americans born in 1945 were not viewed as war criminals for fighting in World War II, but instead as war heroes. That doesn't mean that American teenagers of the 1960s, any more than teenagers elsewhere, refrained from criticizing their parents. It just means that they couldn't dismiss their parents as war criminals. Widely remembered as a symbolic moment of 1968 in Germany was an act by a young German non-Jewish woman called Beate Klarsfeld, several years older than Jahrgang 1945, married to a Jewish man whose father had been gassed at Auschwitz. On November 7, 1968, she shrieked "Nazi" at West German's Chancellor Kurt Kiesinger and slapped him in the face because he had been a Nazi Party member. But while their parents' complicity in Nazi crimes made Germans born around 1945 particularly prone to despise their parents, the Nazi past itself was not the only cause of the German protests of 1968. German students were protesting even more against things similar to what American students and hippies of 1968 were protesting: the Vietnam War, authority, bourgeois life, capitalism, imperialism, and traditional morality. German 1968ers equated contemporary capitalist German society with fascism, while conservative older Germans in turn regarded the violent young leftist rebels as Hitler's children, a reincarnation of the violent fanatical Nazi SA and SS organizations. Many of the rebels were extreme leftists. Some actually moved to East Germany, which in turn funneled money and documents to sympathizers in West Germany. Older West Germans responded by telling the rebels, "All right, go to East Germany if you don't like it here." German student radicals in 1968 turned to violence far more than did contemporary American student radicals. Some of them went to Palestine for training as terrorists. The best known of those German terrorist groups called themselves the Rote Armee Fraktion, Red Army Faction, acronym RAF, also known as the Baader-Meinhof Gang, after two of its leaders, Ulrike Meinhof and Andreas Baader, who became especially notorious. The terrorists began by carrying out arson attacks on stores, then proceeded to kidnappings, bombings, and killings. Over the years, the victims whom they kidnapped or killed included leaders of the German establishment, such as the president of the West Berlin Supreme Court, a candidate for mayor of West Berlin, Germany's federal prosecutor, the chief of Deutsche Bank, and the head of West Germany's Employers Association. As a result, even most German leftists themselves felt increasingly endangered by the violence of the radical left and withdrew their support. West German terrorism peaked during the years 1971 to 1977, reaching a climax in 1977 when Andreas Baader and two other RF leaders committed suicide in prison after the failure of a terrorist attempt to free imprisoned terrorists by hijacking a Lufthansa airplane. Two further waves of terrorism followed, until the RAF announced in 1998 that it had dissolved. The German student revolt of 1968 is sometimes described as a successful failure. That is, while the student extremists failed in their goals of replacing capitalism with a different economic system and of overthrowing West Germany's democratic government, they did achieve some of their goals indirectly, because parts of their agenda became co-opted by the West German government, and many of their ideas were adopted by mainstream German society. In turn, some of the 1968 radicals later rose to leading political positions in West Germany's Green Party, such as Joschka Fischer, who, after being active as a stone-throwing radical, developed a taste for fine suits and wines, and became West Germany's foreign minister and vice-chancellor. Traditional German society has been politically and socially authoritarian. those qualities already present long before Hitler, were made explicit in Nazi society by its emphasis on the Führerprinzip, literally the leader principle. Not only was Hitler himself officially known as the Führer, to whom all Germans swore unquestioning political obedience, social as well as political obedience to leaders was expected in other spheres and at other levels of German life under the Nazis. Although Germany's crushing defeat in World War II discredited the authoritarian German state, the old elites and their thinking remained alive after World War II. Here are some non-political examples that I encountered during my stay in Germany in 1961. Spanking of children was widespread then, not merely permitted but often considered obligatory for parents. I worked in a German scientific research institute whose director completely by himself made the decisions controlling the careers of his institute's 120 scientists. For instance, to obtain a university teaching job in Germany required a degree beyond the PhD called habilitation. But my director permitted only one of his 120 scientists to be habilitated each year, and chose that person himself. Wherever one went, on the street, on lawns, in schools, in private and public buildings, there were signs saying what was forbidden, verboten, and instructing how one should and shouldn't behave. One morning, one of my German colleagues arrived at work livid, because the previous evening he had come home to find the grass lawn outside his apartment building, which served as his children's play area, surrounded by barbed wire, indelibly associated in Germany with concentration camps. When my friend confronted the apartment manager, the latter was unapologetic. "It's forbidden to walk on the grass, betreten das Reisens verboten. But those spoiled children, verwöhnte Kinder, were nevertheless walking on the grass. So I felt entitled, ich fühlte mich berechtigt, to prevent them from doing so by putting up barbed wire, Stacheldraht." In retrospect, authoritarian behaviors and attitudes in Germany were already starting to change by and just after the time of my 1961 visit. A famous example was the Spiegel affair of 1962, when the weekly magazine Der Spiegel, which was often critical of the national government, published an article questioning the strength of the German army, Bundeswehr. Chancellor Adenauer's defense minister, Franz Josef Strauss, reacted with authoritarian arrogance by arresting Der Spiegel's editors and seizing their files on suspicion of treason. The resulting enormous public outcry forced the government to abandon its crackdown and compelled Strauss to resign. But Strauss nevertheless remained powerful, served as premier of the German state of Bavaria from 1978 to 1988, and ran for Chancellor of Germany in 1980. He was defeated. After 1968, the liberalizing trends that had already been underway became stronger. In 1969, they resulted in the defeat of the Conservative Party that had ruled Germany uninterruptedly in coalitions for 20 years. Today, Germany is socially much more liberal than it was in 1961. There is no spanking of children. In fact, it's now forbidden by law. Dress is more informal. Women's roles are less unequal. Cf. the long-serving woman chancellor, Angela Merkel. And there is more use of the informal pronoun du and less use of the formal pronoun sie, to mean you. But I'm still struck today by all of those verboten signs whenever I visit Germany. My German friends with experience of the U.S. variously either rate Germany today as much less authoritarian than the U.S., or else tell me horror stories of current German hierarchical behavior. Conversely, when I ask American visitors to Germany whether they perceive the country as authoritarian, I get either of two answers: depending on my respondent's age. Younger American visitors born in or after the 1970s, who didn't experience the Germany of the 1950s, instinctively compare Germany today with the U.S. today and say that German society is still authoritarian. Older American visitors, like me, who did experience Germany in the late 1950s, instead compare Germany today with Germany of the 1950s and say that Germany today is much less authoritarian than it used to be. I think that both of those comparisons are accurate. Peaceful government's achievement of many of the goals of 1968 student violence accelerated under West Germany's Chancellor Willy Brandt. He had been born in 1913, was forced to flee from the Nazis because of his political views, and spent the war years in Norway and Sweden. In 1969, he became West Germany's first left-wing chancellor as head of the SPD party, after 20 uninterrupted years of conservative German chancellors belonging to Konrad Adenauer's CDU party. Under Brandt, Germany began social reforms in which the government pursued student goals such as making Germany less authoritarian and promoting women's rights. But Brandt's biggest achievements were in foreign relations. Under West Germany's previous conservative leadership, the West German government had refused even to recognize legally the existence of the East German government, and had insisted that West Germany was the only legitimate representative of the German people. It had had no diplomatic relations with any Eastern European communist country other than the Soviet Union. It had refused to recognize the de facto loss of all German territories east of the Oder and Neisse rivers, East Prussia to the Soviet Union, and the rest to Poland. Brandt adopted a new foreign policy that reversed all of those refusals. He signed a treaty with East Germany and established diplomatic relations with Poland and other Eastern Bloc countries. He acknowledged the Oder-Neisse line as the Polish/German border, and he thereby accepted the irrevocable loss of all German territories east of that line, including areas that had long been German and central to German identity, Silesia and parts of Prussia and Pomerania. That renunciation was an enormous step and constituted an unacceptably bitter pill for Germany's conservative CDU party, which announced that it would reject the treaties if it were returned to power in the elections of 1972. In fact, German voters endorsed Brandt's swallowing of the bitter pill, and Brandt's party won the 1972 elections with an increased majority. The most dramatic moment of Brandt's career happened during his visit to Poland's capital, Warsaw, in 1970. Poland had been the country that had had the highest percentage of its population killed during World War II. It had been the site of the biggest Nazi extermination camps. Poles had good reason to loathe Germans as unrepentant Nazis. On his visit to Warsaw, on December 7, 1970, Brandt visited the Warsaw Ghetto, the site of an unsuccessful Jewish revolt against Nazi occupation in April and May 1943. In front of the Polish crowds, Brandt spontaneously fell down on his knees, acknowledged the millions of victims of the Nazis, and asked for forgiveness for Hitler's dictatorship and World War II. Even Poles who continued to distrust Germans recognized Brandt's behavior as unplanned, sincere, and deeply meant. In today's world of carefully scripted, unemotional diplomatic statements, Brandt's kneeling at the Warsaw Ghetto stands out as a unique, heartfelt apology by the leader of one country to the people of another country who had suffered greatly. By contrast, think of the many other leaders who did not kneel and apologize. American presidents to Vietnamese, Japanese prime ministers to Koreans and Chinese, Stalin to Poles and Ukrainians, de Gaulle to Algerians, and others. The political payoff for West Germany from Brandt's behavior did not come until 20 years after his Warsaw Ghetto visit, and long after Brandt himself had resigned as Chancellor in 1974. In the 1970s and 1980s, there was still nothing that a West German Chancellor could do directly to bring about the reunification of West and East Germany. The two chancellors who followed Brandt, Helmut Schmidt of the SPD and then Helmut Kohl of the CDU, both continued Brandt's policies of trading with East Germany, seeking reconciliation with Eastern European countries, and cultivating good personal relationships with leaders of the major countries on both sides of the Iron Curtain. The U.S. and Western Europe reached the conclusion that West Germany was now to be trusted as a democracy and a dependable ally. The Soviet Union and its Eastern Bloc partners reached the conclusion that West Germany was now to be valued as a major trade partner and was no longer to be feared as a military or territorial threat. Brandt's treaty and Schmidt's and Kohl's subsequent agreements between the two Germanys enabled hundreds of thousands of West Germans to visit East Germany, and a small number of East Germans to visit West Germany. Trade between the two Germanys grew. Increasingly, East Germans succeeded in watching West German television. That enabled them to compare for themselves the high and rising living standards in West Germany and the low and declining living standards in East Germany. Economic and political difficulties were also growing in the Soviet Union itself, which was becoming less able to impose its will on other Eastern Bloc countries. Against that background, the beginning of the end for East Germany was a step completely beyond the control of either West or East Germany. On May 2 of 1989, Hungary, an Eastern Bloc country separated from East Germany to the north by another Eastern Bloc country, Czechoslovakia, decided to remove the fence separating it on the west from Austria, a Western democracy bordering on West Germany. When Hungary then officially opened that border 4 months later, thousands of East Germans seized the opportunity to flee by way of Czechoslovakia and Hungary to the west. That official border opening date was September 11, coincidentally also the date of Pinochet's 1973 coup in Chile, and of the 2001 World Trade Towers attack in the U.S. Soon, hundreds of thousands of East Germans protesting against their government took to the streets in Leipzig, then in other East German cities. The East German government intended to respond by announcing that it would issue permits for direct travel to West Germany. However, the official making the announcement on television bungled it and said instead that the government would permit travel to West Germany immediately. That night, November 9, 1989, tens of thousands of East Germans seized the opportunity to cross immediately into West Berlin, unmolested by the border guards. While West Germany's chancellor at the time, Helmut Kohl, did not create this opening, he did know how to exploit it cautiously. In May 1990, he concluded a treaty of economic and social welfare unification, but not yet political unification, between East and West Germany. He worked hard and tactfully to defuse Western and Soviet reluctance to permit German reunification. For example, in his crucial July 1990 meeting with Soviet President Gorbachev, he offered the Soviet Union a big package of financial aid, and persuaded Gorbachev not only to tolerate German reunification, but also to tolerate the reunified Germany remaining within NATO. On October 3, 1990, East Germany was dissolved, and its districts joined West Germany's as new states, Bundesländer. Can we profitably discuss post-war German history, as we have now summarized it in this chapter, in the light of the same framework that we used to discuss the four nations of chapters 2 through 5? Post-war German history was seemingly very different. The histories of all four nations of chapters 2 through 5 were marked by a single crisis abruptly exploding on one day: Commodore Perry's arrival in a Japanese harbor on July 8, 1853, the Soviet attack on Finland of November 30, 1939, Pinochet's coup in Chile on September 11, 1973, and Indonesia's coup attempt of October 1, 1965. In contrast, there was no single overwhelmingly dominant explosion in post-war Germany, which seems instead to have experienced several overlapping and gradually unfolding challenges from 1945 to 1990. We shall see in the next chapter, Chapter 7, that post-war events in Australia as well followed the gradual German pattern and differed from the explosive pattern that we saw in chapters 2 through 5. Is it misleading to extend the term crisis from the explosive cases to the gradual cases? In fact, there is no sharp dividing line between the two sets of cases. The differences between them are just ones of degree. Germany did experience abrupt blows. In fact, 3 of them rather than just a single blow. First, Germany's devastated condition at the time of its surrender of May 7 and 8, 1945, posed the worst crisis faced by any nation discussed in this book. The erection of the Berlin Wall on August 13, 1961, and the student revolts peaking over several months of 1968, then represented 2 further crises. Conversely, Perry's arrival in Japan and Pinochet's coup in Chile actually weren't unexpected isolated events of a single day. They were instead the culminations of developments that had extended over many previous decades, and whose partial resolution would take many subsequent decades. Both of those statements also apply to post-war German history. In the following pages, we shall see that the factors emerging for the so-called acute national crises of chapters 2 through 5 are similar to those emerging for the so-called gradual national crises of this chapter and the next one. Hence, I have found it useful to consider both sets of histories within the same framework. In particular, post-war German history not only illustrates most of our framework's factors, it illustrates 4 of them to an extreme degree. Let's begin by discussing those 4 features, then several other less extreme but still significant features. The first respect in which Germany is extreme consists of the geographic constraints, factor number 12, table 1.2, on its ability to undertake successful independent initiatives. Hence the necessity, instead, to await favorable opportunities arising from actions of other countries. Among the 6 countries discussed in chapters 2 through 7, only Finland rivals Germany in the limitations on its ability to act independently. This idea may initially seem absurd to non-Germans, accustomed to thinking of 20th century Germany as doing the opposite of holding back from independent action, and instead, under Emperor Wilhelm II and Hitler, taking bold military initiatives leading to both world wars. In fact, the 2 world wars support my generalization. Both ended disastrously for Germany because Wilhelm and Hitler didn't wait for favorable opportunities, but instead did take initiatives, with dreadful consequences. To understand the geographic constraints on German initiatives, just look at a current map and also recent historical maps of Europe. Today, Germany shares land borders with 9 countries: Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, Switzerland, Austria, Czech Republic, Poland, and Denmark, while its North Sea and Baltic coasts are exposed over water to 8 other countries: Britain, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Russia, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. In addition, Germany acquired 3 other land neighbors when it annexed Austria in 1938: Italy, Yugoslavia, and Hungary, and one more land neighbor, Lithuania, between 1918 and 1939. Some of those countries formed part of 2 large land neighbors, Russia and the Habsburg Empire, until 1918. That makes a total of 20 recent historical neighbors of Germany, if one counts each historical entity only once, rather than double-counting land and overwater neighbors, or else former and modern successor states. Of those 20, 19, all except Switzerland, have either invaded, attacked by sea, had German troops stationed or Sweden in transit, or been invaded by Germany between 1866 and 1945. 5 of those 20 neighbors are or were powerful: France, Russia, the Habsburg Empire, Britain, and formerly Sweden. It's not just that Germany has neighbors. Most other countries also have neighbors, but borders between neighboring countries often coincide with protective geographic barriers. However, northern Germany is part of the flat North European plain, which is not dissected by any natural defense barriers. No mountain chains, unlike the Pyrenees that divide Spain from France or the Alps that ring Italy, and only narrow rivers easily crossed by armies throughout history. Not even the Rhine has been a serious barrier to armies. For example, when my Polish-American wife Marie and I flew from Berlin to Warsaw, Marie, with the black humor that has permitted Poles to retain their sanity throughout their history, looked down from our airplane on the flat plain in which Germany and Poland invisibly merge into each other and commented, "Excellent terrain for tank warfare." She was thinking of Hitler's tanks rolling into Poland in 1939. But a historically minded German would instead have been thinking of all the armies that rolled into northern Germany from the east and from the west, including the Soviet and Allied armies in World War II, Napoleon's armies 2 centuries ago, and other armies before that. Germany's central geographic location, surrounded by neighbors, seems to me to have been the most important factor in German history. Of course, that location has not been without advantages. It has made Germany a crossroads for trade, technology, art, music, and culture. A cynic would note that Germany's location also facilitated its invasion of many countries during World War II. But the political and military disadvantages of Germany's location have been enormous. The 30 Years' War, which was the major religious and power struggle between most of the leading nations of 17th century Western and Central Europe, was fought mainly on German soil, reduced the population there by up to 50%, and inflicted a crushing economic and political setback whose consequences persisted for the next 2 centuries. Germany was the last large Western European country to be unified in 1871, and that unification required the leadership of a highly skilled diplomat, Bismarck, with a unique ability to take account of the possible reactions of many other European powers. The military nightmare for the resulting unified Germany was the risk of a 2-front war against both its western neighbor, France, and its eastern neighbor, Russia. That nightmare did materialize, and led to Germany's defeat in both world wars. After World War II, 3 of its neighbors, plus the U.S., partitioned Germany. There was nothing that the West German government could do directly to achieve reunification. It had to await favorable opportunities created by events in other countries. Differing geographic constraints have meant that bad leadership results in much more painful consequences for Germany than for geographically less constrained countries. For instance, while Germany's Emperor Wilhelm II and his chancellors and ministers were notorious for their blunders and unrealism, Germany has had no monopoly on poor leadership. The U.S. and Britain and other countries have had their share. But the seas protecting the U.S. and Britain meant that inept leaders doing stupid things didn't bring disaster upon their countries, whereas the ineptness of Wilhelm and his chancellors did bring disaster upon Germany in World War I. The philosophy guiding the foreign policy of successful German politicians was summed up in a metaphor by Bismarck. One should always try to see where God is striding through world history and in what direction he is heading. Then jump in and hold on to his coattails to get swept along as far as one can go. That was also Chancellor Helmut Kohl's strategy in 1989 to 1990, when political developments in East Germany and the Soviet Union finally, after Willy Brandt's initiatives of 1969 to 1974, created the opportunity for German reunification. An equivalent strategy in the American game of football is play for the breaks. That philosophy would have been unthinkable to Britain at the height of its imperial power, and still is unthinkable to the U.S. today, in foreign policy, but not in football. Instead, Imperial Britain expected, and the U.S. today expects, to take initiatives and to be able to impose their will. Another respect in which Germany constitutes an extreme among our case studies concerns self-pity and sense of victimization, factor number 2. This is an especially illuminating subject for discussion because Germany actually constitutes not one but two opposite extremes in its contrasting reactions to World War I and to World War II. By October 1918, shortly before the end of World War I, Germany's last military offenses on the Western Front had failed. Allied armies were advancing and had been strengthened by 1 million fresh U.S. troops, and Germany's defeat had become just an inevitable matter of time. But German armies were still conducting an orderly retreat, and the Allies had not yet reached Germany's borders. Armistice negotiations were hastened to a conclusion by a mutiny of the German fleet and by outbreaks of armed insurrections in Germany. This permitted post-war German agitators, especially Adolf Hitler, to claim that the German army had not been defeated militarily, but had been betrayed by a stab in the back from treacherous civilian politicians. The conditions of the Treaty of Versailles imposed upon Germany by the victorious Allies, including a notorious war guilt clause, branding Germany as the aggressor responsible for the war, provoked further German resentment. As a result, although many post-war German historians themselves analyzed pre-war Germany's political blunders that had plunged Germany into war under unfavorable conditions, the prevalent post-war view of the German public was that Germany was a victim, whose leaders had not been responsible for their country's misfortunes. Now contrast this German sense of victimization after World War I with Germany's post-war view after World War II. In May 1955, Germany's armies had been defeated on all fronts. All of Germany had been conquered by Allied troops, and Germany's surrender was unconditional. No German or non-German denied that World War II in Europe had resulted solely from Hitler's intention. Germans gradually learned of the unprecedented atrocities committed by German government policy in the concentration camps and by the German military on the Eastern Front. German civilians themselves also suffered. especially in the bombings of Hamburg and Dresden and other German cities, in the flight of German civilians before the advancing Soviet troops, and in the expulsion of all ethnic German residents of Eastern Europe and former Eastern German territory by Poles, Czechs, and other Eastern European governments just after the war's end. The Soviet advance and the expulsions are estimated to have sent more than 12 million German civilians fleeing as refugees, killed more than 2 million of them, and subjected on the order of 1 million German women to rape. Those sufferings of German civilians receive some attention in post-war Germany, but self-pity and sense of victimization have not dominated Germans' view of themselves after World War II as they did after World War I. Part of the reason has been German recognition that the horrors inflicted by Russians, Poles, and Czechs on German civilians resulted from the horrors that Germans had so recently inflicted on those countries. But we should not take for granted Germans' rejection of the victim role and assumption of shame after World War II, because it contrasts with the assumption of the victim role by Germans themselves after World War I and by Japanese after World War II. Chapter 8. The result of this painful reckoning with the past has been to Germany's advantage today, in the form of much better security and better relations with former enemies than prevailed for Germany after World War I or for Japan today. Two further respects in which Germany is an extreme case for our purposes are linked: the role of leadership and honest self-appraisal, or the lack thereof. Factor number 7. Because Germany's Central European geographic location has chronically exposed it to more difficulties and dangers than face Britain and the U.S., protected by water barriers, the effects of good or bad leadership have been more obvious for Germany than for Britain or the U.S. Among leaders whose effects were bad, Hitler enjoys pride of first place in recent world history. One can, of course, debate whether the combination of the Treaty of Versailles, the collapse of Germany's currency in 1923, and the unemployment and economic depression beginning in 1929 would have spurred Germany to go to war to overturn the treaty even without Hitler. But one can still argue that a World War II instigated by Germany without Hitler would have been very different. His unusual evil mentality, charisma, boldness in foreign policy, and decision to exterminate all Jews were not shared by other revisionist German leaders of his era. Despite his initial military successes, his unrealistic appraisals led him repeatedly to override his own generals, and ultimately to cause Germany's defeat. Those fatally unrealistic decisions included his unprovoked declaration of war against the U.S. in December 1941, at a time when Germany was already at war with Britain and the Soviet Union, and his overriding of his generals' pleas to authorize retreat by the German army trapped at Stalingrad in 1942 to 1943. Second to Hitler in bad leadership in recent German history was Kaiser Wilhelm II, whose 30-year rule ended with his abdication and Germany's defeat in World War I. One can again debate whether there would still have been a World War I without Wilhelm. However, such a war as well would probably have taken a different form, because Wilhelm, like Hitler, was unusual, albeit in a different way. While Wilhelm was much less powerful than Hitler, he still appointed and dismissed Germany's chancellors, held the loyalty of most Germans, and commanded Germany's armed forces. Although not evil, he was emotionally labile and unrealistic, had poor judgment, and was spectacularly tactless on numerous occasions that created unnecessary problems for Germany. Among his many policies that resulted in Germany's entering World War I under unfavorable circumstances, leading to defeat, was his non-renewal of Bismarck's treaty between Germany and Russia, thereby exposing Germany to that already mentioned military nightmare arising from its geographic location: a two-front war simultaneously against Russia and France. A German counterexample of successful leadership and realistic appraisal is provided by Willy Brandt, whose recognition of East Germany and other Eastern Bloc countries, treaties with Poland and Russia, and acceptance of the loss of German lands beyond the Oder-Neisse line reversed 20 years of previous West German foreign policies. While West Germany's subsequent chancellors continued Brandt's policies, one can argue that his leadership made a difference. The opposing CDU party continued to oppose those policies for the next several years. Brandt's acceptance of the Oder-Neisse line required outstanding realism and political courage, lacking in his predecessors, and his successors lacked his charisma that made his visit to the Warsaw Ghetto so convincing and unforgettable. Among other German chancellors since World War II, Konrad Adenauer, Helmut Schmidt, and Helmut Kohl also stand out as gifted. Overall, as an American, I am struck by the uninterrupted good sense of West Germany's chancellors since World War II, during an era in which the U.S. has been suffering from several failed or undistinguished presidencies. The remaining German counterexample of successful leadership that made a difference was Otto von Bismarck, the Prussian prime minister and then Imperial German chancellor, who achieved German unification in 1871. That unification faced overwhelming obstacles, notably opposition from the smaller German kingdoms other than Prussia, opposition from the neighboring powerful Habsburg Empire and France that could be resolved only by wars, the more distant potential opposition of Russia and Britain, and the vexing question as to which German populations could realistically be incorporated into a unified Germany. Bismarck was an ultra-realist, familiar with the reasons for the failure of Germany's 1848 revolutions, aware of the internal and external opposition to German unification, and accustomed to proceeding stepwise, beginning with small measures and moving on to stronger measures only if smaller measures failed. He recognized that Prussia's ability to initiate major events was limited by geopolitical constraints, and that his policy would have to depend on awaiting favorable opportunities and then acting quickly. No other German politician of his generation approached him in his political skills. Bismarck has often been criticized for failing to groom a suitable successor, and for failing to cure problems in Germany that culminated in World War I, 24 years after his chancellorship had ended. But it seems to me unfair to criticize him for the follies of Wilhelm II and Wilhelm's appointees. Bismarck is also criticized for supposedly being warlike, but Germany could hardly have been unified over the prevailing opposition without Bismarck's 3 wars, 2 of them very brief. The unification of Italy required 4 wars, but Italy has not been branded as warlike. Once Germany had been unified in 1871, leaving millions of German-speaking peoples outside its borders, Bismarck was realistic enough to understand that he had achieved the most that was possible, and that other powers would not tolerate further German expansion. Other fits of Germany to our framework can be summarized more briefly. Germany since World War II does illustrate selective change, factor number 3. Of all the countries discussed in this book, Germany is the one that experienced the largest changes in its political borders. it drastically reassessed its Nazi past. It made some large social changes, especially with regard to its former authoritarianism and the status of women. But many other core values of traditional German society have remained little changed, including government support of the arts, government support of everyone's medical care and retirement benefits, and emphasis on community values over untrammeled individual rights. Whenever, as an American, I return to Germany, I am pleasantly surprised to rediscover that even small German cities have opera houses, that my older German friends can still afford to live comfortably after retiring, and that villages preserve local color, because zoning laws specify that your house's roof style has to conform to the local style. Support from other countries has varied greatly with place and time in recent German history. Factor number 4. American Marshall Plan aid, and West Germany's wise use of it, made possible West Germany's economic miracle after 1948. Conversely, negative economic aid, i.e. extraction of war reparations, contributed to the undermining of East Germany after World War II and of Germany's Weimar Republic after World War I. Germany's strong national identity helped it survive the traumas of devastation, occupation, and partition. Factor number 6. Some non-Germans would go further and would argue that Germany has had too strong a national identity. That national identity and pride are based especially on Germany's world-famous music, art, literature, philosophy, and science. The bond of the German language, as codified by Martin Luther's Bible translation transcending spoken German dialectical variation, and memories of shared history that enabled Germans still to identify themselves as one people despite centuries of political fragmentation. Germany illustrates patience, born of past defeats and initial failures, factor number 9, and also illustrates confidence, born of past successes, factor number 8. It recovered from defeat in 2 world wars. Its successes requiring patience included unification against heavy odds, culminating in 1871, reunification, also against heavy odds, culminating in 1990, and the post-war economic miracle. Post-war developments in Germany involved both internal triggers and external triggers. Internal triggers drove Germany's coming to grips with its Nazi past, and the explosion of student revolt in 1968. External triggers, such as Hungary opening its border with Austria in 1989, and the Soviet Union's decline, set in motion the achievement of reunification. Among questions arising for national crises without close parallels in individual crises, Germany illustrates to an outstanding degree reconciliation between former opponents. Germany's acknowledgments of its Nazi past, symbolized by Brandt's kneeling at the Warsaw Ghetto, have made possible relatively smooth and honest relations with Germany's neighbors Poland and France, far more so than Japan's relations with Korea and China, Chapter 8. Another question arising specifically for national crises is whether drastic change occurs by revolution or by evolution. Modern Germany has experienced 3 revolutions or uprisings, 2 of them failures in their immediate outcomes: the failed 1848 revolutionary attempt at unification and democratization, the 1918 uprisings that did overthrow Germany's kings and emperor, and the 1968 student uprisings that sought violently to change Germany's society, economic system, and form of government. One of those goals was then achieved by evolution, the post-1968 peaceful accomplishment of many of the goals of the student revolutionaries. The drastic change of reunification in 1989 to 1990 was also achieved peacefully. Interestingly, recent German history provides 4 examples of an interval of 21 to 23 years between a crushing defeat and an explosive reaction to that defeat. Those 4 examples are the 23-year interval between 1848's failed revolutionary unification attempt and 1871's successful unification, the 21-year interval between 1918's crushing defeat in World War I and 1939's outbreak of World War II that sought and ultimately failed to reverse that defeat, the 23-year interval between 1945's crushing defeat in World War II and 1968's revolts by the students born around 1945, and the 22-year interval between those 1968 student revolts and 1990's reunification. Of course, there are big differences between those 4 sets of events, and external factors played a role in determining those intervals, especially the interval between 1968 and 1990. But I think that there is nevertheless a significance to those parallels. 21 to 23 years is approximately 1 human generation. The years 1848, 1918, and 1968 were decisive experiences for Germans who were young adults then, and who 2 decades later became their country's leaders and finally found themselves in a position to try to complete 1871-1990, or to reverse 1939, that decisive experience of their youth. For the student revolts of 1968, the leadership and participation required were not of seasoned politicians in their 40s or 50s, but instead of unseasoned radicals in their 20s. As one German friend who experienced 1968 expressed it to me, without 1968, there would have been no 1990. Chapter 7. Australia. Who are we? Visiting Australia. First Fleet and Aborigines. Early Immigrants. Towards Self-Government. Federation. Keeping them out. World War I. World War II. Loosening the ties. The end of White Australia. Crisis Framework. I first visited Australia in 1964, shortly after I had been living in Britain for 4 years. Australia then impressed me as more British than Britain itself, like the Britain of a few decades prior, frozen in time. The streetscape of Sydney, Australia's largest city, reminded me of England on every corner, with Sydney's own Hyde Park, King's Cross Station, and Oxford Street, just as in London. Australian people were not just overwhelmingly white in their ancestry, they were overwhelmingly British white. Australian food was boring traditional British, the ritual of the Sunday roast, the preponderance of fish and chip shops, and the obligatory breakfast jar of Vegemite, an Australian imitation of British Marmite. British-style pubs abounded, with one room for men alone and another room, the so-called ladies' lounge, for men and women, and with restricted opening hours similar to those of British pubs in those years. The alternatives to traditional British food in Australia were mainly limited to Italian, Greek, and occasionally Chinese restaurants. Since that first visit to Australia, I've been back dozens of times and watched Australia change. The changes were symbolized for me by an experience in 2008 when I was taking my son Joshua to Australia to spend a college semester abroad at the University of Queensland in Brisbane. As we walked across the university campus, I felt that I was no longer in the Australia that I had known, but instead on the campus of my institution, the University of California at Los Angeles, because so many of the students were Asian. Australia was no longer white, mainly British. In 1964, the fundamental fact of Australian society was still the contradiction between Australia's geographic location on the one hand and its population makeup and emotional and cultural ties on the other hand. Australia's population and national identity were mostly British. But Australia is almost halfway around the world from Britain, in the southern hemisphere rather than in the northern hemisphere, and 8 to 10 time zones east of Britain. The Australian landscape of kangaroos, egg-laying mammals, kookaburras, big lizards, eucalyptus trees, and deserts is the most distinctive and least British landscape of any continent inhabited by humans. Geographically, Australia is much closer to China, Japan, and other East Asian countries than it is to Europe, and 50 times closer to Indonesia than to Britain. Yet, as I walked along Australian streets in 1964, there were no signs of that proximity to Asia. By the time that I brought Joshua to Brisbane, 44 years later, Asia's proximity had become obvious, in the large numbers of Asian people, and in the Japanese, Thai, and Vietnamese restaurants. The official White Australia policy that had barred Asian immigrants, and the informal policies that had discouraged white Europeans other than British, had disappeared. But Australia's language is still English. The Queen of Britain is still Australia's figurehead of state, and the Australian flag still incorporates the British flag. It's a wonderful country, consistently ranked as one of the world's most desirable places to live, with one of the most contented populations and highest life expectancies. It's one of only 2 countries to which I seriously considered emigrating. It's British, yet it's not British. What happened to produce those selective changes during the decades that I have been visiting Australia? As you race through Australian history with me in the following pages, think of where Australia fits among the other 5 countries whose crises we've been considering. Like Germany, as discussed in the previous chapter, and unlike the 4 countries of chapters 2 through 5, Australia underwent a crisis that didn't erupt on one day. However, 3 military shocks within the space of 71 days in 1941 to 1942 stood out in importance. Instead, Australia's crisis, like Germany's, was partly the unfolding of a response to the years of World War II. For both Germany and Australia, the war proved that traditional national solutions were no longer working. But the proof was much more cataclysmic and quickly convincing in war-shattered Germany than in Australia. The basic question for Australians, more than for the citizens of any other country discussed in this book, has been the issue of national identity. Who are we? World War II started to bring to the surface Australians' recognition that their long-held self-image of being a second Britain halfway around the world was becoming out of date and no longer fitted Australia's changed circumstances. But the war alone wasn't enough to wean most Australians away from that self-image. It takes time even for just a single person to formulate a new answer to the question, who am I? It takes much longer for a nation, composed of millions of individuals divided into groups with competing views of their nation's identity, to figure out, who are we? Hence, it should come as no surprise that Australians are still wrestling today with that question. Paradoxically, while crisis resolution in Australia has been slow, so slow that many Australians wouldn't even consider there to have been a crisis at all, Australia is the one among our 6 nations that experienced the widest unified set of changes announced within the shortest time, 19 days during the month of December 1972. All of these developments and others are what I find fascinating in the story of modern Australia that we'll now traverse. Approximately 50,000 years after Australia had been settled by the ancestors of Aboriginal Australians, the first European settlers arrived in January 1788 in a fleet of 11 ships sent out from Britain. The British government had sent that fleet not because it considered Australia a wonderful location attractive to British settlers, but because Britain had a problem with its exploding population of convicts that it wanted to dump somewhere far away. Australia and tropical West Africa had both been suggested as suitably remote locations, but it was becoming clear that West Africa's tropical diseases made it an unhealthy place for Europeans. Australia appeared to offer multiple advantages. It was much more remote than West Africa. It wasn't known to be, and in reality for the most part proved not to be, unhealthy for Europeans, and it offered potential Pacific Ocean bases for British Navy ships, merchants, whalers, and timber and flax suppliers. And so the choice fell on Australia, specifically on the environs of what became the city of Sydney. The first fleet consisted of 730 convicts, their guards, administrators, workers, and a British naval officer as governor. More fleets and ships followed, bringing more convicts to Sydney, and then to 4 other locations scattered around the Australian continent. Soon the convicts and their guards were joined by British free settlers. However, 32 years later, in 1820, Australia's European population still consisted of 84% of convicts and former convicts, and convict transport from Britain to Australia did not cease until 1868. To survive and prosper in frontier Australia was difficult, and so modern Australians of convict ancestry regard it as a badge of pride rather than of shame, like the pride felt by modern American descendants of the settlers who arrived on the ship Mayflower in 1620. It was expected, correctly, that it would take a long time for the convicts and settlers to figure out how to grow enough food to feed themselves. Hence the first fleet carried food shipments, which Britain continued to send out until the 1840s. Several decades passed before Australians could send significant exports back to Britain. At first, just products from hunting whales and seals, then from the 1830s onwards, wool from sheep, gold from a gold rush beginning in 1851, and once refrigerator ships for the long sea journey to Britain became available in the 1880s, meat and butter. Today, 1/3 of the world's wool is grown by Australia's abundant sheep population, 5 sheep for every human. But Australia's economy since World War II has been dominated by mining of the minerals with which the continent is so richly endowed. Australia is a world-leading exporter of aluminum, coal, copper, gold, iron, lead, magnesium, silver, tungsten, titanium, and uranium. This brief account of the European settlement of Australia from 1788 onwards leaves out what was happening to the Aboriginal population that had settled Australia much earlier. In other British colonies, such as the U.S., Canada, India, Fiji, and West Africa, British colonists dealt with native people either peacefully by negotiating with local chiefs or princes, or else militarily by sending British armies against local armies or sizable tribal forces. Those methods did not work in Australia, where Aboriginal organization consisted of small bands without armies, chiefs, or princes. Aborigines lived a nomadic lifestyle and did not have fixed villages. To European settlers, that meant that Aborigines did not own the land. Hence, European settlers simply took Aboriginal land without negotiation or payment. There were no battles against Aboriginal armies, just attacks by or against small groups of Aborigines, sometimes provoked by Aborigines killing sheep that they considered no different from the kangaroos and other wild animals that they were accustomed to hunting. In response, European settlers killed Aborigines. The last large massacre of 32 Aborigines took place as recently as 1928. When a British governor ordered the trial and hanging of Europeans who had murdered Aborigines, the Australian public strongly supported those murderers, and London's Colonial Office realized that it could not stop its British subjects in remote Australia from doing what they wanted, such as killing Aborigines. Because Aborigines were hunter-gatherers rather than settled farmers, white Australians looked down on them as primitive. I continue to be surprised at how widespread that scorn of Aborigines still is even among educated Australians. One Australian senator said, "There is no scientific evidence that he, the Aborigine, is a human being at all." As Aboriginal numbers declined because of diseases and killings and land dispossession, white Australians came to believe that the Aborigines were dying out. An Australian bishop wrote, "The Aborigines are disappearing. In the course of a generation or two, at the most, the last Australian blackfellow, i.e. Aborigine, will have turned his face to warm Mother Earth. Missionary work then may only be smoothing the pillow of a dying race." Aborigines were eventually forbidden to marry non-Aboriginals without government consent. There has been much controversy over a policy developed in the 1930s of forcibly removing mixed-race Aboriginal/white children and even Aboriginal children from Aboriginal homes, to be raised, supposedly for their own good, in institutions or foster homes. A movement beginning in the 1990s for white Australians to apologize to Aborigines has faced strong opposition. Prime Minister Kevin Rudd did give a formal apology in 2008, but Prime Minister John Howard argued, "Australians of this generation should not be required to accept guilt and blame for past actions and policies over which they had no control." In short, British Australia's White Australia policy was directed not just at non-white potential immigrants from overseas. It was directed also at the non-white original Australians, into whose lands white British settlers were immigrating, whose right to those lands was denied, and who many white settlers hoped would die out quickly. Throughout the first decades of the Australian colony, immigrating free settlers as well as convicts came from Britain, including Ireland, at that time still part of Britain. The first substantial group of non-British immigrants began to arrive in 1836 in South Australia. That colony had been founded not as a convict dump, but by a land development company that carefully selected prospective settlers from Europe. Among those settlers were German Lutherans seeking religious freedom, a motive for immigration much more conspicuous in the early history of the United States than of Australia. Those German immigrants were skilled and white, developed market gardening and vineyards, adapted quickly to Australia, and aroused minimal opposition. More controversial was the arrival of tens of thousands of Chinese in the 1850s, drawn, along with many Europeans and Americans, by Australia's first gold rush. That influx resulted in the last use of the British Army in Australia, to quell riots in which a crowd beat, robbed, and even scalped Chinese. A third wave of non-British arrivals arose from the development of sugar plantations in Queensland, beginning in the 1860s. The plantation workers were Pacific Islanders from New Guinea, other Melanesian islands, and Polynesia. While some of them were voluntary recruits, many were kidnapped from their islands by raids accompanied by frequent murders, and a practice known as blackbirding, because the islanders were dark-skinned. When plantations, especially of coconuts, were subsequently developed in German and Australian New Guinea, that same Australian model was adopted for bringing Pacific Island workers to New Guinea plantations. Such labor recruitment practices continued in New Guinea long into the 20th century. An Australian whom I met in Australian-governed New Guinea in 1966 told me that he was a labor recruiter, but he took pains to explain how he recruited only voluntary laborers to whom he paid cash bonuses. He proudly insisted that he was not a kidnapping blackbirder. That was the word that he still used, whereas some of the other recruiters with whom he competed still were. In any case, regardless of whether the dark-skinned workers on Australian sugar plantations from the 1860s onwards had arrived voluntarily or involuntarily, they did not make Australia's resident population less white, because they came on fixed-term contracts and were expelled from Australia at the ends of their terms. Still another group of non-British immigrants was a small number from the British colony of India. Despite all these arrivals of modest numbers of Germans, Chinese, contract Pacific Islanders, and Indians, Australia remained by policy overwhelmingly British and white until after World War II. Americans familiar with U.S. history are struck by the difference between the courses with which Britain's American colonies and its Australian colonies dissociated themselves from Britain. The American colonies achieved independence, joined in a union, and severed all political ties with Britain against strong resistance from the British Army, after a Revolutionary War lasting 7 years. Each year on July 4, on the anniversary of the American Declaration of Independence, Americans celebrate Independence Day, which is one of our biggest annual holidays. In contrast, Australia doesn't recognize or celebrate an Independence Day because there wasn't one. The Australian colonies achieved self-government with no objections from Britain, and never severed their ties with Britain completely. Australia is still joined with Britain in a British Commonwealth of Nations, and still recognizes Britain's sovereign as Australia's nominal head of state. Why did the relaxation or severing of ties with Britain unfold differently in Australia and in the U.S.? There are several reasons. One is that Britain learned lessons from its expensive defeat in the American Revolution, changed its policies towards its white colonies, and readily granted self-government to Canada, New Zealand, and its Australian colonies. In fact, Britain granted many features of self-government to Australia of its own initiative, before Australians had made any requests. A second reason was the much greater sailing distance from Britain to Australia than to the U.S. East Coast. The first fleet required 8 months to reach Australia, and thereafter, for much of the early 19th century, the sailing times varied from half a year to a full year. The resulting slowness of communication made it impossible for the British Colonial Office in London to exercise close control over Australia. Decisions and laws had to be delegated at first to governors, and then to Australians themselves. For example, for the entire decade from 1809 to 1819, the British governor of the Australian colony of New South Wales didn't even bother to notify London of new laws that he was adopting. A third reason for the difference between Australian and American history was that the British colonial government had to station and pay for a large army in its American colonies. That army served to defend the colonies against the French army that was based in Canada and competing for control of North America, and also against less well-armed but still formidable populous American Indian tribes with centralized government by chiefs. In contrast, no European power competed with Britain to colonize the Australian continent, and Aborigines were few, without guns, and not centrally led. Hence, Britain never needed to station a large army in Australia, nor to levy unpopular taxes on Australians to pay for that army. Britain's levying taxes on the American colonies without consulting them was the immediate cause of the American Revolution. The last small contingent of British troops in Australia was withdrawn in 1870 by British initiative rather than under Australian pressure. Still another factor was that Britain's Australian colonies, in contrast to its American colonies, were too unprofitable and unimportant for Britain to care about and pay much attention to. The American, but not the Australian colonies, were rich and viewed as able to afford paying taxes to Britain. Much more profitable and important to Britain than Australia were its colonies of Canada, India, South Africa, and Singapore. Finally, as I'll explain in the next section, Britain's principal Australian settlements for a long time remained separate colonies with little political coordination. The course by which the Australian colonies achieved self-government was as follows. In 1828, 40 years after the arrival of the First Fleet, Britain established appointed, not elected, legislative councils in the two oldest of its Australian colonies, New South Wales and Tasmania. Those appointed councils were followed in 1842 by the first partly elected representative Australian colonial government in New South Wales. In 1850, Britain drew up constitutions for its Australian colonies, but the colonies were subsequently free to amend those constitutions, which meant that they became largely free to design their own governments. The 1850 constitutions and subsequent amended constitutions did reserve for Britain the decisions on some Australian matters, such as defence, treason, and naturalization, and left Britain with the theoretical power to disallow any colonial law. In practice, though, Britain rarely exercised those reserved rights. By the late 1800s, the only major right consistently reserved for Britain was the control of Australian foreign affairs. Along with those reserved rights that Britain retained throughout the 1800s, it continued to deliver to Australia important services that an independent Australia would have had to provide for itself. One of those services was military protection by British warships, as other European countries and Japan and the United States became increasingly assertive in the Pacific Ocean during the later 1800s. Another service involved the governors that Britain sent out to its Australian colonies. Those governors were not resented tyrants forced on protesting Australian colonies by a powerful Britain. Instead, they played an acknowledged essential role in Australian self-government, in which the Australian colonies often reached impasses. The appointed British governors frequently had to resolve disagreements between the upper and lower houses of a colonial legislature, had to broker the formation of parliamentary coalitions, and had to decide when to dissolve Parliament and call an election. So far, I've talked about the historical Australian colonies as if they were straightforward precursors to the unified Australia of today. In fact, Australia arose as 6 separate colonies: New South Wales, Tasmania, Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia, and Queensland, with far less contact among them than the contact among the American colonies that would later become states of the U.S. That limited contact was due to the geography of Australia, a continent with few patches of productive landscape separated by large distances of desert and other types of unproductive landscape. Not until 1917 did all 5 of the capital cities on the Australian mainland become connected by railroad. The 6th capital, Hobart on Tasmania, has never been connected because Tasmania is an island 130 miles from the Australian mainland. Each colony adopted a different railroad gauge, track separation, ranging from 3 feet 6 inches to 5 feet 3 inches, with the result that trains could not run directly from one colony into another. Like independent countries, the colonies erected protective tariff barriers against one another and maintained customs houses to collect import duties at colonial borders. In 1864, New South Wales and Victoria came close to an armed confrontation at their border. As a result, the 6 colonies did not become united into a single nation of Australia until 1901, 113 years after the first fleet. Initially, the colonies showed little interest in uniting. Settlers thought of themselves first as overseas British, and then as Victorians or Queenslanders rather than as Australians. The stirrings of interest in federation emerged only in the latter half of the 1800s, as Japan increased in military power, and as the United States, France, and Germany expanded over the Pacific Ocean and annexed one Pacific island group after another, posing a potential threat to Britain's Pacific colonies. But it was initially unclear what would be the territorial limits of a union of those British colonies. A first Federal Council of Austronesia that met in 1886 included representatives of the British colonies of New Zealand and Fiji far from Australia, but only 4 of the 6 colonies that now form Australia were represented. Although a first draft of an Australian federal constitution was prepared in 1891, the unified Commonwealth of Australia was not inaugurated until January 1, 1901. The preamble to that constitution declares agreement to unite in one indissoluble federal commonwealth under the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, with a federal governor-general appointed by Britain, and with the provision that decisions of Australia's High Court could be appealed to Britain's Privy Council, equivalent to Britain's highest court. Imagine those provisions in the U.S. Constitution. That Australian Constitution illustrates that Australians still feel allegiance to the British Crown, meaning an acceptance of shared values, the rule of law, a free press, the protection of individual liberties, a claim on the protection offered by the then superpower and represented by the Royal Navy, a shared pride in being part of the empire upon which the sun never set, and even an affection for the person of Queen Victoria. The flag that was adopted then, and that remains the Australian national flag today, consists of the British flag, the Union Jack, framed by the Southern Hemisphere star constellation of the Southern Cross. Australians debating the federal constitution argued about many matters, but were unanimous about excluding all non-white races from Australia. The following quotes illustrate Australian views then about preserving a white Australia. In 1896, the newspaper Melbourne Age wrote, We wish to see Australia the home of a great homogeneous Caucasian race, entirely free from the problems which have plunged the United States into civil war. There is no use in protecting our workers from the pauper labor of the Far East if we admit the paupers themselves. One of the first acts of the new Australian Federation in 1901 was the Immigration Restriction Act, passed by agreement of all political parties, aiming to ensure that Australia would remain white. The act barred the immigration of prostitutes, the insane, people suffering from loathsome diseases, and criminals, despite Australia's origin as a dumping ground for criminals. The act also provided that no blacks or Asians would be admitted, and that Australians should be one people and remain one people without the admixture of other races. An Australian Labour leader argued, "The influx of these aliens would so lower the aggregate standard of the community that in a very short time social legislation will be ineffective. But if we keep the race pure and build up a national character, we shall become a highly progressive people of whom the British government would be proud the longer we live and the stronger we grow." Examples of other contemporary views from around that time of federation were, "Colored aliens are not nice people to be seen in the lonely bush of Australia. No Chinese could be expected to attain that level of civilization which Australia had inherited from the centuries. And the beautifully dressed ladies who attend church must be pleased to think that perhaps a big, fat, unprintable, reeking with the germs of all sorts of diseases carried from the necessary Yokohama has warmed the seat on which she sits." Even Australia's first federal Prime Minister, Edmund Barton, wrote, "There is no racial equality. These non-white races are, in comparison with white races, unequal and inferior. The doctrine of the equality of man was never intended to apply to the equality of the Englishman and the Chinaman. Nothing we can do by cultivation, by refinement, or by anything else would make some races equal to others." Another Prime Minister, Alfred Deakin, declared, "Unity of race is an absolute essential to the unity of Australia." Britain's colonial secretary objected to the Australian Commonwealth mentioning race explicitly, in part because that created difficulties at a time when Britain was trying to negotiate a military alliance with Japan. Hence, the Commonwealth achieved that same goal of race-based immigration control without mentioning race, by requiring entering immigrants to take a dictation test. Not necessarily in English, but in any European language at the discretion of the presiding immigration official. When a boatload of workers arrived from the British colony, but ethnically mixed Mediterranean island of Malta, with the potential for passing a dictation test in English, they were instead administered a dictation test in Dutch, a language unknown in Malta as well as in Australia, in order to justify expelling them. As for the non-whites already admitted to Australia as labourers, the Commonwealth deported Pacific Islanders, Chinese, and Indians, but allowed two small groups of specialists, Afghan camel drivers and Japanese pearl divers, to remain. The motive behind these immigration barriers was mainly the racism of the times, but partly also that the Australian Labour Party wanted to protect high wages for Australian workers by preventing the immigration of cheap labour. However, I don't want to malign Australians as being exceptionally racist. Instead, they merely shared racist views widespread around the world, and differed mainly in being able to translate those views into an immigration policy based on racist exclusion while simultaneously encouraging British immigration because of Australia's low population density. Contemporary Britain and continental European countries didn't encourage or accept immigrants at all. When many people of African origins finally did arrive in Britain from Britain's West Indian colonies after World War II, the eventual result was Britain's Nottingham and Notting Hill race riots of 1958. Japan still doesn't accept significant numbers of immigrants. The United States, having rejected Australia's devotion to British identity, eventually accepted huge numbers of immigrants from continental Europe, Mexico, and East Asia, but over much resistance. Until things began to change after World War II, Australians' sense of identity centered on their being British subjects. That emerges most clearly from the enthusiasm with which Australian troops fought beside British troops in British wars that had no direct significance for Australian interests. The first case was in 1885, when the colony of New South Wales, long before federation into the Commonwealth of Australia, sent troops to fight with British troops against rebels in the Sudan, a remote part of the world than which no other could have been more irrelevant to Australia. A bigger opportunity arose in the Boer War of 1899 between Britain and the descendants of Dutch colonists in South Africa, again with zero direct relevance to Australian interests. Australian soldiers performed well in the Boer War, winning 5 Victoria Crosses, Britain's highest medal for battlefield bravery, and thereby gaining glory and a reputation as loyal British subjects at the cost of only about 300 Australian soldiers dead in battle. When Britain declared war on Germany in August 1914 at the outset of World War I, it did so without bothering to consult either Australia or Canada. Australia's British-appointed Governor-General merely passed on the announcement of war to Australia's elected Prime Minister. Australians unhesitatingly supported the British war efforts on a far larger scale than in the case of the Boer War or the Sudan War. An Australian journalist wrote, "We must protect our country. We must keep sacred from the mailed fist, i.e. of Germany, this sacred heritage." In this case, the war did have a slight effect on Australian interests. It gave Australian troops a pretext to occupy the German colonies of northeast New Guinea and the Bismarck Archipelago. But Australia's main contribution to World War I was to contribute a huge volunteer force, 400,000 soldiers, constituting more than half of all Australian men eligible to serve, out of a total Australian population under 5 million, to defend British interests halfway around the world from Australia and France and the Mideast. More than 300,000 were sent overseas, of whom 2/3 ended up wounded or killed. Almost every small rural Australian town still has a cenotaph in the town centre listing the names of local men killed in the war. What became the best-known Australian involvement in World War I was the attack of Anzac troops, the Australia and New Zealand Army Corps, on Turkish troops holding the Gallipoli Peninsula. The Anzac troops landed on April 25, 1915, suffered high casualties because of incompetent leadership by the British general commanding the operation, and were withdrawn in 1916 when Britain concluded that the operation was a failure. Ever since then, Anzac Day, April 25, the anniversary of the Gallipoli landings, has been Australia's most important and most emotional national holiday. To a non-Australian, the emphasis on Anzac Day as the Australian national holiday is beyond comprehension. Why should any country celebrate the slaughter of its young men, betrayed by British leadership halfway around the world, on a peninsula that rivals the Sudan in its irrelevance to Australia's national interests? But I have learned to keep my mouth shut, and not to ask such rational questions, when still today my Australian friends dissolve in tears as they talk about the Gallipoli landings of a century ago. The explanation is that nothing illustrated better the willingness of Australians to die for their British mother country than did the slaughter of young Australians at Gallipoli. Gallipoli became viewed as the birth of the Australian nation, reflecting the widespread view that any nation's birth requires sacrifice and the spilling of blood. The slaughter at Gallipoli symbolized the national pride of Australians, now fighting for their British motherland as Australians, not as Victorians or Tasmanians or South Australians, and the emotional dedication with which Australians publicly identified themselves as loyal British subjects. That self-identification was re-emphasized in 1923, when a conference of British Empire member countries agreed that British dominions could henceforth appoint their own ambassadors or diplomatic representatives to foreign countries, instead of being represented by the British ambassador. Canada, South Africa, and Ireland promptly did appoint their own diplomatic representatives, but Australia did not, on the grounds that there was no public enthusiasm in Australia for seeking visible signs of national independence from Britain. However, Australia's relationship towards Britain not only has been one of the dutiful child seeking approval from its esteemed mother country, but also includes a love-hate component. One personal example is that a friend of mine who worked in an Australian sheep slaughterhouse, some of whose produce was sold for domestic consumption in Australia, while other produce was exported frozen to Britain. Into boxes of sheep livers destined for export to Britain, my friend and his mates occasionally dropped a sheep gallbladder, whose contents of bile are unforgettably bitter-tasting. More serious examples of the hatred component of Australia's relationship with Britain are the expressed views, which I shall quote later, of Australian prime ministers after World War II. The significance of World War II for Australia was very different from that of World War I, because Australia itself was attacked, and because there was heavy fighting on islands near Australia rather than just halfway around the world. The surrender of Britain's big naval base at Singapore to Japanese troops is often regarded as a turning point in the evolution of Australia's self-image. During the 2 decades after World War I, Japan built up its army and navy, launched an undeclared war against China, and emerged as a danger to Australia. In its role as defender of Australia, Britain responded by strengthening its base on the tip of the Malay Peninsula at Singapore, although that base was 4,000 miles from Australia. Australia relied for protection on that remote British base and on the even more remote British fleet concentrated in the Atlantic and the Mediterranean. But Britain cannot be blamed alone for the eventual failure of its Singapore strategy, because Australia simultaneously neglected steps for its own defense. Australia abolished the draft in 1930 and built only a small air force and navy. The latter included no aircraft carriers, battleships, or warships larger than light cruisers, hopelessly inadequate to protect Australia and its international sea connections against Japanese attack. At the same time, Britain itself was facing a more serious and immediate threat from Germany, and was lagging in its own military preparations against Japan. Just as at the outset of World War I, when Britain declared war on Germany again on September 3, 1939, Australia's Prime Minister promptly announced, without even consulting Parliament, "Great Britain has declared war, and as a result Australia is also at war with Germany." As in World War I, Australia initially had no direct interest in the Second World War's European theater halfway around the world, pitting Germany against Poland, Britain, France, and other Western European countries. But again, just as during World War I, Australia sent troops to fight in the European theater, mainly in North Africa and Crete. As the risk of attack from Japan increased, the Australian government requested the return of those troops to defend Australia itself. The British Prime Minister Winston Churchill tried to reassure Australians by promising that Britain and its fleet would use Singapore to protect Australia against Japanese invasion, and against any Japanese fleet that might appear in Australian waters. As events proved, those promises had no basis in reality. Japan did attack the U.S., Britain, Australia, and the Dutch East Indies beginning on December 7, 1941. On December 10, just the third day after Japan's declaration of war, Japanese bombers sank Britain's only two large warships available in the Far East to defend Australia, the battleship Prince of Wales and the battle cruiser Repulse. On February 15, 1942, the British general in command at Singapore surrendered to the Japanese army, sending 100,000 British and Empire troops into prisoner-of-war camps. The most severe military defeat that Britain had suffered in its history. Sadly, those troops surrendering included 2,000 Australian soldiers who had arrived in Singapore only 3 weeks earlier, on January 24, in order to serve in the hopeless task of its defense. In the absence of British ships to protect Australia, the same Japanese aircraft carriers that had bombed the American naval base at Pearl Harbor heavily bombed the Australian city of Darwin on February 19, 1942. That was the first of more than 60 Japanese air raids on Australia, in addition to an attempted raid on Sydney Harbor by a Japanese submarine. To Australians, the fall of Singapore was not just a shock and a frightening military setback. It was regarded as a betrayal of Australia by its British mother country. While the Japanese advance on Singapore was unfolding, Australia's Prime Minister John Curtin cabled Churchill that it would constitute an inexcusable betrayal if Britain evacuated Singapore after all the assurances of the base being impregnable. But Singapore fell because Britain was stretched militarily much too thin between the European theater and the Far East, and because the attacking Japanese forces were tactically superior to the numerically superior defending British and Empire forces. Australia had been guilty of neglecting its own defense. Nevertheless, Australian bitterness against Britain has persisted for a long time. As late as 1992, 50 years after Singapore's surrender, Australia's Prime Minister Paul Keating scathingly denounced Britain and vented his hatred in a speech to the Australian Parliament. At school, I learned about self-respect and self-regard for Australia, not about some cultural cringe to a country which decided not to defend the Malayan Peninsula, not to worry about Singapore, and not to give us our troops back to keep ourselves free from Japanese domination. This was the country that you people, Australian Parliament members belonging to the two conservative parties, wedded yourselves to, even as it walked out on you. The lessons of World War II for Australia were twofold. First and foremost, Britain had been powerless to defend Australia. Instead, the defense of Australia had depended on massive deployment of American troops, ships, and airplanes commanded by the American General MacArthur, who established his headquarters in Australia. MacArthur directed operations, including those involving Australian troops, largely by himself. There was no suggestion of an equal partnership between the U.S. and Australia. While there was concern about the possibility of Japanese landings in Australia, they did not materialize. But it was clear that any defense of Australia against landings would have been by the U.S., not by Britain. As the war against Japan slowly unfolded over nearly 4 years, Australian troops fought against Japanese troops on the islands of New Guinea, New Britain, the Solomons, and finally Borneo. Those Australian troops played a vital frontline role in defeating Japan's attempt in 1942 to advance over the Kokoda Trail to capture Australia New Guinea's capital city of Port Moresby. Increasingly thereafter, though, MacArthur relegated Australian troops to secondary operations far from the front lines. As a result, although Australia was attacked directly in World War II, but not in World War I, Australia's casualties in World War II were paradoxically less than half of those in World War I. Second, World War II brought home to Australia that while Australian troops served in both wars in the remote European theatre, there were grave immediate risks to Australia nearby from Asia. With reason, Australia now came to consider Japan as the enemy. About 22,000 Australian troops captured by the Japanese during the war were subjected to unspeakably brutal conditions in Japanese prisoner of war camps, where 36% of the Australian prisoners died, a far higher percentage than the 1% death toll of American and British soldiers in German prisoner of war camps, and of German soldiers in American and British prisoner of war camps. Especially shocking to Australians was the Sandakan Death March, in which 2,700 Australian and British troops captured by the Japanese and imprisoned at Sandakan on the island of Borneo were marched across Borneo, starved, and beaten until most of the few survivors were executed, resulting in the deaths of almost all of those prisoners. After World War II, there unfolded a gradual loosening of Australia's ties to Britain, and a shift in Australians' self-identification as loyal British in Australia, resulting in a dismantling of the White Australia policy. Even for historians with no particular interest in Australia itself, these changes furnish a model study of changing national answers to the question, who are we? Such changes can't occur as quickly for nations, composed of groups with different interests, as they can for individuals. In Australia, the changes have been strung out over many decades, and they're still going on today. World War II had immediate consequences for Australia's immigration policy. Already in 1943, Australia's Prime Minister concluded that the tiny population of Australians, less than 8 million in 1945, could not hold their huge continent against threats from Japan, population then over 100 million. Indonesia, just 200 miles away, with a population approaching 200 million, and China, population 1 billion. By comparison with high population densities in Japan and Java and China, Australia looked empty and attractive to Asian invasion. So thought the Prime Minister, but Asians themselves did not think that way. The other argument for more immigration was the mistaken belief that a large population is essential for any country to develop a strong first-world economy. Neither of those arguments made sense. There always have been and still are compelling reasons why Australia has a much lower population density than does Japan or Java. All of Japan and Java is wet and fertile, and much of the area of those islands is suitable for highly productive agriculture. But most of Australia's area is barren desert, and only a tiny fraction is productive farmland. As for the necessity of a large population to build a strong first-world economy, the economic successes of Denmark, Finland, Israel, and Singapore, each with a population only 1/4 the size of Australia's, illustrate that quality counts more than quantity in economic success. In fact, Australia would be much better off with a smaller population than it presently has, because that would reduce human impact on the fragile Australian landscape and would increase the ratio of national resources to people. But Australia's prime ministers in the 1940s were neither ecologists nor economists, and so post-war Australia did embark on a crash program of encouraging immigration. Unfortunately, there were not nearly enough applications from the preferred sources of Britain and Ireland to fill Australia's immigration target, and the White Australia policy limited Australia's other options. Inducing American servicemen who had been stationed in Australia to stay was not an attractive possibility because too many of them were African Americans. Instead, initially the next best source, after Britain and Ireland, from which post-war Australia encouraged immigration, became Northern Europe. The third choice was Southern Europe, accounting for the Italian and Greek restaurants that I patronized in 1964. Australian immigration supporters announced the surprising discovery, with proper selection, Italians make excellent citizens. As a first step in that direction, Italian and German prisoners of war who had been brought to Australia were permitted to remain. Australia's Minister for Immigration from 1945 to 1949, Arthur Calwell, was an outspoken racist. He even refused to allow Australian men who had been so unpatriotic as to marry Japanese, Chinese, or Indonesian women to bring their war brides or children into Australia. Calwell wrote, "No Japanese woman, or any half-caste either, will be admitted to Australia. They are simply not wanted and are permanently undesirable. A mongrel Australia is impossible." As an additional source besides Britain, Calwell wrote approvingly about the three Baltic republics, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, whose annexation by Russia had motivated emigration by thousands of well-educated white people with eye color and hair color resembling those of the British. In 1947, Calwell toured refugee camps in post-war Europe, found that they offered splendid human material, and noted approvingly of the Baltic republics. Many of their people were red-headed and blue-eyed. There were also a number of natural platinum blondes of both sexes. The result of that selective encouragement of immigration was that from 1945 to 1950, Australia received about 700,000 immigrants, a number nearly equal to 10% of its 1945 population, half of them reassuringly British, the rest from other European countries. In 1949, Australia even relented and permitted Japanese war brides to remain. The undermining of the White Australia policy that produced the Asian immigrants and Asian restaurants awaiting me in Brisbane in 2008 resulted from 5 considerations: military protection, political developments in Asia, shifts of Australian trade, the immigrants themselves, and British policy. As for military considerations, World War II had made clear that Britain was no longer a military power in the Pacific. Instead, Australia's military ties had to be with the U.S. That became officially recognized by the 1951 ANZUS Security Treaty between the U.S., Australia, and New Zealand, without the participation of Britain. The Korean War, the rise of communist threats in Malaya and Vietnam, and Indonesian military interventions in Dutch New Guinea, Malaysian Borneo, and Portuguese Timor warned Australia of proliferating security problems nearby. The 1956 Suez Crisis, in which Britain failed to topple President Nasser of Egypt and was forced to yield to U.S. economic pressure, laid bare Britain's military and economic weakness. To the shock of Australians, in 1967 Britain announced its intent to withdraw all of its military forces east of the Suez Canal. That marked the official end to Britain's long-standing role as Australia's protector. As for Asian political developments, former colonies and protectorates and mandates in Asia were becoming independent nations, including Indonesia, East Timor, Papua New Guinea, the Philippines, Malaysia, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, and Thailand. Those countries were near Australia. Papua New Guinea only a few miles away, and Indonesia and East Timor only 200 miles away. They devised their own foreign policies, no longer subservient to the foreign policies of their former colonial masters. They were also rising economically. As for trade, Britain had formerly been by far the largest trade partner of Australia, accounting for 45% of Australia's imports and 30% of its exports, even as late as the early 1950s. A rapid rise in Australian trade with Japan began with Australia's overcoming its racist and World War II-driven hostility to Japan to sign a trade agreement with Japan in 1957, and then in 1960 lifting its ban on exporting iron ore to Japan. By the 1980s, Australia's leading trade partner was Japan, followed by the U.S., with Britain far behind. In 1982, Japan received 28% of Australian exports, the U.S. 11%, and Britain only 4%. But it was an obvious contradiction that at the same time as Australia was telling Japan and other Asian countries how eager it was for their trade, it was simultaneously telling them that it considered Japanese and other Asian people themselves unfit to settle in Australia. The next to last factor undermining the pro-British white Australia immigration policy was the shift in Australian immigrants themselves. All of those Italians, Greeks, Estonians, Latvians, and Lithuanians who immigrated after World War II were undoubtedly white, but they were not British. They didn't share Australians' traditional image of themselves as loyal subjects of Britain. They also didn't share the strong racist prejudices against Asians that were prevalent in Britain as well as in Australia as late as the 1950s. Finally, it was not just that Australia was pulling away from Britain. Britain was also pulling away from Australia. For Britain as for Australia, its interests were changing, and its self-image was becoming increasingly out of date. The British government recognized those cruel realities before the Australian government did, but the acknowledgement was intensely painful on both sides. The changes in Britain were at their peak while I was living there between 1958 and 1962. Australians had traditionally viewed their identity as being British citizens within the British Empire, based on the twin realities of population ancestry and of British trade and military protection, all of which were changing. At the same time, the British had traditionally viewed their identity as being based on ownership of the largest empire in world history, the empire on which the sun never sets, then on leadership of the British Commonwealth. The Empire and then the Commonwealth had been Britain's leading trade partners and major sources of troops. Think of all those Australians, New Zealanders, Indians, and Canadian troops who died alongside British troops in both world wars. But Britain's trade was decreasing with the Commonwealth and shifting towards Europe, just as Australia's trade with Britain was decreasing and shifting towards Asia and the U.S. Britain's African and Asian colonies were becoming independent, developed their own national identities, formulated their own foreign policies even within the Commonwealth, and, over British objections, forced South Africa out of the Commonwealth because of its racist apartheid policies. As Australia was feeling pressured to choose between Britain and Asia plus the U.S., Britain was feeling pressured to choose between the Commonwealth and Europe. In 1955, Britain decided to withdraw from negotiations among 6 Western European countries, France, Germany, Italy, Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg, to form a European Economic Community, EEC, progenitor of today's common market. Contrary to British expectations in 1955, the 6 Western European countries, did succeed in bringing the EEC into existence without Britain in 1957. By 1961, Britain's Prime Minister, Harold Macmillan, recognized the shift in Britain's interests. Europe was becoming more important to Britain than was the Commonwealth, both economically and politically. Hence, Britain applied to join the EEC. That application and its sequels constituted a shock to Australia's and Britain's relationship, even more fundamental than had been the fall of Singapore, although the latter was more dramatic and symbolic, and lingers today as a bigger cause of festering resentment to Australians. Britain's application created an unavoidable clash between British and Australian interests. The Six were erecting shared tariff barriers against non-EEC imports, barriers to which Britain would have to subscribe. Those barriers would now apply to Australian food products and refined metals, for which Britain still represented a major export market. Australian food exports to Britain would now be displaced by French, Dutch, Italian, and Danish foods. Prime Minister Macmillan knew this cruel reality as well as did Australia's Prime Minister, Robert Menzies. Macmillan promised Australia and other Commonwealth countries that Britain would insist on defending Commonwealth interests in Britain's negotiations with the EEC. But it seemed doubtful then that Macmillan would prevail, and in fact the Six refused to make significant concessions to Australia's interests. Australians' reactions to Britain's EEC application were reminiscent of their reactions to Singapore's fall. The application was denounced as immoral, dishonest, a basis for moral grievance, and a betrayal of Gallipoli, of a century of other Australian sacrifices for the British motherland, and of the British heritage underlying Australia's traditional national identity. That is, the shock was profoundly symbolic as well as material. Worse symbolic shocks were still to come. Britain's Commonwealth Immigration Act of 1962, actually aimed at halting Commonwealth immigration from the West Indies and Pakistan, avoided appearances of racism by ending the automatic right of all Commonwealth citizens, including Australians, to enter and reside in Britain. Britain's 1968 Immigration Act barred automatic right of entry into Britain for all foreigners. Australians were now declared to be foreigners, without at least one British-born grandparent, thereby excluding a large fraction of Australians at that time. In 1972, Britain declared Australians to be aliens. What an insult! In short, it wasn't the case that Australian sons and daughters of the British motherland were declaring their independence. Instead, the motherland was declaring its own independence, loosening its ties with the Commonwealth, and disowning its children. British-European negotiations unfolded with agonizing slowness, starts, and stops. France's President de Gaulle vetoed the first British application to the EEC in 1963. He also vetoed a second British application in 1967. Following de Gaulle's resignation and death, the third British application in 1971 was approved by the European Six and by British citizens in a national referendum. By then, Britain accounted for only 8% of Australian exports. Australian politicians had come to recognize that joining Europe was in Britain's vital interests, that Australia shouldn't and couldn't oppose British interests, and that Australia's previous relationship to Britain had become a myth. From an Australian perspective, it may seem that Australian identity changed suddenly and comprehensively in 1972, when Australia's Labour Party under Prime Minister Gough Whitlam came to power for the first time in 23 years. In his first 19 days in office, even before he had appointed a new cabinet, Whitlam and his deputy embarked on a crash program of selective change in Australia, for which there are few parallels in the modern world in its speed and comprehensiveness. The changes introduced in those 19 days included end of the military draft, national conscription, withdrawal of all Australian troops from Vietnam, recognition of the People's Republic of China, announced independence for Papua New Guinea, which Australia had been administering for over half a century under a mandate from the League of Nations and then from the United Nations, banning visits by racially selected overseas athletic teams, a rule aimed especially at all-white South African teams, abolishing the nomination of Australians for Britain's system of honours, knighthoods, OBEs, KCMGs, and so on, and replacing them with a new system of Australian honours, and officially repudiating the White Australia policy. Once Whitlam's whole cabinet had been approved, it then adopted more steps in the crash program: reduction of the voting age to 18, increase in the minimum wage, giving representation to both the Northern Territory and the Australian Capital Territory in the Federal Senate, granting legislative councils to both of those territories, requiring environmental impact statements for industrial developments, increased spending on Aborigines, equal pay for women, no-fault divorce, a comprehensive medical insurance scheme, and big changes in education that included abolishing university fees, boosts in financial aid for schools, and transfer from the states to the Australian Commonwealth of the responsibility for funding tertiary education. Whitlam correctly described his reforms as a recognition of what has already happened, rather than as a revolution arising out of nothing. In fact, Australia's British identity had been gradually decreasing. The fall of Singapore in 1942 had been a first big shock. The 1951 ANZUS Security Treaty, an early recognition, communist threats in Eastern Europe and Vietnam warning signs. But Australia still looked to and sided with Britain long after the fall of Singapore. Australian troops fought alongside British troops in Malaya against communist insurgents in the late 1940s, and in Malaysian Borneo against Indonesian infiltrators in the early 1960s. Australia allowed Britain to test British atomic bombs in remote Australian deserts in the late 1950s, in an effort to maintain Britain as a world military power independent of the U.S. Australia was among the few nations to support Britain's widely denounced attack on Egypt in the 1956 Suez Crisis. In 1954, the first visit to Australia by a reigning British monarch, Queen Elizabeth, was greeted by an enormous outpouring of pro-British sentiment. Over 75% of all Australians turned out on the streets to cheer her. But by the time that Queen Elizabeth visited Australia again in 1963, 2 years after Britain's first EEC application, Australians were much less interested in her and in Britain. The dismantling of Australia's White Australia policy had similarly proceeded in stages before Whitlam made it official, with the admission of Japanese war brides in 1949 being a first stage. Under the Colombo Plan for Asian Development, Australia accepted 10,000 Asian student visitors in the 1950s. The despised dictation test for prospective immigrants was dropped in 1958. The Migration Act of that same year allowed distinguished and highly qualified Asians to immigrate. Hence, when Whitlam announced the end of the White Australia policy in 1972 and repudiated all official forms of racial discrimination, his actions aroused much less protest than one might have expected for the end of a policy that had been espoused so tenaciously for over a century. Between 1978 and 1982, Australia admitted more Indochinese refugees as a percentage of its population than any other country in the world. By the late 1980s, nearly half of Australians were either born overseas or had at least one overseas-born parent. By 1991, Asians represented over 50% of immigrants to Australia. By 2010, the percentage of Australians actually born overseas, more than 25%, was second in the world, trailing only Israel's percentage. The influence of those Asian immigrants has been far out of proportion to their numbers. Asian students have come to occupy over 70% of the places in Sydney's top schools. Asian university students appeared to account for a sizable fraction of the students whom I saw strolling across the University of Queensland campus in 2008. And Asians and other non-Europeans now make up more than half of Australian medical students. Other changes in Australia have been political and cultural. In 1986, Australia ended the right of final appeal to Britain's Privy Council, thereby abolishing the last real trace of British sovereignty and making Australia fully independent at last. In 1999, Australia's High Court declared Britain to be a foreign country. On the cultural front, the 1960s dominance of British cooking in Australia, symbolized by meat pies and beer, was greatly broadened by many styles of international cuisine, and not just by the Italian, Greek, and occasional Chinese restaurants of the 1960s. Australian wines now include some of the greatest wines in the world. Hint, I especially recommend De Bartoli's Noble One as a great but affordable dessert wine, Penfolds Grange as a great and less affordable red wine, and Morris of Rutherglen's Muscat as a great affordable fortified wine. The Sydney Opera House opened in 1973, and now viewed as a symbol of Australia, as well as one of the world's greatest achievements of modern architecture, was designed by the Danish architect Jørn Utzon. The debates about who are we have concerned not just the reality of Australian identity, but seemingly every possible symbol of identity. Should Australia's currency still be called the non-decimal pound sterling as in Britain, or should it have a distinctively Australian name, such as the Roo, short for kangaroo? The eventual decision was to discard the pound in favor of a decimal currency with an American or international name, the dollar. Should Australia's national anthem still be God Save the Queen? In 1984, that British anthem was finally replaced by Advance Australia Fair. Should Australia's national flag still be based on Britain's Union Jack? It still is. Should the heroic Australian defeat defending British interests against the Turks at Gallipoli in 1915 still provide Australia's biggest national celebration? Or should it instead be provided by the heroic Australian victory defending Australian interests against the Japanese on New Guinea's Kokoda Trail in 1942? It's still Anzac Day commemorating Gallipoli. And should Australia still acknowledge Britain's Queen at all, or should it become a republic? It still acknowledges the Queen. How does Australia fit into our framework of crisis and selective change? For Australia, more than any other country that we are discussing, the central issue has been an ongoing debate about questions of national identity and core values. Factors number 6 and 11, Table 1.2. Who are we? Is Australia a white British outpost that happens to be near Asia, but takes little notice of its Asian neighbours? Are Australians loyal British subjects who depend for their self-confidence on approval by Britain, who look to Britain for protection, who feel no need for their nation to have its own ambassadors abroad, and who, to demonstrate their loyalty to the British motherland, volunteer to die in large numbers in remote parts of the world strategically important to Britain but not to Australia? Or is Australia instead an independent nation on the immediate periphery of Asia, with its own national interests and foreign policy and ambassadors, more involved with Asia than with Europe, and with its British cultural heritage declining with time? That debate did not begin seriously until after World War II, and it is continuing today. Even as Australia was debating its identity as a proud outpost of the British Empire, Britain was debating its own identity as the proud center of that empire, in decline, and struggling to assume a new identity as a non-imperial power heavily involved with continental Europe. The theme of honest self-appraisal, factor number 7, has increasingly characterized Australia since World War II, as Australians have come to recognize Australia's changed situation in the modern world. Australians have reluctantly recognized that Britain, their former closest trade partner, is now just a minor trade partner, that their former worst enemy of Japan is now their most important trade partner, and that it is no longer a viable strategy for Australia to operate as a white British outpost on the periphery of Asia. The impetus for change in Australia has been partly external, partly internal. Part of the impetus has been the declining power of Britain, the end of Britain's overseas empire, and the rising power of Japan, China, and other Asian countries. At the same time, part of the impetus has been internal, as Australia's population has, through immigration, become decreasingly British and increasingly Asian, plus European non-British, and that changing population has chosen different policies. Australia strikingly illustrates selective change and building offense, factor number 3. Major changes that have changed include shifts in how Australians view themselves, the development of an independent foreign policy, instead of leaving Australia's foreign policy decisions to Britain, an increasingly multi-ethnic population and culture, more so in cities than in rural areas, and political and economic orientation towards Asia and the U.S. At the same time, other major things have remained unchanged. The Australian government is still a parliamentary democracy. Australia still maintains important symbolic ties to Britain, such as that the Queen of Britain is still Australia's head of state, the Queen's portrait still appears on Australia's $5 banknote and its coins, and the Australian flag still incorporates the British flag. Australia still maintains highly egalitarian social values and strong individualism. Australian society still has an unmistakably Australian flavor, such as a dedication to sports, especially to the Australian sport of Australian rules football, invented in Australia and played nowhere else, along with swimming, plus the British sports of cricket and rugby. Australia's leaders themselves embrace the national pastimes, even when they're dangerous. Prime Minister Harold Holt died in office by drowning in 1967 while swimming in an ocean area with strong offshore currents. In most countries that make many selective changes, different changes are made independently over many years. But one of the few examples of a unified program consisting of many changes launched simultaneously is the 19-day whirlwind of Australia's Prime Minister Gough Whitlam from December 1 to December 19 of 1972. The question of freedom from constraints, factor number 12, has been important to Australia, and that freedom, or lack thereof, has changed with time. Until World War II, the oceans protected Australia from any realistic risk of attack, just as they protected the mainland United States after independence until the World Trade Center attack of September 11, 2001. Since the Japanese bombing raid on Darwin on February 19, 1942, Australians have realized that their country is no longer free from external constraints. Even before 1942, though, Australia's European-dominated society had depended on help from supportive friends, factor number 4. Initially Britain, which in the years after the First Fleet even provided food and later defense, and from World War II onwards, the United States. While Australia was never at risk of direct attack before the Darwin raid, Australians did feel concerns about French, German, American, and Japanese military and colonial expansion to Pacific islands, beginning in the latter half of the 19th century. Australia looked to the British fleet for protection against those concerns, so much so that Australia failed to take responsibility, factor number 2, for its own defense during the 1930s and allowed its own armed forces to atrophy. Australia's changes over the last 70 years have not been in response to an acute crisis, but instead have been a gradual process developing over a long time and accelerating since World War II, as Australia's British identity degenerated from a reality to a myth. While Australians themselves may not apply the word crisis to Australia, I find it useful to think of Australia as having undergone a slowly unfolding crisis, because Australia's issues of selective change have been similar to those issues in other nations responding to sudden crises. In that respect, recent changes in Australia resemble changes during the same decades in Germany, Chapter 6, which also unfolded slowly. There were, of course, some notable moments in Australia's train of slow developments, particularly the sinking of the Prince of Wales and the Repulse, Singapore's surrender, and the Darwin air raid, all within the span of 71 days. But crisis and change in Australia involved nothing approaching the transforming shock of the arrival of Commodore Perry's warships for Meiji, Japan, on July 8, 1853, the Russian attack of November 30, 1939, for Finland, Pinochet's coup and Allende's death on September 11, 1973, for Chile, and the failed October 1, 1965 coup and subsequent genocide for Indonesia. Australia's reappraisal of its core values and its train of selective changes are surely not over. In 1999, Australia held a referendum on whether Australia should abandon the Queen of Britain as its head of state and instead become a republic. While the referendum was defeated by a vote of 55% to 45%, decades earlier it would have been utterly unthinkable even to hold such a referendum, let alone to contemplate the possibility of a 45% no vote. The percentage of Australians who were born in Britain is rapidly decreasing. It seems only a matter of time before there will be another referendum on whether Australia should become a republic, and the chances of a yes vote will be higher. Within a decade or two, it is likely that Asians will constitute over 15% of Australia's population and its legislators, and over 50% of the students in top Australian universities. Sooner or later, Australia will elect an Asian as its prime minister. At the moment that I write this sentence, a Vietnamese immigrant is already governor of South Australia. As those changes unfold, won't it appear incongruous for Australia to retain the Queen of Britain as its head of the state, to retain her portrait on its currency, and to retain an Australian flag based on the British flag? Part 3. Nations and the World. Crises Underway. Chapter 8. What Lies Ahead for Japan? Japan Today. Economy. Advantages. Government debt. Women. Babies. Old and declining. Immigration. China and Korea. Natural resource management. Crisis framework. We have now discussed past crises in 6 nations. In our first 4 nations, the crises exploded suddenly at times ranging between 166 years ago, Meiji Japan, and 46 years ago, Chile. In our next 2 nations, the crises emerged more gradually, but were at their peak around half a century ago. While one couldn't claim that any of those crises reached a complete resolution or a complete stalemate, enough decades have nevertheless passed in each case that we can usefully discuss the outcomes. In the remaining 4 chapters, we shall instead discuss crises that now appear to be unfolding, for which only the future will tell us whether they really did constitute a major crisis, and whose outcome remains uncertain. These chapters concern contemporary Japan, the U.S., and the whole world. Just as our discussion of past crises included Japan of the Meiji era, let's begin our discussion of possible current crises with Japan. In this chapter, I'll consider only problems specific to Japan, but Japan is, of course, also exposed to the worldwide problems to be discussed in Chapter 11. My Japanese friends and relatives, and Japanese people in general, acknowledge several national problems that worry them. There are additional problems that worry me about Japan, but that Japanese people themselves tend to dismiss or ignore. But too many discussions of Japan go either to the extreme of Japan bashing or to the opposite extreme of uncritical admiration. Hence, let's preface our discussion of modern Japan's problems with a discussion of its strengths. We'll see that for Japan, as for other countries, some of its strengths are linked to some of its problems. The strengths that I'll discuss involve Japan's economy, human capital, culture, and environment. Japan today has the world's 3rd largest economy, only recently overtaken by China's. Japan accounts for about 8% of global economic output, almost half that of the world's largest economy, the U.S.'s, and more than double that of the United Kingdom, another famously productive country. In general, national economic outputs are the products of 2 numbers: the number of people in a country multiplied by average output per person. Japan's national output is high both because Japan has a large population, second only to that of the United States among rich democracies, and because it has high average individual productivity. While Japan's large domestic debt attracts much attention, more about that below, nevertheless Japan is the world's leading creditor nation. It has the world's 2nd highest foreign exchange reserves, and it rivals China as the biggest holder of U.S. debt. One important factor behind the economy's strength is Japan's high spending on research and development, abbreviated R&D, to drive innovation. Japan makes the world's 3rd largest absolute annual investment in R&D, behind only China and the U.S., with their far larger populations. In relative terms, Japan's proportion of its gross domestic product, abbreviated GDP, that it devotes to R&D, 3.5%, is nearly double that of the U.S., only 1.8%, and still considerably higher than that of 2 other countries known for their R&D investments, Germany 2.9%, and China 2.0%. Every year, the World Economic Forum reports for the world's nations a number called the Global Competitiveness Index, which integrates a dozen sets of numbers influencing a country's economic productivity. Japan, for many years, has consistently ranked among the world's top 10 countries with respect to this index. Japan, Singapore, and Hong Kong are the only three economies outside Western Europe and the U.S. to rate in that top 10. The reasons for Japan's high ranking include two obvious to lay visitors: Japan's excellent infrastructure and transport net, such as the world's best railroads, and its healthy, well-educated workforce, especially proficient in math and science. More of that in the next section. Other reasons on the long list are less immediately obvious, but still familiar to foreigners doing business with Japan. In alphabetical order, without trying to rank them in importance, the reasons include control of inflation, cooperative labor-employee relations, highly competitive local markets, high-quality research institutions, churning out lots of scientists and engineers, large domestic market, low unemployment, more patents filed per year per citizen than any other country, protection of property rights and intellectual property, rapid absorption of technology, sophisticated consumers and business people, and well-trained business staff. I promise not to give you a quiz on this long, indigestible list, but the takeaway message is clear. There are many reasons why Japanese businesses are competitive in world markets. Finally, let's not forget a feature of the Japanese economy that brings huge financial benefits today, but that could cause trouble in the future. The only two countries whose economies exceed Japan's are the U.S. and China, but they devote a large fraction of their budgets to military expenditures. Japan saves itself those costs, thanks to a clause of the U.S.-imposed 1947 Constitution, now endorsed by a large fraction of Japanese people themselves, that reduced Japan's armed forces to a bare minimum. A second set of strengths of Japan, besides those economic ones, is its human capital, i.e., the strengths of its human population. That population numbers more than 120 million and is healthy and highly educated. Japanese life expectancy is the highest in the world, 80 years for men, 86 for women. The socio-economic inequality that limits opportunities for a large fraction of Americans is greatly reduced in Japan. Japan is the world's third most egalitarian nation in its distribution of income, behind only Denmark and Sweden. That's partly a result of Japanese government school policies. Schools in socio-economically disadvantaged areas have smaller classes, more favorable teacher-to-student ratios than do schools in richer areas, thereby making it easier for children of poorer citizens to catch up. In contrast, the American school system tends to perpetuate inequality by packing more students into classrooms in poor areas. Social status in Japan depends more on education than on heredity and family connection. Again, the reverse of U.S. trends. In short, rather than investing disproportionately in just a fraction of its citizens, Japan invests in all of them, at least in all of its male citizens. I'll say more about Japanese women below. Literacy and attained educational levels in Japan are close to the highest in the world. Enrollment of Japanese children in both kindergarten and secondary school is almost universal, although neither is compulsory. Student testing in nations around the world shows that Japanese students rank fourth highest in math and science functional literacy, ahead of all European countries and the U.S. Japan is second only to Canada in the percentage of its adults, nearly 50%, who go on to higher education beyond high school. Offsetting these strengths of Japanese education is a frequent criticism by the Japanese themselves that it puts too much pressure on students to focus on test scores and places insufficient emphasis on self-motivation and independent thinking. A result is that once Japanese students escape the pressure cooker atmosphere of high school and reach university, their dedication to studying declines. While there is no easy way to measure cultural strength, national identity, and quality of life, there is much anecdotal evidence about these characteristics in Japan. As foreign visitors to Japan quickly notice, its capital Tokyo rivals Singapore as the cleanest city in Asia, and is one of the cleanest in the world. That's because Japanese children learn to be clean and to clean up as part of their responsibility to preserve Japan and to hand it on to the next generation. Interpretive texts at Japanese archaeological sites sometimes proudly point out site evidence for Japanese cleanliness already in ancient times. Visitors also notice the safety and low crime rates of Japanese cities. Japan's prison population is far smaller than that of the U.S., about 80,000, versus nearly 2.5 million, respectively. Rioting and looting are rare in Japan. Ethnic tensions are low compared to the U.S. and Europe because of Japan's ethnic homogeneity and very small ethnic minorities. As discussed below, that's another example of an advantage that carries disadvantages along with it. Finally, Japan's strengths include big environmental advantages. Japanese agricultural productivity is high because of Japan's combination of temperate climate, freedom from tropical agricultural pests, high rainfall concentrated in the summer growing season, and fertile volcanic soils. That contributes to Japan's ability to support one of the highest average human population densities in the industrial world, calculated with respect to the small percentage, 12%, of Japan's land area in which the population and the agriculture are concentrated. Most of Japan's area consists of steep forests and mountains supporting only small human populations and little agriculture. Nutrient runoff from those fertile soils makes Japanese rivers and coastal waters productive of fish, shellfish, edible seaweeds, and other aquatic foods. Japan is the world's sixth largest producer of seafood, formerly obtained just in Japanese coastal waters, although now caught all over the world by ocean-going Japanese fishing fleets. As a result of all those environmental advantages, Japan was unusual in the ancient world in that already at least 10,000 years before the adoption of agriculture, Japanese hunter-gatherers had settled down in villages and made pottery, rather than living as nomads with few material possessions. Until Japan's population explosion within the last century and a half, Japan was self-sufficient in food. Now let's turn from Japan's strengths to its problems. Asked to name Japan's most serious problem, economists are likely to answer, its government's huge national debt. The debt is currently about 2.5 times Japan's annual GDP, i.e. the value of everything produced in Japan in 1 year. That means that even if the Japanese were to devote all of their income and efforts to paying off their national debt and produced nothing for themselves, it would still take them 2.5 years to pay off the debt. Worse yet, the debt has been continuously rising for years. For comparison, while American fiscal conservatives are greatly concerned by the U.S.'s national debt, it's still only about 1.0 times our GDP. Greece and Spain are two European countries notorious for their economic problems, But Japan's debt-to-GDP ratio is double that of Greece and 4 times that of Spain, as of the moment at which I write this sentence. Japan's government debt is comparable to that of the entire Eurozone of 17 countries, whose aggregate population is triple that of Japan. Why didn't the Japanese government collapse or default long ago under this burden? First, most of the debt is not owed to foreign creditors but to bond-holding Japanese individuals, Japanese businesses, and pension funds, many of them owned by the government itself, and the Bank of Japan, none of which play tough with the Japanese government. In contrast, much of Greece's debt is owed to foreign creditors, who do play tough and press Greece to change its fiscal policies. Despite all the debt that the Japanese government owes to Japanese themselves, Japan is a net creditor nation for other countries which owe money to Japan. Second, interest rates in Japan are kept low, below 1%, by government policy in order to keep a lid on government interest payments. Finally, Japanese, as well as foreign creditors, still have so much confidence in the government's ability to pay that they continue to buy government bonds. In fact, that's the main way in which Japanese individuals and companies invest their savings. But nobody knows how much higher the debt can rise before Japan's creditors lose confidence and the government has to default. Despite those low interest rates, the sizes of the debt and of Japan's aged and retired population mean that debt interest and health and social security costs consume much of the government's tax income. That reduces government funds that would otherwise be available to invest in education, research and development, infrastructure, and other engines of economic growth that could stimulate tax revenues. Exacerbating that problem, Japanese government tax rates and hence government income are relatively low by developed world standards. Ultimately, the debt is held mainly by older Japanese people, who invested their money either directly by buying government bonds or indirectly by receiving pensions from pension funds heavily invested in government bonds. While those Japanese people ultimately paying the interest on the debt are mainly younger Japanese still working and paying taxes. Hence, Japan's debt in effect represents payments by younger Japanese to older Japanese, constituting an intergenerational conflict and a mortgage on Japan's future. That mortgage is growing because Japan's young population is shrinking while its older population is growing. The solutions proposed to reduce the debt include raising tax rates, reducing government spending, and reducing pensions of older Japanese. Those and all other proposed solutions proved to be fraught with difficulties. Thus, Japan's government debt is a big problem that is widely acknowledged in Japan, that has been around for a long time, that has been continuing to get worse for many years, and for which no agreement on a solution is in sight. The other fundamental problems most often acknowledged by Japanese people themselves are the 4 linked issues of women's roles, Japan's low and declining birth rate, its declining population size, and its aging population. Let's start with the role of women. In theory, Japanese women and men have the same status. The Japanese Constitution of 1947, drafted by the U.S. government of occupation and still in force today, contains a clause, drafted by an American woman, proclaiming gender equality. That draft clause was adopted over fierce Japanese government opposition, and some Japanese lawmakers still want to change the clause. In reality, Japanese women face many societal barriers to equality. Of course, the barriers that I'll now describe also exist in countries other than Japan, But those barriers are stronger, and the gender gap in health education and participation in the workforce and in politics is greater in Japan than in any other rich industrialized nation except South Korea. I speculate that that's because Japan is the rich industrialized nation in which a woman's role was until recently most subordinate and stereotyped. For instance, while walking in public, a traditional Japanese woman was expected to remain 3 steps behind her husband. For purposes of brevity, I'll describe the societal barriers to women as generalizations, but of course they vary within Japan's population depending on location and age, e.g. stronger in rural areas than in Tokyo, and stronger for older than for younger Japanese. At home, the gender division within Japanese married couples is often referred to as the marriage package. An inefficient division of labor prevails, whereby a Japanese husband puts in the work hours of 2 people outside the house, and thereby sacrifices time that could be spent with his children, while his wife stays at home and sacrifices the possibility of a fulfilling career. Employers expect employees, mostly men, to stay late in the office and to go out for drinks with one another after work. That makes it difficult for Japanese husbands to share household responsibilities with their wives, even if they want to. Japanese husbands do less housework than do husbands in other rich industrialized nations, e.g. only about 2/3 as many hours per week as American husbands. Japanese husbands with working wives perform no more hours of housework than do husbands whose spouses are full-time housewives. Instead, it is predominantly the wives who care for their children, their husbands, their own elderly parents, their husbands' elderly parents, and manage the household finances in their remaining spare time. Many Japanese wives today swear that they will be the last generation of Japanese women to be saddled with those responsibilities. In the workplace, Japanese women have low participation and low pay. Participation declines steeply with increasing level of responsibility. Whereas women account for 49% of Japanese university students and 45% of entry-level job holders, they account for only 14% of university faculty positions versus 33 to 44% in the U.S., United Kingdom, Germany, and France, 11% of middle-level to senior management positions, 2% of positions on boards of directors, 1% of business executive committee members, and less than 1% of CEOs. At those higher levels, Japan lags behind all major industrial countries except, again, South Korea. There are few women in Japanese politics, and Japan has never had a woman prime minister. Japan's male-female pay differential for full-time employees is the 3rd highest, exceeded only by South Korea and Estonia, among 35 rich industrial countries. A Japanese woman employee is paid on average only 73% of a man employee at the same level, compared to 85% for the average rich industrial country, ranging up to 94% for New Zealand. Work obstacles for women include the long work hours, the expectation of post-work employee socializing, and the problem of who will take care of the children if a working mother is expected to stay out socializing and if her husband is also unavailable or unwilling. Child care is a big problem for working Japanese mothers. On paper, Japanese law guarantees women 4 weeks of maternity leave before and 8 weeks after childbirth. Some Japanese men are also entitled to paternity leave, and a 1992 law entitles parents to take 1 whole year of unpaid leave to raise a child if they so choose. In practice, virtually all Japanese fathers and most Japanese mothers don't take that leave to which they are entitled. Instead, 70% of Japanese working women quit work upon the birth of their first child, and most of them don't return to work for many years, if ever. While it is nominally illegal for a Japanese employer to pressure a mother into quitting work, Japanese mothers actually are pressured. Little child care is available to Japanese working mothers because of the lack of immigrant women to do private child care, and because there are so few private or government child care centers, unlike the situation in the U.S. and in Scandinavia, respectively. The widespread Japanese view is instead that a mother should stay home, care for her small children herself, and not work. The result is a dilemma for Japanese women in the workplace. On the one hand, many or most Japanese women want to work, and they also want to have children and to spend time with them. On the other hand, Japanese companies invest heavily in training an employee, expect to offer a lifetime job, and expect in return that the employee will work long hours and will remain for life. Companies are reluctant to hire and train women because they may want to take off time to have children, may not want to work long hours, and may not return to work after giving birth to a child. Hence, women tend not to be offered, and tend not to accept, if offered, full-time, high-level jobs with Japanese companies. Japan's current Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe, is a conservative who formerly did not display interest in women's issues. Recently, however, he reversed course and announced that he wanted to find ways of helping mothers return to work. Many people suspect, not because of his suddenly developing a concern for women, but because of Japan's shrinking population and hence shrinking workforce. Half of Japanese people in general, and of Japanese university graduates in particular, are women. Hence, underemployment of Japanese women constitutes for Japan the loss of half of its human capital. Abe proposed that working mothers should be able to take 3 years of maternity leave with the assurance of returning to their jobs, that the government expand public child care centers, and that businesses receive financial incentives to hire women. But many Japanese women, including some of my university-educated Japanese women friends with overseas experience, are opposed to Abe's proposal. They suspect that it is just one more government conspiracy to keep Japanese women at home. The next of Japan's set of linked population problems is its low and declining birth rates. The Japanese recognize this problem's seriousness, but they don't know how to solve it. Low and dropping birth rates prevail throughout the First World. But Japan has nearly the world's lowest birth rate, 7 births per year per 1,000 people, compared to 13 in the U.S., 19 averaged over the whole world, and more than 40 in some African countries. Furthermore, that already low birth rate in Japan is still declining. If in recent years one had linearly extrapolated the decline from year to year, one would have predicted that Japan's birth rate would hit 0 in the year 2017, at which point no more Japanese babies would be born. Obviously, things didn't get that bad, but it's true that Japan's already very low birth rate is still declining. An alternative way of expressing births is by what's called the total fertility rate, i.e. the total number of babies born to an average woman over her lifetime. For the whole world, that number averages 2.5 babies. For the first world countries with the biggest economies, it varies between 1.3 and 2.0 babies. e.g. 1.9 for the U.S. The number for Japan is only 1.27 babies, at the low end of the spectrum. South Korea and Poland are among the few countries with lower values. But the average number of babies that a woman has to bear in order for the population to remain stable, the so-called replacement rate, is slightly more than 2. Japan, along with some other first-world countries, has an average total fertility rate below that replacement rate. For the other first-world countries, that's not a problem, because immigration keeps the population size constant or even growing despite low fertility. However, Japan's near absence of immigration means that Japan's population is actually declining, as we'll discuss. Part of the reason for Japan's falling birth rate is that Japan's age of first marriage has been rising. It's now around 30 for both men and women. That means fewer premenopausal years in which a woman can conceive children. A bigger reason for the falling birth rate is that the rate of marriage itself, i.e. the number of marriages per 1,000 people per year, is falling rapidly in Japan. One might object that the marriage rate is also falling in most other developed countries without causing the catastrophic drop in the birth rate that Japan is experiencing, because so many births are to unwed mothers. 40% of all births in the U.S., 50% in France, and 66% in Iceland. But that mitigation doesn't apply to Japan, where unwed mothers account for a negligible proportion of births, only 2%. Why are Japanese people increasingly avoiding getting married and having children? When surveyed about this question, Japanese give several reasons. One reason is economics. It's cheaper and more comfortable to remain single and live at home with one's parents than to move out, marry, and have to pay for one's own apartment plus the expenses of children. Especially for women, marriage and motherhood can be economically catastrophic by making it difficult for them to obtain or retain a job. Another reason offered is the freedom of being single, a consideration especially for women who don't want to end up shouldering the responsibility of the household, husband, child care, their own elderly parents, and their husband's elderly parents. Still another reason is that many modern Japanese, both men and women in equal proportions, consider marriage unnecessary to a fulfilling life. Despite those counter-arguments, 70% of unmarried Japanese men and women still claim that they want to get married. Why, then, don't they succeed in finding a suitable mate? Traditionally, that didn't require effort on their part, because Japanese marriages were arranged by go-betweens, called nakudo, who scheduled formal interviews by which young unmarried people could meet potential marriage partners. As recently as 1960, that was still the predominant form of marriage in Japan. Since then, the declining number of nakudo and the rise of the Western idea of romantic marriage have caused such arranged marriages to drop to only 5% of all marriages. But many modern young Japanese are too busy working, too inexperienced at dating, or too awkward to develop a romantic relationship. In particular, the phasing out of arranged marriages in Japan in recent decades has coincided with the rise of electronic non-face-to-face communication by email, texting, and cell phones, and with the consequent decline of social skills. One poignant example was related to me by a Japanese friend who, while eating out in a restaurant, was struck by a young, well-dressed couple sitting awkwardly and silently opposite each other at a nearby table. Both were holding their heads bowed and were staring in their laps rather than at each other. My friend noticed that each was holding a cell phone in his or her lap, and that each was tapping his or her cell phone in alternation. Eventually it dawned on my friend, both the boy and the girl felt too awkward to speak directly to each other, and so they were resorting to texting back and forth across the table. Not a good way to develop and finalize the parameters of a romantic relationship. Of course, young Americans are also addicted to electronic communication, but they, unlike their Japanese contemporaries, are heirs to a cultural tradition of dating. Japan's low and still declining birth and marriage rates are directly responsible for two remaining big problems widely recognized in Japan: the declining population and the aging population. Because Japan's birth rate has for many years been below the replacement level, it was clear that Japan's population would eventually cease rising and began to fall. Still, it was a shock when census figures confirmed that dreaded moment had actually arrived. After the 5-year 2010 census had shown a population of 128,057,352, the 2015 census yielded 127,110,000, a decline of nearly 1 million. From the current trends and age distribution of Japan's population, it's predicted that there will be a further drop by about 40 million by the year 2060 to a population of only 80 million. The consequences of Japan's falling population and its shift from rural to urban are already visible. Japan is closing schools at a rate of about 500 per year. Rural depopulation is causing villages and small towns to be abandoned. It's feared that without population growth as the supposed driver of economic growth, a less populous Japan will be poorer and less powerful on the world stage. In 1948, Japan was the world's 5th most populous country. By 2007, it had only the 10th largest population, behind Nigeria and Bangladesh, and current projections are that within a few decades it will fall behind even such non-powerhouses as the Congo and Ethiopia. That's considered humiliating, on the tacit assumption that a country with a smaller population than the Congo will be weaker and less important than the Congo. Hence, in 2015, Prime Minister Abe declared that his administration would aim to maintain Japan's population at least at 100 million, by trying to boost the average total fertility rate from 1.4 to 1.8 children per woman. But boosting the output of babies will depend on the choices of young Japanese people rather than of Abe. I already discussed the reasons why young Japanese, regardless of whether they think that Japan as a nation would be better off with more babies, are choosing not to produce those extra babies themselves. Is Japan's declining population a problem for Japan? There are many countries that have much smaller populations than Japan's, and that are nevertheless rich and important players on the world stage, including Australia, Finland, Israel, the Netherlands, Singapore, Sweden, Switzerland, and Taiwan. Of course, those countries aren't world military leaders, but neither is Japan today because of its constitution and widespread Japanese pacifism. To me, it seems that Japan wouldn't be worse off, but instead much better off with a smaller population, because that would mean less need for domestic and imported resources. We'll see later that resource pressure has been one of the curses of modern Japanese history, that it remains so today, and that Japanese themselves think of their country as resource-starved. Hence, I see Japan's declining population as one of its great advantages, not as a problem. Even those Japanese concerned about their country's declining population agree that a much bigger problem is that Japan's population is aging. Japan is already the country with the world's highest life expectancy, 84 compared to 77 for the U.S., and just 40 to 45 for many African countries, and with the highest percentage of old people. Already now, 23% of Japan's population is over 65, and 6% is over 80. By the year 2050, those numbers are projected to be nearly 40% and 16%, respectively. The corresponding numbers for the African country of Mali are only 3% and 0.1%. At that point, Japanese people over the age of 80 will outnumber kids under 14, and people over 65 will outnumber those kids by more than 3 to 1. Mind you, I personally have nothing against people over the age of 80. That would constitute self-hatred, because I'm now 82. But there can be too much of a good thing, and that's true for older people. A large number of old people creates a burden on the national health care system, because older people are much more subject to illnesses than are younger people, especially to chronic, incurable, hard-to-cure, or expensive-to-treat illnesses such as heart diseases and dementia. As the percentage of the population over age 65 increases, the population's percentage of retirees also increases, and its percentage of workers decreases. That means fewer young workers to serve as the ultimate sources of support for growing numbers of older retirees, either supporting them directly through financial support and personal care within families, or else supporting them indirectly through government pensions and senior health care systems funded by the taxed earnings of young workers. Japan's ratio of workers to retirees has been falling catastrophically, from 9 workers per retiree to 1965 to 2.4 today to a projected 1.3 in 2050. But you may be objecting that Japan isn't the only country with a falling birth rate, aging population, and rising burden on its pension and social security systems. Those same problems also occur throughout the developed world. Japan just has those problems to an extreme degree. We Americans are also concerned about the future underfunding of our social security system. All Western European countries also have birth rates below the replacement value, 2 of them even lower than Japan's. But the U.S. and Europe aren't as concerned about those problems as is Japan, because they haven't fallen into the bind of a shrinking population and an increasingly top-heavy old population. Why not? How have they escaped those traps? The answer involves the first of what I see as Japan's remaining 3 major problems, the ones that aren't widely acknowledged as problems in Japan itself. The first remaining problem is Japan's lack of immigration. Japan is, and prides itself on being, the most ethnically homogeneous, affluent, or populous country in the world. It doesn't welcome immigrants, makes it difficult for anyone who wants to immigrate to do so, and makes it even more difficult for anyone who has succeeded in immigrating to receive Japanese citizenship. As a percentage of a country's total population, immigrants and their children constitute 28% of Australia's population, 21% of Canada's, 16% of Sweden's, and 14% of the U.S.'s, but only 1.9% of Japan's. Among refugees seeking asylum, Sweden accepts 92%, Germany 70%, Canada 48%, but Japan only 0.2%. For instance, Japan accepted only 6 and 11 refugees in the years 2013 and 2014, respectively. Foreign workers constitute 15% of the workforce in the U.S. and 9% in Germany, but only 1.3% in Japan. Japan does admit temporary foreign workers, so-called guest workers, who receive work visas of 1 to 3 years because of their high professional skills. for example, as shipbuilders or as construction workers for the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. But such foreigners in Japan find it difficult to obtain permanent residency or citizenship. The only significant immigration to Japan in modern times was of several million Koreans before and during World War II, when Korea was a Japanese colony. However, many or most of those Koreans were involuntary immigrants imported as slave labor. For instance, it is not widely known that 10% of the victims killed at Hiroshima by the first atomic bomb were Korean laborers working there. A couple of Japanese cabinet ministers have recently called for more immigration. For instance, Shigeru Ishiba, Minister for Local Regions, said, "At one time, people from Japan migrated to South and North America and managed to fit in with the locals while maintaining their pride as Japanese. It doesn't make sense to say no to foreigners who come to Japan when our people did the same thing overseas. For instance, Peru has had a Japanese president, while the U.S. has had Japanese senators, Congress members, and university chancellors. But the Japanese government is currently not reconsidering its opposition to immigration. That government opposition reflects the negative views of immigration expressed by Japanese citizens in many public opinion polls, in which Japanese opinions fall at one extreme of the opinions held in other affluent countries. The percentage of Japanese opposed to increasing the number of foreign residents is 63%. 72% agree that immigrants increase crime rates, and 80% deny that immigrants improve society by introducing new ideas, unlike the 57 to 75% of Americans, Canadians, and Australians who do believe that immigrants improve society. Conversely, vanishingly few Japanese, only 0.5%, consider immigration as the most important issue facing the country, whereas up to 15% of Americans, French, Swedes, and British do so. Let's be clear. I'm not saying that Japanese resistance to immigration is wrong and should be changed. In every country, immigration creates difficulties while simultaneously bringing benefits. It's a matter for each country to weigh those benefits against those difficulties in order to arrive at its own immigration policy. It comes as no surprise that Japan, an ethnically homogeneous country with a long history of isolation and no immigration, values highly its ethnic homogeneity, while the U.S., an ethnically heterogeneous country, almost all of whose citizens are the descendants of modern immigrants, has no ethnic homogeneity to value. Instead, Japan's dilemma is that it suffers from widely acknowledged problems that other countries mitigate by means of immigration, but that Japan hasn't figured out how to solve without resorting to immigration. The biggest of those problems is the linked problem set discussed above of declining birth rate, aging population, and resulting economic burden of fewer and fewer tax-paying healthy young workers to fund the pensions and health care expenses of more and more non-working pensioners with the increasing health problems of old age. Despite the U.S., Canada, Australia, and Western Europe sharing Japan's falling birth rate and aging of their native populations, those countries minimize the consequences by admitting large numbers of young immigrant workers. Japan can't offset that declining workforce by employing more of its non-working educated mothers because the large pool of immigrant women hired as private child care workers by so many American working mothers scarcely exist in Japan. The large pool of immigrant men and women who furnish most caretakers of senior citizens and most hospital nurses and other hospital staff in the U.S. also doesn't exist in Japan. I write these lines while recovering from the horrible experience of the death of a terminally ill Japanese relative, whose family was expected to provide her meals and do her personal laundry while she was in the hospital. While innovation is vigorous in Japan, as judged by the large numbers of patents awarded to Japanese inventors, Japanese are concerned about hosting less breakthrough innovation than one would expect from Japan's large investment in research and development. That's reflected in the relatively modest number of Nobel Prizes awarded to Japanese scientists. Most U.S. Nobel Prize winners are either first-generation immigrants or else their offspring. But immigrants and their offspring are as rare among Japanese scientists as they are among the Japanese population in general. That relationship between immigration and Nobel Prizes is not surprising when one reflects that the willingness to take risks and to try something drastically new is a prerequisite both for emigrating and for innovating at the highest level. In the short run, Japan is presently unwilling to solve these problems by immigration. In the long run, it's unknown whether Japanese people will continue to suffer from these problems or will instead choose to solve them by changing their immigration policy, or will figure out some yet unknown solutions other than immigration. If Japan does decide to re-evaluate immigration, a model palatable to Japan might be Canada's policy, which stresses evaluating applicants for immigration on the basis of their potential value to Canada. Japan's next neglected big problem after immigration is the effect of Japan's wartime behavior towards China and Korea on its current relations with those countries. During and before World War II, Japan did horrible things to people in other Asian countries, especially China and Korea. Long before Japan's official declarations of war on December 7, 1941, Japan was carrying out a full-scale, undeclared war on China from 1937 onwards. In that war, the Japanese military killed millions of Chinese, often in barbaric ways such as using tied-up Chinese prisoners for bayonet practice to toughen the attitudes of Japanese soldiers, killing several 100,000 Chinese civilians at Nanking in December 1937 to January 1938, and killing many others in retaliation for the Doolittle Raid of April 1942. Although denial of these killings is widespread in Japan today, they were well documented at the time, not only by Chinese but also by foreign observers, and by photographs taken by Japanese soldiers themselves. You can see more than 400 such photographs in the book by Shi Young and James Yin, The Rape of Nanking, An Undeniable History in Photographs, 1999. Japan annexed Korea in 1910, mandated that Korean schools use the Japanese language rather than the Korean language for 35 years of Japanese occupation, forced large numbers of Korean women and women of other nationalities to become sex slaves in Japanese military brothels, and forced large numbers of Korean men to become virtual slave laborers for the Japanese army. As a result, hatred of Japan is widespread today in China and Korea. In the view of Chinese and Koreans, Japan hasn't adequately acknowledged, apologized for, or expressed regret for its wartime atrocities. China's population is 11 times Japan's, while the combined population of South and North Korea is more than half of Japan's. China and North Korea both have nuclear weapons. China, North Korea, and South Korea all have big, well-equipped armies, while Japan's armed forces remain minuscule because of the U.S.-imposed Japanese Constitution reinforced by widespread pacifism in Japan today. North Korea, from time to time, fires missiles across Japan to demonstrate its ability to reach Japan. Yet Japan is locked in territorial disputes with both China and South Korea over uninhabited tiny islands of no intrinsic value themselves, but important because of fish, gas, and mineral resources within each island's marine zone. That combination of facts seems to me to spell big dangers for Japan in the long run. For an Asian perspective on Japan's view of World War II, here is an assessment by Lee Kuan Yew, a keen observer of people who, as Prime Minister of Singapore for several decades, became familiar with Japan, China, and Korea and their leaders. Unlike Germans, the Japanese have not had a catharsis and rid themselves of the poison in their system. They have not educated their young about the wrong they had done. Hashimoto, a Japanese prime minister, expressed his deepest regrets on the 52nd anniversary of the end of World War II, 1997, and his profound remorse during his visit to Beijing in September 1997. However, he did not apologize as the Chinese and Koreans wished Japan's leader to do. I do not understand why the Japanese are so unwilling to admit the past, apologize for it, and move on. For some reason, they do not want to apologize. To apologize is to admit having done a wrong. To express regrets or remorse merely expresses their present subjective feelings. They denied the massacre of Nanking took place, that Korean, Filipino, Dutch, and other women were kidnapped or otherwise forced to be comfort women, a euphemism for sex slaves, for Japanese soldiers at the war fronts, that they carried out cruel biological experiments on live Chinese, Korean, Mongolian, Russian, and other prisoners in Manchuria. In each case, only after irrefutable evidence was produced from their own records did they make reluctant admissions. This fed suspicions of Japan's future intentions. Present Japanese attitudes are an indication of their future conduct. If they are ashamed of their past, they are less likely to repeat it. Every year, my undergraduate classes at the University of California in Los Angeles include students from Japan, who talk to me about their schooling there and about their experiences on coming to California. They tell me that their history classes in Japanese schools devoted little time to World War II, because that war lasted just a few years in the thousands of years of Japanese history, said little or nothing about Japan's role as aggressor, stressed the role of Japanese as victims of the 2 atomic bombs that killed about 120,000 Japanese, rather than as responsible for the deaths of millions of other people plus several million Japanese soldiers and civilians, and blamed the U.S. for somehow tricking Japan into launching the war. In all fairness, Korean, Chinese, and American school books present their own skewed accounts of World War II. My Japanese students are shocked when they join Asian student associations in Los Angeles, meet Korean and Chinese students, and hear for the first time about Japan's wartime deeds that still arouse hatred of Japan by students from those other countries. At the same time, some of my Japanese students, and many other Japanese people, point to numerous apologies offered by Japanese politicians and ask, hasn't Japan already apologized enough? A short answer is no, because the apologies sound contrived, unconvincing, and mixed with statements that minimize or deny Japanese responsibility. A longer answer is to compare Japan's and Germany's opposite approaches to dealing with their respective legacies of recent history, and to ask why Germany's approach has largely convinced its former enemies, while Japan's approach has not convinced its main victims, China and Korea. Chapter 6 describes the many ways in which Germany's leaders have expressed remorse and responsibility, and in which German schoolchildren are taught to face up to what their country did. Chinese and Koreans might be convinced of Japan's sincerity by Japanese responses analogous to Germany's. For instance, if Japan's Prime Minister were to visit Nanking, fall on his knees before Chinese spectators, and beg forgiveness for Japan's wartime massacres at Nanking, if throughout Japan there were museums and monuments in former POW camps with photos and detailed explanations of Japanese wartime atrocities, if Japanese schoolchildren were routinely brought on school outings to such sites in Japan and to sites outside Japan such as Nanking, Sandakan, Bataan, and Saipan, and if Japan devoted much more effort to depicting wartime non-Japanese victims of Japanese atrocities than to depicting Japanese victims of the war. All of those behaviors are non-existent and unthinkable in Japan, but their analogues are widely practiced in Germany. Until they are practiced in Japan, Chinese and Koreans will continue to disbelieve Japanese scripted apologies and to hate Japan. And as long as China and Korea are armed to the hilt, while Japan remains without the means to defend itself, a big danger will continue to hang over Japan. All peoples depend for their existence on renewable natural resources, including trees, fish, topsoil, clean water, and clean air. All of those resources pose problems of management, about which scientists have already accumulated much experience. If the world's forests and fisheries were managed according to recommended best practices, it might be possible to harvest forest products and aquatic food for the indefinite future, in quantities sufficient to meet the needs of the world's current population. Sadly, though, much actual harvesting is still destructive and non-sustainable. Most of the world's forests are shrinking, and most fisheries are declining or have already collapsed. But no country is self-sufficient in all natural resources. All countries have to import at least some resources. Hence, in most countries, there are government agencies, branches of international environmental organizations, like World Wildlife Fund and Conservation International, and local environmental organizations hard at work to solve these problems. The problems are especially acute for Japan. Until 1853, while Japan was closed to the outside world and did negligible importing, it was self-sufficient in natural resources. Forced to depend on its own forests, and alarmed by their declines in the 1600s, Japan pioneered in developing scientific forestry methods independently of Germany and Switzerland in order to manage its forests. Now, because of Japan's population explosion since 1853, rise in living standards and consumption rates, large population crammed into a small area, and need for raw materials essential for a modern industrial economy, Japan has become one of the world's biggest importers of natural resources. Among non-renewable resources, almost all of Japan's needs for oil, natural gas, nickel, aluminum, nitrates, potash, and phosphate, and most of its needs for iron, coal, and copper have to be imported. Among renewable natural resources, Japan ranks variously as the world's leading or second or third leading importer of seafood, logs, plywood, tropical hardwoods, and paper and pulp materials. That's a long list of essential resources for which Japan depends on imports. As any of these resources becomes depleted worldwide, Japan will be the first or one of the first countries to suffer the consequences. Japan is also the major country most dependent on imported food to feed its citizens. Japan today has the highest ratio, a factor of 20, of agricultural imports to agricultural exports among major countries. The next highest ratio, that for South Korea, is still only a factor of 6, while the U.S., Brazil, India, Australia, and quite a few other major countries are net food exporters. Japanese thus have good reason to view their country as resource poor. One therefore expects that Japan, as the developed country with the most extreme dependence on resource imports, would be driven by self-interest to become the world's leading promoter of sustainable resource exploitation. In particular, the rational policy would be for Japan to take the lead in sustainable exploitation of the world's fisheries and forests on which Japan depends. Paradoxically, the reverse is true. As a director of World Wildlife Fund, U.S., and Conservation International, I hear a lot about the national policies of resource management with which these two organizations deal. I also hear a lot about Japan's policies in particular, from my Japanese friends and colleagues. Japan appears to be the developed country with the least support for and the strongest opposition to sustainable resource policies overseas. Japanese imports of illegally sourced and non-sustainably harvested forest products are much higher than those of the U.S. or of European Union countries, whether calculated on a per capita basis or as a percentage of total forest product imports. Japan is a leader in opposing prudent regulation of ocean fishing and whaling. Here are two examples. My first example involves Atlantic and Mediterranean bluefin tuna, which is especially prized and consumed in Japan as sashimi or sushi. A single big imported tuna fish recently sold in Japan for the stunning price of more than $1 million. Those tuna stocks are in steep decline from overfishing, and that's stimulating counter-efforts to preserve this valuable resource by agreeing on sustainable catches and by imposing fishing quotas. Incredibly, when those tuna stocks were proposed in 2010 for international protection, so-called CITES listing, Japan wasn't the initiator of the proposal. Instead, Japan viewed it as a diplomatic triumph to have succeeded in blocking the proposal. My second example is that Japan today is the leading and most insistent whaling nation. The International Whaling Commission determines quotas for hunting whales. Every year, Japan legally circumvents those quotas by killing large numbers of whales for the supposed purposes of research, then publishes little or no research on those dead whales, and instead sells them for meat. Yet Japanese public consumer demand for whale meat is low and declining, and whale meat is wasted for dog food and fertilizer rather than for human consumption. Maintaining whaling represents an economic loss for Japan because its whaling industry has to be heavily subsidized by the government in several ways. Direct subsidies to the whaling ships themselves, additional costs of more ships to escort and protect the whaling ships, and the hidden costs of so-called foreign aid, paid to small non-whaling countries that are members of the International Whaling Commission as a bribe in return for their pro-whaling votes. Why does Japan pursue these stances? My Japanese friends suggest three explanations. First, Japanese people cherish a self-image of living in harmony with nature, as they did traditionally manage their own forests sustainably. but not the overseas forests and fisheries that they now exploit. Second, Japanese national pride dislikes bowing to international pressure. Japan especially does not want to be seen as giving in to the anti-whaling campaigns of Greenpeace and the Sea Shepherd, and to international pressure to regulate the bluefin tuna fishery. One could describe Japan as anti-whaling, rather than pro-whaling. Finally, awareness of Japan's limited home resources has led it for the last 140 years to maintain as the core of its national security and a keystone of its foreign policy its claimed right of unrestricted access to the world's natural resources. While that insistence was a viable policy in past times of world resource abundance, when supplies exceeded demands, the policy is no longer viable in today's times of declining resources. To an outsider like myself who admires Japan, its opposition to sustainable overseas resource use is sad and self-destructive. Efforts to grab overseas resources already drove Japan to self-destructive behavior once before, when it made war simultaneously on China, the U.S., Britain, Australia, New Zealand, and the Netherlands. Defeat, then, was inevitable. Now, too, defeat is again inevitable. Not by military conquest, but by exhaustion of both renewable and non-renewable overseas natural resources. If I were the evil dictator of a country that hated Japan and wanted to ruin it without resorting to war, I would do exactly what Japan is now doing to itself. I would destroy the overseas resources on which Japan depends. Finally, let's consider what lies ahead for Japan in the light of our 12 predictive factors. As a mere academic exercise, we could just ask whether our factors predict that Japan is or is not likely to succeed in solving its current problems. More usefully, we can suggest how understanding of the predictive factors could be used by the Japanese to craft solutions and to cut through some of the obstacles that they are now creating for themselves. One cause for optimism is Japan's history of success at resolving crises, factor number 8 in Table 1.2. Twice in modern times, Japan has provided outstanding national success stories of reappraisal and selective change. The most drastic changes came with the Meiji Restoration beginning in 1868. The forced opening of Japan by Commodore Perry's fleet in 1853 raised the specter that Japan, like so many other non-European countries, might be taken over by Western powers. Japan saved itself by a crash program of selective change. It jettisoned its international isolation, its government by a shogun, its samurai class, and its feudal system. It adopted a constitution, cabinet government, a national army, industrialization, a European-style banking system, a new school system, and much Western clothing, food, and music. At the same time, it retained its emperor, language, writing system, and most of its culture. Japan thereby not only preserved its independence, but also became the first non-Western country to rival the West in wealth and power. Again, after World War II, Japan made further drastic selective changes, jettisoning its military tradition and its belief in its emperor's divinity, adopting democracy and a new constitution, and developing or reviving an export economy. Another big cause for optimism is Japan's track record of patience and ability to recover from failure and defeat, factor number 9, as acknowledged by Singapore's Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew. whose criticisms of Japan I quoted previously. In spite of my experiences during the Japanese occupation and the Japanese traits I had learned to fear, I now respect and admire them. Their group solidarity, discipline, intelligence, industriousness, and willingness to sacrifice for the nation make them a formidable and productive force. Conscious of the poverty of their resources, they will continue to make that extra effort to achieve the unachievable. Because of their cultural values, they will be lonely survivors after any catastrophe. From time to time, they are hit by the unpredictable forces of nature, earthquakes, typhoons, and tsunamis. They take their casualties, pick themselves up, and rebuild. I was amazed at how life was returning to normal when I visited Kobe in November 1996, 1.5 years after the massive earthquake. They had taken this catastrophe in their stride and settled to a new daily routine. Other factors of my checklist in Japan's favor are the freedom of choice that Japan gains from being an island archipelago without neighbors, sharing land borders. Factor number 12. Offset by its overwater proximity to China and Korea, its strong national identity, pride, and cohesion, factor number 6, the friendly support, or at least benevolent neutrality, that Japan receives from its many trade partners other than China and Korea, factor number 4, and the available models that other countries offer for solving some of Japan's main problems, should Japan choose to draw on those models. Factor number 5. Further major advantages of Japan are its economic strength, its human capital, its culture, and its environment as discussed in the first pages of this chapter. Offsetting these advantages are 3 factors on my checklist. I mention them not in order to foster pessimism, but instead to focus attention on attitudes that Japan will have to change if it is to succeed in solving its current problems. One obstacle is a traditional core value that has now become inappropriate because of changed circumstances, factor number 11. Japan's continued effort to secure unrestricted access to the world's natural resources, as if they were superabundant, instead of leading international cooperative efforts to harvest dwindling resources sustainably. Another obstacle is Japan's narrative of World War II that focuses on self-pity and viewing Japan as the victim, rather than on accepting Japan's responsibility for the war and for Japanese actions, factor number 2. In national politics, as in personal life, no progress can be made towards solving a problem as long as one denies one's own responsibility. Japan will have to follow Germany's example of acknowledging responsibility if Japan wishes improvement in its relations with China and Korea. The remaining obstacle is what appears to me a lack of honest, realistic self-appraisal in several key spheres, factor number 7. 2 examples are those just mentioned issues of imported resources and World War II narrative. Another example is Japan's mistaken belief in the supposed cardinal importance of preventing population decline. While a decline from the current 127 million to 20 million would indeed pose problems, I see no disadvantages in a decline to 80 million, and instead a huge advantage, namely reduction of Japan's hunger for imported resources, which has cursed modern Japanese history. Japan is strong because of its many qualitative advantages discussed at the beginning of this chapter, and not because Japan's current population happens to be 127 million and equal to Mexico's, rather than 81 million and equal to Germany's. Still another area calling for self-appraisal is immigration. That's the method that many countries use to solve problems that Japan perceives as serious. especially the declining ratio of young workers to older retirees, the few available options for child care, and the inadequate number of caretakers for older people. One option is for Japan to consider immigration modeled on Canada's highly successful immigration program, or on the experiences of Japanese emigrants themselves to the U.S. and to South America. An alternative opinion is for Japan to continue to say no to immigration and instead to put into practice some of the obvious alternatives. For example, expanding the native Japanese workforce by removing the well-known obstacles keeping women out of the workforce, and greatly expanding the number of term visas issued to guest workers to serve as child care providers, nurses, and caretakers for old people. There is no secret about these various possible solutions, each of which has its own advantages and disadvantages. What's required is to bite the bullet, reach consensus on one solution, and avoid the current continued paralysis. How will all of these questions work themselves out for Japan in the next decade? Realistically, the problems that Japan now faces are less formidable than the ones that it faced when its long policy of isolation was abruptly ended in 1853, or when Japan lay shattered in defeat in August 1945. Japan's successes in recovering from those traumas give me hope that today, once again, Japan can selectively reappraise its core values, jettison those values that no longer make sense, retain those that still do make sense, and blend them with some new values appropriate to changed modern circumstances. Chapter 9. What lies ahead for the United States? Strengths and the biggest problem. The U.S. today. Wealth, geography. Advantages of democracy. Other advantages. Political polarization. Why? Other polarization. As of the moment that I write these lines, the U.S. is not experiencing an acute crisis comparable to that of Japan following Perry's uninvited visit on July 8, 1853. However, most Americans will agree that the U.S. does face serious problems. Many would agree that our current situation rates as a slowly unfolding crisis, like that of post-war Germany or Australia. Our problems include internal ones of American society and politics, as well as external ones of foreign relations. For example, among our foreign relations problems, many Americans are concerned about the long-term threat to us from the rise of China, which already has the world's second-largest economy after that of the U.S. China's population is more than 4 times bigger than ours. China's economic growth rate for years has consistently exceeded not only ours, but also the growth rate of every other major country. It has the world's largest number of soldiers, and after the U.S., second-largest military spending. It has possessed nuclear weapons for half a century. It already outstrips the U.S. in some spheres of advanced technology, such as alternative energy generation and high-speed rail transport. Its dictatorial government can get things done much faster than can our democracy, hobbled by 2 parties and by checks and balances. To many Americans, it seems only a matter of time before China overtakes us economically and militarily. We increasingly hear claims that the 21st century will become an Asian century, specifically a Chinese century. I agree that these concerns cannot be lightly dismissed. On the one hand, throughout my life in each decade, there have been reasons to consider that particular decade as posing the toughest problems that we Americans have ever faced. Whether it was the 1940s with World War II against Japan and Nazi Germany, the 1950s with the Cold War, the 1960s with the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the Vietnam War that lacerated American society, and so on. But even when I tell myself that we should be suspicious because every decade has seemed at the time to be the one offering the most cause for anxiety, I still have to agree the current decade of the 2010s really is the one offering the most cause for anxiety. Hence it seems appropriate, after the previous chapter discussing what lies ahead for Japan, to consider in this chapter and the next one, Chapter 10, what lies ahead for the U.S. Just as in the case of my chapter on Japan, I'll avoid focusing one-sidedly on what's wrong with the U.S. Instead, I'll first ask, what are the U.S.'s long-term fundamental advantages? For each of those advantages, I'll briefly evaluate China in that same sphere in order to assess the realism of our fears that time is on China's side and against us. Of course, other countries besides China, especially North Korea, Russia, and Afghanistan, pose problems for the U.S., but it's more useful for the purposes of this book to compare the U.S. with China than with those other countries, which pose more narrowly focused problems for the U.S. than does China. I'll then set out what I see as the U.S.'s current fundamental problems. Not the problems of immediate concern for the 2020 elections, but the problems that I expect to remain at the forefront over the next decade. As in the preceding chapter on Japan, I'll discuss just problems specific to the U.S., and I'll save for Chapter 11 the broader world problems that also affect the U.S. Finally, I'll ask whether this book's dozen outcome predictors suggest what may help us or hurt us in solving those fundamental problems. My assessment of the U.S.'s strengths starts with the reality that we are now, and have been for many decades, the world's most powerful country, and the one with the largest economy. China's economy is close in size, and by some measures is already larger than ours. To understand the basis for our large economy, let's remind ourselves of the fact mentioned in the previous chapter to help us understand the size of Japan's economy. A national economic output, or income, is the product of two factors: a country's population multiplied by its average output, or income per person. The U.S. is close to the world's highest-ranking country in both of those factors, whereas all other countries near the top for one of those two factors are low for the other. As for population, the U.S.'s, currently around 330 million, is the world's third highest, behind only China and India. But those other two countries, and in fact 16 of the countries with the world's 20 highest populations, have low per capita outputs or incomes, just 3% to 40% of the U.S.'s. The three other rich countries in the top 20 for population are Japan, Germany, and France, whose populations are still just 21 to 39% of the U.S.'s. The reason for the U.S.'s large population is its large area of fertile land. The only two larger countries, Russia and Canada, have much lower populations, because a large fraction of their area is Arctic, suitable only for sparse habitation and no agriculture. My saying now that the U.S.'s large population is part of the reason for its large economy may seem to contradict my saying in the previous chapter that Japan's large population is not a benefit and possibly even a disadvantage for Japan. The reason for this apparent contradiction is that the U.S. is resource-rich, self-sufficient in food and most raw materials, and large in area, and has a population density less than 1/10 of Japan's. But Japan is resource-starved, heavily dependent on imports of food and raw materials, has an area less than 1/20th that of the U.S., and is crowded, population density more than 10 times the U.S.'s. That is, it's much easier for the U.S. to support its large population than it is for Japan. The other factor contributing to the U.S.'s world-leading economic output, or wealth, is its high output or wealth per person, due to the geographic, political, and social advantages to be discussed. The various alternative ways to measure per capita output or income include GDP, gross domestic product, or else income per person, either corrected or uncorrected for differences in purchasing power parity, that is to say, differences among countries in how much goods a dollar of income can actually buy in that country. In all of these alternative per capita measures, the U.S. exceeds by a large margin all other populous countries with large economies. The only countries in the world with per capita GDPs or incomes higher than the U.S.'s are either small, populations of just 2 to 9 million, Kuwait, Norway, Qatar, Singapore, Switzerland, and the United Arab Emirates, or tiny, populations of 30,000 to 500,000, Brunei, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, and San Marino. Their wealth comes mainly from oil or finance, whose earnings are spread over few people, resulting in high GDP or income per person, but a low rank in national economic output, which equals output per person times population. The fact that the U.S. has the world's largest economy enables it also to have the world's most powerful military. While China has many more soldiers in its army, the U.S.'s long-standing investment in military technology and ocean-going warships more than counterbalances China's advantage in number of soldiers. For instance, the U.S. has 10 large nuclear-powered aircraft carriers capable of being deployed around the world. Only one other country, France, has even a single one. And few countries have any aircraft carrier at all, nuclear-powered or not. As a result, the U.S. is today the world's sole global military power that can and does intervene around the world, a fact whether one approves or disapproves of those interventions. It is no accident that the U.S. has become economically rich and militarily powerful. The many reasons for this outcome, besides the advantages of large area and large population already discussed, are advantages of geography, politics, economics, and society. In case you come to feel, as you read the following pages, that I'm going chauvinistically overboard in touting the U.S.'s advantages, be forewarned. These pages will be followed by many more pages on the big problems that we face. As regards geography, we are fortunate to be endowed with excellent real estate. The U.S.'s lower 48 states lie entirely within the temperate zones, which are the world's most productive zone for agriculture, and the safest from the perspective of public health. While China also lies largely within the temperate zones, much of southern China is subtropical, and part of it extends into the tropics. More seriously, China includes the world's largest and highest plateau, of low value for agriculture, plus a large area of high mountains, including 5 of the world's 6 highest mountains, offering no human economic value except mountain climbing tourism and glaciers that supply water for rivers. Temperate zone soils are in general more fertile than tropical soils, due in part to the legacies of high-latitude Ice Age glaciers that repeatedly advanced and retreated over the landscape, grinding rocks and generating or exposing fresh soils. That happened not only in North America but also in northern Eurasia, contributing there to Eurasia soil fertility. But glaciation was especially effective in North America because of a peculiar North American geographic feature unique among the world's continents. To appreciate that feature, just glance at a world map and quickly describe to yourself the shape of each continent in one short sentence. You'd say that South America and Africa are both broadest near the middle and become narrow towards the South Pole, while Eurasia and Australia are broad both at high and low latitudes. But North America has a unique wedge-like shape, broadest towards the North Pole and becoming narrower at lower latitudes. That shape had consequences for North American soils. Several dozen times during the Ice Age or Pleistocene era, glaciers formed in the Arctic and marched south, both in North America and in Eurasia. Because of North America's tapering wedge shape, large volumes of ice forming in the broad expanse at high latitudes were funneled into a narrower band and became heavier glaciers as they advanced towards lower latitudes. In Eurasia, without that wedge shape, the volume of ice formed at high latitudes moved into an equally broad band at low latitudes. The continents of South America, Africa, and Australia all end far short of the Antarctic Circle, and couldn't generate ice sheets marching northwards. Hence, creation of fertile young soils by the advance and retreat of glaciers originating in high latitudes was most effective in North America, less effective in Eurasia, and slight or non-existent in the three southern continents. The result was the deep, fertile soils of the Great Plains that astonished and delighted immigrant European farmers, and that now constitute the world's largest and most productive uninterrupted expanse of farmland. Thus, North America's wedge shape and history of repeated past glaciations, combined with the moderate rainfall prevailing over most of the continent today, are the underlying reasons why the U.S. has high agricultural productivity and is the world's largest exporter of food. In contrast, China has less fertile soils, much damaged by erosion, and an average human population density 4 times the U.S.'s, making China a net importer of food. The other major geographic advantage of the U.S. is our waterways, both coastal and interior. They constitute a big money saver, because transport by sea is 10 to 30 times cheaper than transport overland by road or by rail. The eastern Atlantic, western Pacific, and southeastern Gulf borders of the U.S. consist of long seacoasts, protected along the Atlantic and Gulf coasts by many barrier islands. Hence, ships navigate the latter 2 coasts through an intracoastal waterway partly sheltered by those islands. All 3 U.S. coasts have big indentations within which lie sheltered deep-water ports, such as Long Island Sound, Chesapeake Bay, Galveston Bay, San Francisco Bay, and Puget Sound. As a result, the U.S. is blessed with many excellent protected natural harbors, more on our east coast alone than in all the rest of the Americas south of the Mexican border. In addition, the U.S. is the world's only major power fronting on both the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. As for interior waterways, the U.S. East Coast has many short, navigable rivers, but our most important interior waterway is the huge Mississippi River system and its big tributaries, the Missouri and others, which drain more than half of our area, including our prime farmland of the Great Plains. Once barriers to navigation on those rivers had been engineered out of existence, By construction of canals and locks, ships could sail 1,200 miles into the interior of the central U.S. from the Gulf Coast. Beyond the Mississippi's headwaters lie the Great Lakes, the world's largest group of lakes, and the group carrying more shipping than any other. Together, the Mississippi and the Great Lakes constitute the world's largest network of inland waterways. When one adds the intracoastal waterway to the Mississippi Great Lakes system, the U.S. ends up with more navigable internal waterways than all the rest of the world combined. For comparison, Mexico has no large navigable river at all, and the whole African continent has only one navigable to the ocean, the Nile. China has a much shorter coastline, only on its east side, not as good ports, a much lower fraction of its land area accessible to navigable rivers, and no big lake system comparable to our Great Lakes. All of those waterways join together much of the U.S. and connect the U.S. to the rest of the world by means of inexpensive water transport. The other advantage of our seacoast is as protection against invasion. It may seem contradictory that just after I've gotten through praising seacoasts as the ideal way to deliver freight, I should now dismiss them as a sub-ideal way to deliver troops. The reason, of course, is that it's cheaper and safer to make deliveries from a ship off the coast than from a vehicle on land, only if the people awaiting you on land welcome your planned delivery. Delivery by sea is expensive and unsafe if the people awaiting you are shooting at you. Amphibious landings have always ranked among the most dangerous forms of warfare. Just think of the 58% casualties suffered by the Canadian troops who raided Dieppe on the French coast in August 1942, or the 30% casualties suffered by the American Marines who captured Tarawa Atoll in November 1943. The U.S. was further protected from attack by our annexations of Hawaii and Alaska, controlling the approaches to our Pacific coast. The portions of our borders that don't consist of seacoasts are our land borders with Mexico and Canada, both of which have much too small populations and armies to threaten us, although we fought a war with each during the early 19th century. Hence, the U.S. is virtually immune to invasion. None has even been attempted in our history as an independent nation. The U.S. has not been involved in a war on our mainland with a foreign power since the 1846 to 1848 Mexican War, which we ourselves initiated. Even mere raids on the U.S. mainland have been negligible. Just a British raid on Washington during the War of 1812, Pancho Villa's raid on Columbus in New Mexico in 1916, one shell fired by a Japanese submarine in World War II onto the U.S. coast at Santa Barbara, and 6 American civilians killed by an explosive-laden balloon launched from Japan also during World War II. In contrast, all other major nations have either been invaded, Japan, China, France, Germany, India, occupied, Japan, Italy, Korea, Germany, or threatened with imminent invasion, the United Kingdom, within the last century. Specifically, China was not only massively attacked from the sea and extensively occupied by Japan in 1937 to 1945, but was also attacked from the sea by the United Kingdom, France, and Japan in the previous century, has recently fought Russia, India, and Vietnam across its land borders, and frequently in the past was attacked by Central Asian armies, 2 of which, the Mongols and the Manchu, succeeded in conquering all of China. Those are the geographic advantages of the U.S. Now let's consider our political advantages, which begin with the fact that our government has been a democracy uninterruptedly for the 230 years of our national existence. In contrast, China has had non-democratic dictatorial government uninterruptedly for the 2,240 years of its national existence. What really are democracy's advantages? Or at least its potential advantages? I emphasize potential because, as we'll see, our supposedly democratic American government is losing some of those potential advantages by deviating from actual democracy. Today, it's increasingly easy to get disillusioned with democracy, and Americans sometimes envy China's dictatorship for its ability to decide and implement good policies quickly. There's no doubt that decisions and their implementation take longer in democracies than in dictatorships, because the essence of democracy is checks, balances, and broad-based, hence time-consuming, decision-making. For instance, China's adoption of lead-free gasoline took just 1 year, whereas that policy required a decade of debates and court challenges in the U.S. We envy China's quickly outstripping us in its construction of networks of high-speed rail transport, city subway systems, and long-distance energy transmission. Skeptics about democracy can also point out examples of disastrously harmful leaders who came to power through democratic election. Those disadvantages of democracy are real. But dictatorships suffer from a far worse, often fatal disadvantage. No one in the 5,400-year history of centralized government on all of the continents has figured out how to ensure that the policies implemented with enviable speed by dictatorships consist predominantly of good policies. Just think of the horribly self-destructive policies that China also implemented quickly, and whose consequences were unparalleled in any large first-world democracy. Those self-destructive policies included China precipitating the large-scale famine of 1958 to 1962 that killed tens of millions of people, suspending its system of education, sending its teachers out into the fields to work alongside peasants, and creating later the world's worst air pollution. If air pollution in the U.S. became even half as bad as it now often is in many large Chinese cities, American voters would complain and throw out the government then in power at the next election. Think also of the even more self-destructive policies implemented in the 1930s without broad-based decision-making by dictatorial governments in Germany and Japan, which launched those countries into wars that killed millions of their own citizens, not to mention more than 20 million citizens of other countries. That's why Winston Churchill quipped in response to someone expounding to him the usual complaints about democracy's disadvantages, that democracy is indeed the worst form of government, except for all of the alternative forms that at one time or another have been tried. The advantages of democratic government are numerous. In a democracy, citizens can propose and debate virtually any idea, even if the idea is initially anathema to the government then in power. Debate and protest may then reveal the idea to be the best policy, whereas in a dictatorship the idea would never have gotten debated and its virtues would never have become accepted. The prime example in recent American history, because our government was so tenacious in pursuing a policy that revealed itself to be bad, and because the protests against that policy were so vigorous, was our government's eventual decision to end its policy of making war in Vietnam. In contrast, Germans in 1941 did not have the opportunity to debate the folly of Hitler's decision to invade the Soviet Union and then to declare war against the U.S. while already being at war against Britain. Another basic advantage of democracy is that citizens know that their ideas are getting heard and debated. Even if their ideas are not adopted now, They know that they will have other opportunities to prevail in future elections. Without democracy, citizens are more likely to feel frustrated and to conclude correctly that their only option is to resort to violence, and even to try to overthrow the government. Knowledge that peaceful outlets for expression exist reduces the risk of civil violence. A cynical but politically astute friend remarked to me, "What counts in democracy is the semblance of democracy." By that, my friend meant that the semblance of democracy may suffice to dissuade citizens from resorting to violence, even if, as is now true in the U.S., democracy is actually being thwarted in not-so-visible ways. A further basic advantage of democracy is that compromise is essential to its operation. Compromise reduces tyranny by those in power who might otherwise ignore opposite viewpoints. Conversely, compromise also means that a frustrated minority agrees not to paralyze government. Still, another basic advantage of democracy is that in modern democracies with universal suffrage, all citizens can vote. Hence, the government in power has an incentive for investing in all citizens, who thereby obtain opportunities to become productive, rather than those opportunities being reserved for just a small dictatorial elite. In addition to those advantages of democracies in general, the U.S. derives further advantages from its particular form of democracy, namely federal government. In a federal system, important functions of government are reserved for regional democratic units and aren't the prerogative of a single centralized national government. The U.S. version of a federal system consists of 50 states, which in practice often means 50 competing experiments that test different solutions to the same shared problem, and that may thereby reveal which solution works best. For instance, American states variously permit, Oregon, or ban, Alabama, assisted suicide, and variously levy high, California, or low, Montana, state taxes. As another example, while I was growing up in the northeastern U.S. state of Massachusetts, the first Californian whom I met explained to me that California had become the only U.S. state to adopt a law permitting cars to make right turns on a red light at an intersection after coming to a full stop. In the U.S., such traffic laws are the prerogative of individual American states, not of the national government. To my fellow Massachusetts citizens of the early 1960s, and to the citizens of all other American states, that seemed an insanely dangerous idea that only those crazy, freaked-out Californians would even dream of trying. But when California did try the experiment, it proved safe. Other states were able to learn from California, and all states eventually adopted the same law. You may object that being permitted or forbidden to turn right on a red light after a full stop isn't important enough to convince you of the advantages of our federal system. A more consequential experiment carried out recently was that Governor Brownback of the American state of Kansas maintained that cutting state taxes was more important to the well-being of Kansas citizens than was a well-funded system of public education. Hence, beginning in 2012, he reduced state tax income to the point where drastic cuts in public education became necessary in Kansas. Other U.S. states watched the outcome of this experiment with interest. By 2017, results from Kansas convinced even Kansas legislators belonging to the same political party as Governor Brownback that cutting public education was not a good idea, and so they voted to raise state taxes again. But our federal system permitted one state to test that idea by itself. and let the other 49 states learn from what happened in that one state. Those are some of democracy's big advantages that the U.S. enjoys and that China doesn't. The lack of those advantages is, in my opinion, the biggest single disadvantage that will prevent China from ever catching up with the U.S. in average income per person. As long as the U.S. remains democratic and China remains non-democratic. That reminds me to reiterate, a nominally democratic country loses those advantages if its democracy is seriously infringed. More on that below. I also acknowledge that democracy isn't necessarily the best option for all countries. It's difficult for it to prevail in countries lacking the prerequisites of a literate electorate and a widely accepted national identity. I'll briefly mention two other political advantages of the U.S. besides democratic government. The U.S. has had uninterrupted civilian control of our military throughout our entire history. That's not true for China or for most Latin American countries, and it was disastrously untrue for Japan in the period from the 1930s until 1945. The U.S. has relatively low, overt corruption by world standards, though in that respect it lags behind Denmark, Singapore, and 24 other countries. Corruption is bad for a country or for a business, because decisions become influenced by what's good for corrupt politicians or business people, even though the decision may be bad for the country or the business as a whole. Corruption also harms businesses because it means that they can't count on contracts being enforced. That's another huge disadvantage of China, which has much overt corruption. But the U.S. does have much covert corruption, because Wall Street and other rich entities and individuals influence U.S. government policy and actions by means of lobbying and election campaign contributions. While those money outlays are legal in the U.S., they achieve results similar to those achieved illegally by corruption. That is, legislators or officials adopt policies or actions harmful to the public good, but beneficial to the donor of the money, and sometimes beneficial to the legislators or officials as well. The next to the last U.S. advantages that I'll mention are the most familiar ones, which most Americans would cite before thinking of the fundamental geographic and political advantages that I have been discussing so far. The U.S. has been characterized, at least until recently, more about that in Chapter 10, by high socio-economic mobility. Our ideal and reality of rags to riches mean or meant that able, hard-working people who are born poor or arrive poor may achieve wealth. That's a big incentive driving people to work hard, and means that the U.S. has made good use of much of its potential human capital. The U.S. is preeminent in the ease with which even young people can found successful businesses. Think of Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Google, Microsoft, and innumerable less spectacular but still profitable new companies. We have a long history of federal, state, and local government investment, as well as private investment in education, infrastructure, human capital, research, and development. China has only recently been catching up in investments in those areas. As a result, the U.S. leads all the rest of the world combined in every major field of science, as measured by articles published or Nobel Prizes won. Half of what are generally considered the world's top 10 scientific research universities and institutions are American. For almost a century and a half, we have held a big competitive advantage in inventions, technology, and innovative manufacturing practices, as exemplified by Eli Whitney's mass production of interchangeable parts for muskets, Henry Ford's assembly line factories, the Wright brothers' powered airplanes, Thomas Edison's alkaline storage battery, incandescent light bulb, motion picture equipment, and phonograph, Alexander Graham Bell's telephone, and more recently the Bell Telephone Laboratories transistor, men on the moon, cell phones, the Internet, and email. Our last advantage to be mentioned is one that nowadays many Americans don't consider an advantage at all: immigration. Of course, it creates problems which now weigh on our minds, but the reality is that every single American today is either an immigrant or else descended from immigrants. The vast majority immigrated within the last 4 centuries, my own grandparents in 1890 and 1904. Even Native Americans are descended from immigrants who arrived beginning at least by 13,000 years ago. To understand the fundamental benefits of an immigrant population, imagine that you could divide the population of any country into 2 groups, one consisting on the average of the youngest, healthiest, boldest, most risk-tolerant, most hard-working, ambitious, and innovative people, the other consisting of everybody else. Transplant the first group to another country and leave the second group in their country of origin. That selective transplanting approximates the decision to emigrate and its successful accomplishment. Hence, it comes as no surprise that more than 1/3 of American Nobel Prize winners are foreign-born, and over half are either immigrants themselves or else the children of immigrants. That's because Nobel Prize-winning research demands those same qualities of boldness, risk tolerance, hard work, ambition, and innovativeness. Immigrants and their offspring also contribute disproportionately to American art, music, cuisine, and sports. Everything that I have described so far in this chapter can be boiled down to saying the U.S. enjoys enormous advantages. But countries can squander their advantages, as has Argentina. There are warning signs that the U.S. may be squandering its advantages today. High among those warning signs are 4 interlinked features that are contributing to the breakdown of American democracy, one of our historical strengths. I'll devote the remainder of this chapter to the first and most serious of those 4 sets of problems. The following chapter, Chapter 10, will discuss the other 3 sets of problems, which are serious. They rate as other only because they are eclipsed by our biggest problem. The first, and also in my opinion the most ominous of the fundamental problems now threatening American democracy, is our accelerating deterioration of political compromise. As I previously explained, political compromise is one of the basic advantages of democracies as compared to dictatorships, because it reduces or prevents both tyranny by a majority and its converse of paralysis by a frustrated minority. The U.S. Constitution sought to create pressure for compromise by devising systems of checks and balances. For instance, our president leads government policy, but Congress controls the government's budget, and the Speaker of the House, Congress's lower chamber, sets the House's agenda for acting on presidential proposals. If, as regularly happens, our representatives in Congress disagree among themselves, and if backers of one view cannot muster sufficient votes to impose their will, a compromise must be reached before the government can do anything. Naturally, fierce political struggles have been frequent, and majority tyranny or minority paralysis occasional in American history. But with the conspicuous exception of the breakdown of compromise that led to our 1861 to 1865 Civil War, compromises have usually been reached. A modern example is the relationship between Republican President Ronald Reagan and Democratic Speaker of the House Thomas Tip O'Neill between 1981 and 1986. Both men were skilled politicians, strong personalities, and opposite to each other in their political philosophies and in many or most questions of policy. They disagreed and fought politically on major issues. Nevertheless, they treated each other with respect, acknowledged each other's constitutional authority, and played by the rules. While O'Neill disliked Reagan's economic agenda, he recognized the president's constitutional right to propose an agenda, scheduled House votes on it, and stuck to that scheduled agenda. Under Reagan and O'Neill, the federal government functioned. It met its deadlines, budgets were approved, government shutdowns were non-existent, and threats of filibusters were rare. Major pieces of legislation on which Reagan and O'Neill and their followers disagreed, but on which they nevertheless succeeded in reaching compromises, included lowering taxes, reforming the federal tax code, immigration policy, Social Security reform, reduction of non-military spending, and increases of military spending. While Reagan's nominees for federal judgeships were usually not to Democrats' tastes, and Democrats blocked some of those nominees, Reagan nevertheless was able to appoint more than half of federal judges, including 3 of the 9 Supreme Court judges. But political compromise in the U.S. has been deteriorating from the mid-1990s onwards, and especially from around 2005. Compromise has been breaking down not only between our 2 major political parties, but also between the less moderate and more moderate wings of each party. That's especially true within the Republican Party, whose more extreme Tea Party wing has mounted primary election challenges against moderate Republican candidates for re-election who had compromised with Democrats. As a result, the 2014 to 2016 Congress passed the fewest laws of any Congress in recent American history, was behind schedule in adopting budgets, and risked or actually precipitated government shutdown. As an example of our breakdown of compromise, consider filibusters and block nominations of presidential nominees. A filibuster is a tactic admissible in the U.S. Senate under Senate rules, not specified in the Constitution, whereby a minority of senators, or even just one senator, opposed to a motion talks nonstop, or threatens to do so in a so-called phantom filibuster, in order to force a compromise or else withdrawal of that motion. The record was set in 1967 by a nonstop speech lasting more than 24 hours. Senate rules permit a filibuster to be ended by a cloture vote, not of a simple majority of senators, but of a supermajority, 60 out of 100 senators. In effect, a filibuster permits a determined minority that would otherwise be outvoted to force a compromise, while cloture permits a determined supermajority to refuse to compromise. Despite the obvious potential for abuse, i.e., for filibusters to introduce paralysis, and for cloture to introduce tyranny, this system has worked throughout most of our history. Minorities as well as supermajorities have recognized the potential for abuse and resorted only rarely to filibusters and even more rarely to cloture. Under our first 43 presidents and our first 220 years of constitutional government, our Senate opposed a total of only 68 presidential nominees for government positions by filibusters. But when Democratic President Obama was elected in 2008, Republican leaders declared their intent to block anything that he proposed. That included blocking 79 Obama nominees by filibusters in just 4 years, more than in the entire previous 220 years. Democrats responded by abolishing the supermajority requirement for approving presidential nominees other than Supreme Court justices, thereby making it possible to fill government jobs but also reducing the safety valve available to a dissatisfied minority. A filibuster is merely the most extreme and least frequent method to prevent confirmation of presidential nominees. In President Obama's second term of office from 2012 to 2016, the Republican-controlled Senate confirmed the lowest number of presidentially nominated judges since the early 1950s, and the lowest number of appeals court judges, the court level immediately below the Supreme Court, since the 1800s. The most frequent tactic used to block nominations was to refuse to schedule a Senate committee meeting to consider the nomination. Next most frequent was to refuse to schedule a full Senate vote on a nomination approved by the relevant Senate committee. For instance, one nominee for an ambassadorship never got to serve because he died while waiting more than 2 years for a confirmation vote that still hadn't happened. Even the filling of jobs much less controversial or powerful than a position as judge or ambassador has been blocked. One friend of mine, nominated to a second-level position in the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, withdrew his candidacy when he still hadn't been confirmed after a year of waiting. Why has this breakdown of political compromise accelerated within the last 2 decades? In addition to the other harm that it causes, it's self-reinforcing, because it makes people other than uncompromising ideologues reluctant to seek government service as an elected representative. 2 friends of mine, who had been widely respected long-serving U.S. senators, and who seemed likely to succeed once again if they ran for re-election, decided instead to retire because they were so frustrated with the political atmosphere in Congress. When I have asked elected representatives and people experienced in Congress's workings about the causes of the trend, the explanations that they suggest include the 3 following ones. One suggested explanation is the astronomical rise in cost of election campaigns, which has made donors more important than in the past. While some candidates for high office succeed in funding their campaigns by scraping together many small donations, many or most other candidates are forced to rely on a small number of large donations. Of course, those large donors give because they feel strongly about specific goals, and they give to candidates who support those goals. They don't give to middle-of-the-road candidates who compromise. As one disillusioned friend wrote me after retiring from a long career in politics, of all the issues that we face, I think that the skew of money in our political system and our personal lives has been by far the most damaging. Politicians and political outcomes have been purchased on a grander scale than ever before. The scramble for political money saps time and money and enthusiasm. Political schedules bend to money. Political discourse worsens, and politicians do not know each other as they fly back and forth to their districts. That last point raised by my friend is a second suggested explanation, the growth of domestic air travel, which now offers frequent, quick connections between Washington and every American state. Formerly, our representatives served in Congress in Washington during the week, then they had to remain in Washington for the weekend, because they couldn't return to their home state and back within the span of a weekend. Their families lived in Washington, and their children went to school in Washington. On weekends, the representatives and their spouses and children socialized with one another. The representatives got to know one another's spouses and children, and the representatives spent time with one another as friends, and not just as political adversaries or allies. Today, though, the high cost of election campaigns puts pressure on representatives to visit their home state often for the purpose of fundraising, and the growth of domestic air travel makes that feasible. Many representatives keep their families in their home state, where their children go to school. The children don't play with the children of other congressional representatives. The representatives don't get to know one another's spouses and children, and they see one another only as politicians. At present, about 80 out of the 535 members of Congress don't even maintain an apartment or house in Washington. but instead sleep on a bed in their office during the week, then fly back to their home state for the weekend. Still, a third explanation that I hear to account for the breakdown of compromise involves the practice termed gerrymandering. That means redrawing the geographic outlines of a state's congressional districts so as to favor one party, by assuring that party a proportion of elected representatives higher than the whole state's proportion of voters choosing that party. This is not a new practice in American politics. In fact, it derives its name from Governor Elbridge Gerry of Massachusetts, whose administration already in 1812 redrew the state's districts for the sole purpose of increasing the number of elected representatives belonging to Gerry's party. The resulting districts had geographically weird shapes, one of them resembling a salamander, and thereby giving rise to the term gerrymander. Nowadays, after each 10-year national census that reapportions the number of House seats among the states, each state legislature may redraw House district boundaries in that state. Increasingly, especially Republican-controlled state legislatures have been redrawing boundaries so as to concentrate as many likely Democratic voters into the smallest possible number of overwhelmingly Democratic districts, usually urban ones, thereby leaving all the remaining likely Democratic voters spread around as many districts as possible with likely modest but reliable Republican majorities, often rural districts. The U.S. Supreme Court recently rejected a redistricting plan devised by North Carolina's Republican-controlled legislator, noting that the district boundaries made no geographic sense but had evidently been drawn with surgical precision so as to inflate the number of Republican representatives at the expense of Democratic ones. The consequence of gerrymandering for political compromise is that it makes it clearer in advance which parties and which policies a majority of each district's voters is likely to favor. Hence, candidates are likely to be defeated if they take a middle-of-the-road position appealing to voters of both parties. Instead, candidates know that they should adopt a polarized platform, appealing only to the party expected to win in their particular gerrymandered district. But while gerrymandering does seem to make some contribution to current political polarization, there are several reasons why it's not the whole explanation. Gerrymandering can't explain polarization in the Senate, because states are divided into electoral districts for House but not for Senate elections, but senators are now as uncompromising as are House members. Gerrymandering fails to explain polarization in districts that haven't been redrawn, and much polarization, even in the redrawn districts, already preceded the gerrymandering. However, all three of those theories about the polarization of American politics, fundraising, domestic air travel, and gerrymandering, seek to explain only the polarization of that tiny group of Americans who are our politicians. But the actual problem is much broader. Americans as a whole are becoming polarized and politically uncompromising. Just look at a map of the outcome of the 2016 presidential election, depicting as red or blue the states that voted Republican or Democratic, respectively. You'll thereby remind yourself that our coasts and big cities are now overwhelmingly Democratic, and our interior and rural areas are overwhelmingly Republican. Each political party is becoming increasingly homogeneous and extreme in its ideology. Republicans are becoming more strongly conservative, Democrats more strongly liberal, and middle-of-the-roaders are declining in both parties. Surveys show that many Americans of each party are increasingly intolerant of the other party, see the other party as a real danger to the U.S.'s well-being, wouldn't want a close relative to marry a supporter of the other party, and want to live in an area where other people share their own political views. If you are an American reader of this book, you can test this pulling apart of America on yourself. How many people do you personally know, and count among your friends, who told you that they were voting for the other party's presidential candidate in the 2016 election? Thus, the question to answer isn't just why our politicians are becoming more uncompromising, independently of their constituents. We also need to understand why American voters themselves have become more intolerant and politically uncompromising. Our politicians are merely obeying their voters' wishes. As for that political polarization of American society as a whole, one explanation frequently suggested is niche information. When I was a teenager, cable TV didn't exist. The first TV program of any sort didn't come to my city of Boston until 1948. And for years thereafter, we Americans got our news from just 3 big TV networks, 3 major weekly news magazines and newspapers. Most Americans shared those same sources of information, none of which was clearly identified with conservative or liberal views, and none of which slanted its information heavily. Now, with the rise of cable TV, news websites, and Facebook, and with the decline of broad-market weekly print magazines, Americans choose their source of information according to their pre-existing views. Looking at my monthly cable TV bill, I see that I can choose among 477 channels. Not only Fox News or MSNBC, depending on whether I prefer a conservative or a liberal slant, but also channels devoted to Africa, Atlantic Coast college sports, cooking, crime, France, hockey, jewelry, Jewish life, Russia, tennis, weather, and myriads of other narrowly defined subjects and viewpoints. I can thereby choose to remain strictly tied to my current interests and views, and not be distracted by other subjects and unwelcome views. The result? I lock myself into my political niche. I commit myself to my own set of facts. I continue to vote for the party that I've always preferred. I don't know what's motivating the supporters of the other party, and, of course, I want my elected representatives to reject any compromise with those representatives who don't agree with me. Most of the U.S. population now uses social media, such as Facebook and Twitter. 2 unrelated friends of mine, one of whom happens to be a Democrat and the other a Republican, explained to me separately how their Facebook account serves as their main information filter. The Democrat, a young man, posts news items and comments to his Facebook friends, who in turn post items of their own, and whom he has selected in part because they share his views. When someone posts an item with a Republican point of view, he unfriends that person, i.e., drops her from his list of Facebook friends. The people whom he unfriended included his aunt and uncle, whom he also stopped visiting in person because of their Republican views. He checks his Facebook account on his iPhone frequently throughout the day, and uses it to identify and read online newspaper articles aligned with his views. But he doesn't subscribe to a print newspaper or watch television. My other friend, who happens to be Republican, gave me a similar account, except that the acquaintances whom she unfriends are those who post items with a Democratic point of view. The result? Each of my friends reads only within his or her already determined niche. But even this broadening of our question about political polarization in the U.S. today, from asking just about polarized views of our politicians to asking about polarized views of our whole electorate, is still too narrow. It frames the question as being about polarization only in the political sphere. However, the phenomenon is even broader. Polarization, intolerance, and abusiveness are also increasing in other spheres of American life besides the political sphere. Those of you American readers over the age of 40, please reflect on changes that you've seen yourself in American elevator behavior. People waiting to enter an elevator now less likely to wait for those exiting the elevator. Declining courtesy in traffic, not deferring to other drivers. Declining friendliness on hiking trails and streets. Americans under 40 less likely to say hello to strangers than Americans over 40. And above all, in many circles, increasingly abusive speech of all sorts, especially in electronic communication. I've experienced these trends even in American academic life of scholarly research, which I entered in 1955. American academic debates have become more vicious today than they were 60 years ago. Already at the beginning of my academic career, I found myself involved in scholarly controversies just as I am now. But I formerly thought of the scientists with whom I disagreed on scientific matters as personal friends, not as personal enemies. For example, I recall spending a vacation in Britain after a physiological conference, touring ruined Cistercian monasteries with a nice and gentle American physiologist with whom I had strongly disagreed about the mechanism of epithelial water transport at the conference. That would be impossible today. Instead, I've now repeatedly been sued, threatened with lawsuits, and verbally abused by scholars disagreeing with me. My lecture hosts have been forced to hire bodyguards to shield me from angry critics. One scholar concluded a published review of one of my books with the words, "Shut up." Academic life mirrors American life in general, just as do our politicians, our voters, our elevator riders, our car drivers, and our pedestrians. All of these arenas of American life are facets of the same widely discussed phenomenon, the decline of what is termed social capital. As defined by political scientist Robert Putnam in his book Bowling Alone, social capital refers to connections among individuals, social networks, and the norms of reciprocity and trustworthiness that arise from them. In that sense, social capital is closely related to what some have called civic virtue. It's the trust, friendships, group affiliations, helping, and expectation of being helped built up by actively participating in and being a member of all sorts of groups, ranging from book clubs, bowling clubs, bridge clubs, church groups, community organizations, and parent-teacher associations to political organizations, professional societies, Rotary clubs, town meetings, unions, veterans associations, and others. Participation in such group activities fosters generalized reciprocity, i.e., doing things for and with other people, trusting them, and counting on them and on other members of the group to do things for you. But Americans have been decreasingly involved in such face-to-face groups, while becoming increasingly involved in online groups, in which you never meet, see, or hear the other person. One explanation that Putnam and many others have suggested for social capital's decline in the U.S. is the rise in non-face-to-face communication at the expense of direct communication. The telephone appeared in 1890 but didn't saturate the U.S. market until around 1957. Radio rose to saturation from 1923 to 1937, and TV from 1948 to 1955. The biggest change has been the more recent rise of the Internet, cell phones, and text messaging. We use radio and TV for information and entertainment, and the telephone and those more recent electronic media for those same purposes plus communication. But before the invention of writing, all human information and communication used to be face-to-face. by people either talking to each other or else watching/hearing performers together, speakers, musicians, and actors. While the motion picture theaters that arose after 1900 didn't provide face-to-face entertainment, they at least got people out of their houses into social groups, and were often enjoyed with friends as a straightforward extension of enjoying live speakers, musicians, and actors with friends. Today, though, many of our entertainments, our smartphones, iPods, and video games, are solitary rather than social. They are individually selected niche entertainment, like individually selected niche political information. Television, still the commonest form of entertainment for Americans, keeps Americans at home, and only nominally even with other members of our household. Americans spend 3 to 4 times more time watching TV together than talking with one another, and at least 1/3 of all TV viewing time is spent alone, often on the Internet, rather than in front of a TV set. Consequences are that heavy TV viewers trust other people less, and join fewer voluntary organizations than do people who are not heavy TV viewers. Before blaming TV viewing for those behaviors, one might object, which is the cause and which is the result, or are the two sets of phenomena just correlated without either being the cause of the other? An unintended natural experiment in Canada illuminates this question. In a Canadian valley were 3 otherwise similar towns, one of which happened to be out of reach for the TV transmitter serving the area. When that town did gain reception, participation in clubs and other meetings declined compared to participation in that same town before TV arrived, down to levels comparable to participation in the other 2 towns already served by TV. This suggests that TV viewing caused the decline in participation. It wasn't the case that people who were already non-participants then chose to watch TV. In the remote areas of New Guinea, where I do field work, and where new communication technologies haven't yet arrived, all communication is still face-to-face and full attention, as it used to be in the U.S. Traditional New Guineans spend most of their waking hours talking to one another. In contrast to the distracted and sparse conversations of Americans, traditional New Guinea conversations have no interruptions to look at the cell phone in one's lap, nor to tap out emails or text messages during a conversation with a person physically present, but receiving only a fraction of one's attention. One American missionary's son, who grew up as a child in a New Guinea village and moved to the U.S. only in his high school years, described his shock on discovering the contrast between children's playing styles in New Guinea and in the U.S. In New Guinea, children in a village wandered in and out of one another's huts throughout the day. In the U.S., as my friend discovered, kids go into their own houses, close the door, and watch TV by themselves. The average American cell phone user checks his or her phone on the average every 4 minutes, spends at least 6 hours per day looking at the screen of a cell phone or a computer, and spends more than 10 hours per day, i.e. most waking hours, connected to some electronic device. The result is that most Americans no longer experience one another as live humans whose faces and body movements we see, whose voices we hear, and whom we get to understand. Instead, we experience one another predominantly as digital messages on a screen, occasionally as voices over a cell phone. We tend to have strong inhibitions about being rude to a live human who is 2 feet away from us, and whom we can see and hear. But we lose those inhibitions when people are reduced to words on a screen. It's much easier to be rude and dismissive towards words on a screen than towards a live person looking you in the face. Once we've thus gotten accustomed to being abusive at a distance, it's an easier next step to being abusive also to a live person. However, that explanation of American breakdown of political compromise and of polite behavior in general faces an obvious objection. Non-face-to-face communication has exploded, not just in the U.S., but around the whole world, especially in affluent countries. Italians and Japanese use cell phones at least as much as do Americans. Why hasn't political compromise declined and social nastiness increased in other affluent countries as well? I can think of two possible explanations. One is that within the 20th century, electronic communication and many other technological innovations became established first in the U.S., from which they and their consequences then spread to other affluent countries. By that reasoning, the U.S. is merely first, not forever unique, in its breakdown of political compromise, which will join telephones and television in spreading elsewhere. In fact, British friends tell me that personal abusiveness is greater now in Britain than it was when I lived there 60 years ago, while Australian friends tell me that non-compromise has been increasing in Australian political life. If this explanation is correct, then it will be only a matter of time until other affluent countries develop political gridlock to the degree that the U.S. has already reached. The other possible explanation is that already in the past, the U.S., for several reasons, had, and still has today, less social capital to oppose the arrival of the impersonalizing forces of modern technologies. The U.S.'s area is more than 25 times greater than that of any other affluent country except Canada. Conversely, U.S. population density, people divided by area, is up to 10 times lower than in most other affluent countries. Only Canada, Australia, and Iceland are more sparsely populated. The U.S. has always placed a strong emphasis on the individual, compared to European and Japanese emphasis on the community. Only Australia exceeds the U.S. in ratings of individualism among affluent countries. Americans move often, on the average every 5 years. The much greater distances within the U.S. than within Japan or any Western European country mean that when Americans do move, they are likely to leave their former friends much farther away than do those few Japanese and Americans who move. As a result, Americans have more ephemeral social ties and higher turnover of friends instead of lots of lifelong friends living nearby. But the U.S.'s area and distances within the U.S. are fixed and not about to decrease. Americans are unlikely to give up cell phones or to move less often. Hence, if this explanation linking that decline in American political compromise to the factors underlying our low social capital is correct, political compromise will remain at greater risk in the U.S. than in other affluent countries. That doesn't mean that we are inexorably doomed to worse and worse political gridlock. It does mean that it's going to require more conscious effort on the part of American political leaders and American voters to halt our gridlock than in other countries. This book has already discussed two countries, Chile and Indonesia, where breakdown of political compromise led to one side imposing a military dictatorship whose explicit goal was to exterminate the other side. That prospect still seems absurd to most Americans. It also would have seemed absurd to my Chilean friends when I lived there in 1967, if anyone had expressed fears then of that possible outcome. Yet it did happen in Chile in 1973. Americans may object, but the U.S. is different from Chile. Yes, of course the U.S. is different from Chile. Some of the differences make the U.S. less likely than was Chile to degenerate into a violent military dictatorship. But some of the differences make the U.S. more likely, Factors making that bad outcome less likely in the U.S. include our stronger democratic traditions, our historical ideal of egalitarianism, our lack of a hereditary land-owning oligarchy like Chile's, and the complete absence of independent political actions by our military throughout our history. The Chilean army did intervene briefly in politics a couple of times before 1973. On the other hand, factors making a bad outcome more likely in the U.S. than in Chile include far more private gun ownership in the U.S., far more individual violence today and in the past, and more history of violence directed against groups, against Afro-Americans, Native Americans, and some immigrant groups. I agree that the steps to a military dictatorship in the U.S. would be different from the steps that were taken in Chile in 1973. The U.S. is very unlikely to suffer a takeover by our military acting independently. I instead foresee one political party in power in the U.S. government or in state governments increasingly manipulating voter registration, stacking the courts with sympathetic judges, using those courts to challenge election outcomes, and then invoking law enforcement and using the police, the National Guard, the Army Reserve, or the Army itself to suppress political opposition. That's why I consider our political polarization to be the most dangerous problem facing us Americans today. Far more dangerous than competition from China or from Mexico, about which our political leaders obsess more. There is no way that China or Mexico can destroy the U.S. Only we Americans can destroy ourselves. We'll return to this issue in the next chapter, after we've considered the other fundamental problems facing the U.S., and the factors favoring or opposing our making selective changes that would prevent that grim scenario. Chapter 10. What lies ahead for the United States? 3 other problems. Other problems. Elections, inequality and immobility. So what? Investing in the future. Crisis framework. The previous chapter began with the good news about the United States today. The U.S. did not become the world's richest and most powerful country by accident, but because of a combination of many advantages: demographic, geographic, political, historical, economic, and social. The remainder of the chapter presented the bad news, the current breakdown of political compromise that I regard as the most serious problem among the ones specifically facing the U.S., as distinct from worldwide problems also threatening the U.S. This chapter will now discuss 3 other big problems, starting with our problems associated with voting. I lump these issues under the seemingly dismissive term other problems only because they don't hold as much immediate potential for undermining American democratic government as does the breakdown of compromise. But they still are serious. Readers wanting to learn more will enjoy Howard Friedman's book, The Measure of a Nation, which includes dozens of graphs comparing the U.S. to other major democracies with respect to many of the variables discussed below. Of course, my list of U.S. problems isn't exhaustive. Problems that I don't discuss include race relations and the role of women, both of which are improved compared to 50 years ago, but remain blights on American society. The 4 that I did select for discussion, the 1 of the previous chapter and the 3 of this chapter, have unquestionably gotten worse in recent decades, and in my opinion constitute the most serious threats to American democracy and economic strength today. Elections are the essence of any democracy. If a country has a constitution or laws specifying democratic government, but the country's citizens don't or can't vote, such a country doesn't deserve to be called a democracy. By that standard, the U.S. is barely half deserving of being called a democracy. Nearly half of American citizens eligible to vote don't vote, even for our most important elected office, that of president. In each of the four most recent presidential elections, the number of eligible Americans who haven't voted has been about 100 million. The percentage of citizens who don't vote for lesser elected offices is much higher. For instance, my city of Los Angeles, L.A., is one of the U.S.'s major cities, and L.A.'s most important elected official is our mayor. Nevertheless, in our most recent election for mayor of L.A., 80% of eligible L.A. residents didn't vote. There are several alternative ways to express voter turnout for elections. One way is to report the percentage of residents old enough to vote who did vote. Another measure, yielding a slightly higher number, is to report the percentage of eligible voters who did vote. In the U.S., only 92% of residents old enough to vote are eligible to vote. The ineligible 8% consists mainly of resident non-citizens, prison inmates, and convicted and released felons. A third measure, yielding a still higher number, is to report the percentage of registered voters who did vote. Quite a few eligible voters aren't registered to vote for reasons that I'll discuss below. All three measures yield the same conclusion. Among affluent democracies, so-called OECD nations, the U.S. ranks at the bottom in voter turnout. To set the context, average turnouts of registered voters in elections in other democratic countries are 93% in Australia, where voting is compulsory by law, 89% in Belgium, and 58 to 80% in most other European and East Asian democracies. Since Indonesia resumed free democratic elections after 1999, Indonesian voter turnout has fluctuated between 86% and 90%, while Italian turnout since 1948 has ranged up to 93%. For comparison, U.S. turnout of eligible voters for our national elections averages only 60% for years of presidential elections and 40% for years of midterm congressional elections. The highest turnout ever recorded in modern American history for the 2008 presidential election was only 62%, far below even the lowest recent turnout in Italy or in Indonesia. When registered American voters are asked why they don't bother to vote, their commonest answers are that they don't trust our government, they have no faith in the value of voting, or they aren't interested in politics. But there's another reason why many Americans eligible to vote don't do so. They can't, because they're not registered to vote. That's a distinctive feature of American democracy that calls for explanation. In many democracies, eligible citizens don't have to do anything to register to vote. The government does it for them by generating a list of people automatically registered, from government lists of driver's licenses, taxpayers, residents, or other such databases. For instance, in Germany, all Germans over the age of 18 automatically receive a card from the government notifying them that an election is coming up for which they are eligible to vote. In the U.S., it's more complicated. It's not enough to be an American citizen eligible to vote by virtue of being over 18 years old, and not in prison or a convicted ex-felon. One still has to register to vote. The U.S. has had a long history of preventing whole groups of age-eligible citizens from registering. The largest such group was American women, who could not vote until 1919. Other groups, notably African Americans, plus other minorities and immigrant groups, were prevented from registering by obstacles such as poll taxes, literacy tests, and grandfather clauses, i.e., you can't register to vote if your grandfather couldn't vote. Of course, it wasn't stated explicitly in the law that those measures were aimed to prevent African Americans from voting. Nevertheless, everybody understood that the intended purpose and achieved effect of obstacles such as grandfather clauses were to make voter registration impossible for African Americans. In case you're inclined to dismiss such obstacles as a vanished feature of the remote past, in the state of Florida, in the year 2000, about 100,000 potential voters, the vast majority of them Democrats, were pruned off the list of registered voters. That pruning had an enormous effect on tipping the Florida 2000 presidential vote, hence the U.S. presidency, to George Bush over Al Gore. A much greater effect than did the subsequent well-publicized arguments over disqualifying mere hundreds of so-called Chad ballots, to which the election's outcome is commonly misattributed. The basic flaw in our American system of voter registration is that in Florida and many other states, our registered voter lists and election procedures are controlled by partisan procedures at state and local levels, not by nonpartisan procedures at the national level. Partisan electoral officials often seek to make voting difficult for citizens likely to prefer the opposite political party. The biggest broadening of U.S. voter registration procedures in modern American history was the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which outlawed literacy tests for registration and gave the federal government oversight over voting districts with a previous pattern of obstructing registration. The result was that voter registration of African Americans in southern U.S. states jumped from 31% to 73%, and the number of African American officials elected nationwide jumped from less than 500 to more than 10,000. Congress renewed that act nearly unanimously in 2006. But in 2013, the U.S. Supreme Court, by a 5-4 vote, overturned Congress's 1965 formula for identifying districts to be subject to oversight on the grounds that it had supposedly become unnecessary because of progress in registering African American voters. The result was a rush by state legislatures to adopt new obstacles to voter registration, varying greatly among states. Until 2004, none of the 50 U.S. states required potential voters to show a government-issued photo ID in order to register or vote. Only 2 states had adopted such a requirement by 2008. But immediately upon the Supreme Court decision, 14 states adopted photo ID requirements, usually a driver's license or passport, or other such restrictions, and most states now have or are contemplating them. Just as the earlier grandfather clauses did not specifically mention African Americans, but were instead successfully designed to disenfranchise them, modern voting restriction methods have similar designs and successes. The percentage of potential voters who possess the required photo ID is considerably higher, depending on the age group, up to 3 times higher, for whites than for African Americans or Latinos, and higher for rich people than for poor people. The reasons are banal ones with no direct relationship to deserving the right to vote, e.g., poorer people and African Americans in general are more likely not to have a driver's license because they haven't paid a traffic fine. The state of Alabama closed its Department of Motor Vehicles, DMV offices, the offices that issue driver's licenses, in counties with large African American populations. In response to the resulting public outcry, Alabama reopened those offices, but for just 1 day per month. The state of Texas maintained DMV offices in only 1/3 of its counties, forcing potential voters to travel up to 250 miles if they were determined to satisfy the photo ID requirement by getting a driver's license. Other obstacles to registering and voting also vary among states. Some states are voter-friendly, and that they permit voters to register on Election Day itself, or they permit voters to mail their ballots rather than having to appear in person at the polls, or they keep election offices open on evenings and on weekends. Other states are voter-unfriendly, by requiring that voters register within a short time window before Election Day, or by opening election offices only during work hours or weekdays. But poorer people, including our largest minorities, can't afford to miss work and to wait in long lines to register or to vote. All of these selective obstacles contribute to the fact that voter turnout is over 80% for Americans with incomes exceeding $150,000, but under 50% for Americans with incomes under $20,000. Those obstacles thereby influence the outcome not only of U.S. presidential elections, but also of many close congressional, state, and local election contests every year. These limits on American voter participation, whether they result from voluntary choices by voters or else are imposed upon voters against their will, form the reverse side of the fundamental advantages of American democracy that I discussed in the previous chapter. Those advantages included the opportunity for citizens to debate, evaluate, and choose any proposal. Citizens knowing that they are being heard and that they have peaceful outlets for expression. Reduction of the risk of civil violence. Incentives for compromise. And incentives to the government to invest in all citizens, ultimately because they vote, rather than just in an elite fraction of citizens. Insofar as Americans choose not to vote, are ill-informed when they vote, or can't vote at all, those are the advantages that we are losing. No discussion of modern American democracy would be complete without mention of its most frequently criticized feature, the explosion in costs of election campaigns, due especially to the shift from inexpensive print media advertising to expensive TV-based advertising. Campaigns have become predominantly funded by wealthy interests. There has also been an explosion in duration of campaigns, which now run virtually continuously from one election to the next. As a result, American politicians must devote most of their time, one retired senator friend of mine estimated 80% of his time, to fundraising and campaigning rather than to the task of governing. Well-qualified citizens are discouraged from running for government office, and campaign information is reduced first to 30-second sound bites, then to short Twitter tweets. In contrast, the famous debates between Abraham Lincoln and Stephen Douglas for elections to the office of senator from Illinois in 1858 lasted up to 6 hours each. While, of course, only a fraction of Illinois voters physically attended the debates, they were widely disseminated in newspapers. No country approaches the U.S. in the expense and uninterrupted operation of our political campaigning. In contrast, in the United Kingdom, election campaigning is restricted by law to a few weeks before an election, and the amount of money that can be spent for campaign purposes is also restricted by law. Our next fundamental problem is inequality. Let's consider what Americans think about American equality or inequality, how to measure it, and how the U.S. ranks in inequality and in socio-economic mobility compared to other major democracies. And if inequality is high, so what? That is, If it turned out that many Americans really are poor and doomed to remain poor, that would of course be very sad for them as individuals, but is that also bad for rich Americans and for the U.S. as a whole? When asked about equality or inequality in the U.S., Americans are likely to respond that equality is a core American value. As stated already in the second sentence of our 1776 Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Note, however, that the Declaration doesn't state that all men, and now also women, actually are equal or deserve to have equal incomes. Instead, the Declaration next merely says that all men are endowed with certain inalienable rights. But even that modest assertion was a big deal by world standards in 1776, at a time when nobles and peasants and clergy in European countries had different legal rights and, if put on trial, would be tried before different courts. So the Declaration of Independence really did enshrine legal equality as a core U.S. value, at least in theory. What's the reality about economic inequality in the U.S.? Economic inequality within a country can be measured in several different ways. One question concerns what quantity to compare among people, their raw unadjusted gross incomes, or their adjusted incomes, after deductions such as for taxes, and after additions such as of Social Security payments and food stamps, or their wealth or total assets. Individual variation among each of those quantities can in turn be measured in different ways, such as by the so-called Gini coefficient. By comparing the income of the country's richest 1% with its poorest 1%, by computing the percentage of total national income belonging to the richest 1%, and by calculating the percentage of billionaires among the country's population. Let's restrict our comparisons to major democracies, so that we're not making an apples or oranges comparison of democracies against dictatorships such as Equatorial Guinea, where one man, the president, possesses most of the national income and wealth. Among major democracies, there are differences with respect to which country is calculated to have the greatest equality, depending on how one measures equality. However, as for which major democracy has the greatest inequality, all quantities compared and all measures yield the same conclusion. The major democracy with the greatest inequality is the U.S. That's been true for a long time, and that inequality of ours is still increasing. Some of those measures of rising American economic inequality have now become frequently quoted and widely familiar. For instance, the share of unadjusted national income earned by the richest 1% of Americans rose from less than 10% in the 1970s to over 25% today. Inequality is rising even within the ranks of rich Americans themselves. The richest 1% of Americans have increased their incomes proportionately much more than the richest 5%. The richest 0.1% have done proportionately better than the richest 1%. And the three richest Americans, currently Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Warren Buffett, have combined net worths currently equal to the combined net worths of the 130 million poorest Americans. The percentage of billionaires in our population is double that of the major democracies, with the next highest percentage of billionaires, Canada and Germany, and 7 times that of most other major democracies. The average income of an American CEO, which was already 40 times the income of the average worker in the same company in 1980, is now several hundred times that of the company's average worker. Conversely, while the economic status of rich Americans exceeds that in other major democracies, The economic status of poor Americans is lower than that in other major democracies. That growing skew between rich and poor Americans is due to a combination of American government policies and American attitudes. As for government policies, redistribution in the U.S., i.e., government policies that in effect transfer money from richer to poorer people, is lower than in other major democracies. For instance, income tax rates and social transfers and spending such as vouchers and subsidies for low-income people are relatively low in the U.S. compared to most other major democracies. Part of the explanation is the belief, more widespread in the U.S. than in other countries, that poor people are poor because it's their own fault, that they would become rich if only they would work harder, and that government support for low-income people, such as by food stamps, is rife with abuse and makes poor people unjustly affluent, so-called welfare queens. Another part of the explanation is the restrictions on voter registration and voting, and the campaign financing costs that I discussed on earlier pages. Those issues give disproportionate political power to rich people by making it easier for them than for poor people to register, vote, and influence politicians. Closely related to this issue of economic inequality that I've just been discussing is the issue of socio-economic mobility, i.e., the likelihood that individual Americans can overcome economic inequality, and that poor Americans can become rich. Americans, more than citizens of other countries, believe that their country is a meritocracy, in which people achieve the rewards that their individual abilities permit them to achieve. This is symbolized by the distinctively American phrase, rags to riches. We believe that a poor immigrant who arrives in rags can become rich through ability and hard work. Is this central belief of ours true? One method by which social scientists have tested this belief is to compare among different countries the correlation coefficients between incomes, or income ranks within people of their generation, of adults and the incomes of their parents. A correlation coefficient of 1.0 would mean that relative incomes of parents and of their adult children are perfectly correlated. All high-income people are children of high-income parents. All low-income people are children of low-income parents. Kids from low-income families have zero chance of achieving high incomes, and socioeconomic mobility is zero. At the opposite extreme, if the correlation coefficient were zero, it would mean that children of low-income parents have as good a chance of achieving high incomes as do children of high-income parents, and socioeconomic mobility is high. The conclusion of such studies is that socioeconomic mobility is lower, and family intergenerational correlations of incomes are higher in the U.S. than in other major democracies. For instance, 42% of American sons whose fathers belong to the poorest 20% of their generation end up in the poorest 20% of their own generation, whereas only 8% of sons of those poorest fathers achieve rags to riches by ending up in the richest 20%. Corresponding percentages for Scandinavian countries are about 26%, below Americans 42%, and 13% above Americans 8%. Sadly, the problem is making itself worse. Economic inequality has been increasing, and socioeconomic mobility has been decreasing in the U.S. over the course of recent decades. American governments at all levels are increasingly influenced by rich people, with the result that governments pass laws, such as voter registration rules and tax policies, favoring rich people. making it increasingly likely that candidates favored by rich people will win the next elections and pass more laws favoring rich people, with the result that American governments will be increasingly more influenced, with the result that, etc. That may sound like a bad joke, but it's a truth of recent American history. In short, our American belief in the feasibility of rags to riches is a myth. The rags to riches path is less feasible in the U.S. than in other major democracies. The likely explanation is that wealthier American parents tend to be better educated, to invest more money in their children's education, and to provide more useful career connections to their children than do poorer parents. For example, children of wealthy American parents are 10 times more likely to complete college than are children of poor parents. As Richard Reeves and Isabel Sawhill wrote, "Pick your parents carefully." Now let's return to the query that I posed at the beginning of this discussion of inequality. Granted that it's a huge moral problem, and that it's unfortunate for those individuals who happen to be poor. So what? Is it also an economic and security problem for the U.S. as a whole? Does it cause any harm to affluent Americans that they live surrounded by poor Americans? I choke at posing that selfish question about harm. Isn't the moral problem alone sufficient reason to be concerned about inequality? But the cruel reality is that people are driven not just by moral considerations, but also by self-interest. Many affluent Americans would be more concerned about inequality if they realized that it affects them personally, as well as being an abstract moral issue. My wife and I received a personal answer to that question, so what, on April 29, 1992. After we arrived at a Chicago hotel for a conference following an airplane flight from Los Angeles, where we had left our children with a babysitter. When we encountered friends in the hotel lobby, they told us, "Go back to your hotel room and turn on the TV. You won't like what you see." We did as we were told, turned on the TV, and saw that uncontrolled rioting, looting, fires, and killings, the so-called Rodney King riots, had broken out in poor minority districts of central Los Angeles and were spreading along the streets into other neighborhoods. At that moment, we calculated that our children would be in a car with our babysitter, being driven home from school. We spent an anxious couple of hours until our babysitter phoned us to confirm that she and our children had gotten home safely. All that the vastly outnumbered L.A. police could do to protect wealthy areas of L.A. from rioters was to string up yellow plastic strips of police tape asserting the closure of major streets. On that particular occasion, it happened that the rioters didn't attack wealthier districts, nor had they in L.A.'s previous major riots, the 1965 Watts riots. Both the Rodney King riots and the Watts riots were race riots, motivated by racial discrimination resulting in economic inequality and feelings of hopelessness. But one can be sure that the future will see more riots in L.A. and other major American cities. With increasing inequality, persisting racial discrimination, and decreasing socio-economic mobility, poorer Americans will perceive correctly that the vast majority of their children have low chances of achieving a good income or even just of modestly improving their economic status. Within the foreseeable future, the U.S. will experience urban riots in which plastic strips of police tape won't suffice to deter rioters from venting their frustration on affluent Americans. At that point, many affluent Americans will receive their own personal answer to the question, does it cause any harm to rich Americans that they live surrounded by poor Americans? One answer is, yes, it causes personal insecurity. Even those affluent Americans who live at a safe distance from rioters will receive another answer to that question, so what? A less violent answer, but one that will still have a big effect on their pocketbooks and lifestyles. That answer involves the last of what I see as the 4 fundamental problems now facing the U.S. The economic consequences of declining American investment in our human capital and other public purposes. Those consequences will be felt by all Americans, including affluent ones. The necessity of investing in one's future, whether for individuals or for nations, is obvious. If one is rich today but just sits on one's money without investing it, or if one invests it unwisely, then it will be just a matter of time until one is no longer rich. Is that really a concern for the U.S. today? One's first answer may be, of course not. Many people consider U.S. private investment to be high, bold, imaginative, and extremely profitable. It's relatively easy in the U.S., compared to other countries, to obtain funding to start a new business and to test an idea's commercial potential. The result has been Microsoft, Facebook, Google, PayPal, Uber, and many other U.S. businesses that were founded only recently but that have already become international giants. Through friends in the venture capital business, I've seen secondhand why U.S. private investments succeed so well. Venture capital funds raise millions or hundreds of millions of dollars, which they then divide into investments in many new startup businesses. Most of those businesses will fail, but one or a few may succeed on a grand scale that brings big profits to the original investors. The ideas in which my venture capital friends make bold investments include not just variants on familiar financial technologies, but also far-out high-risk ideas. That ease of obtaining private startup investment funding is a big reason for the U.S.'s world dominance among explosively growing new businesses. To illustrate that ease, I'll now list 8 ideas that I would have considered crazy and high-risk a dozen years ago. 2 of those 8 ideas, which I'll designate as Category A, have now become successful and created businesses worth tens of billions of dollars. 2, Category B, have attracted wealthy backers but haven't yet been shown to work. 2, Category C, have been shown to work and have attracted venture capital funding but aren't yet big businesses. And 2, Category D, are hoaxes that I thought up myself just now and that haven't attracted any funding, as far as I know. The ideas are 1, an electromagnetic shark repellent for swimmers. 2, a dog collar that electronically transmits your dog's activity and health as well as its GPS location. 3, DNA intrauterine technology to enable your dog to give birth to a silver fox pup with valuable fur. 4, a social medium that posts your photos and text online but automatically erases them in 24 hours or less. 5, a pod that transports people at airplane speed through a vacuum tube. 6, technology by which you can rent a room in your house to a complete stranger sight unseen, should you actually want to do so. 7, technology to freeze you quickly as soon as you die, so that you can be brought back to life someday in the future when doctors have figured out how to cure the disease that killed you. And 8, a chemical to spray on your skin that lets you breathe underwater for 15 minutes. Can you assign these ideas correctly to categories A, B, C, and D? The answers are listed at the bottom of this page. I'll bet that few of you readers assigned all 8 ideas correctly to the 4 categories. That illustrates how even ideas that initially sound crazy can attract startup funding in the U.S., can get the chance to prove themselves, and, if successful, can expand around the world as multi-billion-dollar businesses. Another reason for initially dismissing concerns about American investment in our future is the world dominance of American science and technology, which account for 40% of U.S. economic output, the highest percentage for any major democracy. The U.S. leads the world by far in output of high-quality science articles in every major area of science: chemistry, physics, biology, and earth and environmental sciences. Half of the top science and technology research institutions in the world are American. The U.S. leads the world in absolute spending on research and development, though not in relative spending. Israel, South Korea, and Japan all invest a higher percentage of their GDPs in science and technology than does the U.S. Offsetting those reasons to feel optimistic about the U.S.'s investment in our future is a reason to feel pessimistic. The decline of American government investment in public purposes, such as education, infrastructure, and non-military research and development, and our large government expenditures for economically unprofitable purposes. Increasingly large segments of the American populace today deride government investment as socialism. On the contrary, government investment is one of the 2 oldest established functions of government. Ever since the rise of the first governments 5,400 years ago, they have served 2 main functions: to maintain internal peace by monopolizing force, settling disputes, and forbidding citizens to resort to violence in order to settle disputes themselves, and to redistribute individual wealth for the purpose of investing in larger aims. In the worst cases, enriching the elite. In the best cases, promoting the good of society as a whole. Of course, much investment is private, by wealthy individuals and companies expecting to profit from their investments. But many potential payoffs cannot attract private investment, either because the payoff is so far off in the future, such as the payoff from universal primary school education, or because the payoff is diffused over all of society rather than concentrated in areas profitable to the private investor, such as the diffused benefits of municipal fire departments, roads, and broad education. Even the most passionate American supporters of small government do not decry the funding of fire departments, interstate highways, and public schools as socialism. The result is that the U.S. is losing its former competitive advantage that rested on an educated workforce and on science and technology. At least 3 trends are contributing to this decline: the decreasing amount of money that we devote to education, the declining results that we get for the money that we do spend on education, and large variation among Americans in the quality of education that they receive. As for government funding of education, especially higher education, that has been dropping since at least the turn of the century. Despite our growing population, state funding of higher education has grown at only 1/25 of the rate of state funding for prisons, to the point where a dozen U.S. states now spend more on their prison systems than they do on their systems of higher education. A second trend concerns the declining performance of American students by world standards. In math and science comprehension and test scores, American students now rank low among major democracies. That's dangerous for us, because the American economy is so dependent on science and technology, and because math and science education plus years of schooling are the best predictors of national economic growth. But our educational spending per student, although in decline, is still high by world standards. That means that we are getting a poor return on our educational investment. Why? A big part of the answer is that in South Korea, Finland, Germany, and other democracies, the teaching profession attracts the very best students, because teachers there are highly paid and enjoy high social status, which leads to low job turnover of teachers. South Korean applicants for training as primary school teachers have to score in the top 5% on national college entrance exams. And there are 12 teachers applying for every secondary school teaching job in South Korea. In contrast, American teachers have the lowest relative salaries, i.e., relative to average national salaries for all jobs, among major democracies. In the American state of Montana, where my wife and I spend our annual summer vacations, school teacher salaries are near the poverty level, and teachers have to take one or two additional after-hours jobs, e.g., working as box packers in supermarkets, to make ends meet. All school teachers in South Korea, Singapore, and Finland come from the top third of their school classes, but nearly half of American teachers come from the bottom third of their classes. In all my 53 years of teaching at the University of California, Los Angeles, a university that attracts good students, I have had only one student who told me that he wanted to become a school teacher. The remaining trend contributing to the decline in our educated workforce is the great variation in American education, both among and within American states. In contrast to most other major democracies where the national government funds education and sets standards, in the U.S. that responsibility falls on the individual states and local government. State spending per student on public higher education varies 11-fold among American states, depending on variation in state wealth, in tax revenues, and in political philosophies. Within the same state, it varies among districts. Poorer districts and poorer states have less well-funded schools. That fact tends to make geographic variation in poverty within the U.S. self-perpetuating, because education is so important for economic performance. Quality of education also varies enormously between private and public schools within the same district, because private schools that charge tuition attract children of wealthy parents, pay teachers better, have smaller classes, and provide a much better education. That's impossible in Finland, where the national government itself pays the salaries of teachers of private schools as well as the public schools, and pays the same salaries to teachers at both types of schools. So Finnish parents, unlike American parents, can't buy a better education for their children by sending them to private school. What's the takeaway message of declining American government investment in public schools and of the great variation in educational opportunities available to American children? It means that the U.S. is stinting its investment in the future of most Americans. While we have by far the largest population among wealthy democracies, most of that population is not being trained for the skills that are the engine of our national economic growth. But we're competing against countries like South Korea, Germany, Japan, and Finland, which invest in the education of all their children. In case you take comfort in the fact that those countries have smaller populations than the U.S., e.g., in case you feel reassured that 20% of American school children still slightly outnumber 100% of South Korean school children, remember that China, whose population is 5 times that of the U.S., is now embarked on a crash program to improve the educational opportunities of its children. That bodes ill for the future of the competitive advantage that the U.S. economy has hitherto enjoyed. All of these facts raise a paradox. The United States is the world's richest country. Where is our money going if it is not being invested by our government in our own future? Part of the answer is that most of our money stays in taxpayers' pockets. Our tax burden is low compared to most other wealthy democracies. The other part of the answer is that much of our tax money is going toward government expenditures on prisons, the military, and health. In all three of those categories, our expenditures far exceed those of other major democracies. No one could claim that our prisons, which emphasize punishment and deterrence rather than rehabilitation and retraining, constitute investments in our future. Granted, our military expenditures do constitute investments in our future, but why do we spend so much more on our military than does the European Union, whose population is nearly double ours, but whose costs of military protection to ensure its future are ultimately shouldered disproportionately by us? As for our expenditures for health, it would seem natural to consider them as investments in our future, until one examines their uses and outcomes. In health outcomes, the United States ranks below all other major democracies, by measures such as life expectancy, infant mortality, and maternal mortality. That's because the U.S. has high health-related expenditures for purposes not leading to healthy outcomes, such as high insurance premiums charged by our for-profit health insurance companies, high administrative costs, high costs of prescription drugs, high costs of medical malpractice insurance and defensive medicine, and expensive emergency room care for our large uninsured population that cannot afford non-emergency care. We began these two chapters about the U.S. with an account of my country's strengths. We then discussed what I see as our most serious problems now unfolding. Let's conclude these chapters by viewing those problems within this book's framework of crisis and change. Of the dozen predictive variables listed in Table 1.2 of Chapter 1, which ones favor and which ones impede the prospects of the U.S. solving our problems by adopting selective changes? My motive in applying this framework to the U.S. is not just academic interest, but also the hope of offering Americans some guidance in our search for solutions. If we could clearly understand the factors obstructing our search, that awareness could help us focus our attention on finding ways to deal with those obstructions. The factors favorable to a happy outcome include material or partly material advantages and cultural advantages. One set of partly material advantages includes our demographic advantage of a large population, our geographic advantages of large area, temperate location, fertile soils, and extensive coastal and interior waterways, our political advantages of federal democracy, civilian control of the military, and relatively low corruption, and our historical advantages of individual opportunity, government investments, and incorporation of immigrants. Those are the main reasons why the U.S. is now, and has been for a long time, the world's most powerful country and biggest economy. The other set of wholly material advantages is the set of geographic ones that has given us the greatest freedom of choice, factor number 12 in Table 1.2, of any country in the world. The wide oceans that protect us on two sides, and the land borders with non-threatening and much less populous neighbors that protect us on the other two sides. As a result, the U.S. is at no risk of invasion in the foreseeable future, whereas two of the 6 other countries discussed in this book, Germany and Japan, have recently been conquered and occupied, and 2 others, Finland and Australia, have been attacked. But intercontinental ballistic missiles, economic globalization, and the ease of uncontrolled immigration permitted by modern transportation now reduce our former freedom from geopolitical constraints. As for our cultural advantages, one is our strong sense of national identity. Factor number 6 on our list. Throughout our history, most Americans have held that the U.S. is unique, is admirable, and is a country of which we are proud. Non-Americans often comment on the optimism and can-do attitude of Americans. We view problems as existing in order to be solved. Another American cultural advantage is American flexibility, factor number 10 on our list, which expresses itself in many ways. Americans change their homes on the average of every 5 years, much more often than citizens of the other countries that I discuss. National transitions of power between our two major political parties have been frequent, with 9 transitions at the level of the president in the last 70 years. Our long history of maintaining the same 2 major political parties, the Democrats since the 1820s and the Republicans since 1854, is actually a sign of flexibility rather than of rigidity. That's because whenever a third party started to become significant, such as Theodore Roosevelt's Bull Moose Party, Henry Wallace's Progressive Party, and George Wallace's American Independent Party, it soon faded because its program became partly co-opted by one of the 2 major parties. Flexibility as regards core values has also characterized the U.S. On the one hand, our claimed core values, factor number 11, of liberty, equality, and democracy, are not officially up for negotiation, although we do have blind spots in applying them. On the other hand, the U.S. in the last 70 years has jettisoned long-standing values that were acknowledged to have become outdated. Our foreign political isolation was cast aside after World War II, and our discrimination against women and our race-based discrimination have been in retreat since the 1950s. Now, our disadvantages. The first steps for any nation in addressing any national crisis are to achieve a national consensus that one's country really is entering a crisis, factor number 1. To accept responsibility for one's problems, factor number 2, rather than blaming them on others, other countries or other groups within one's own country. And to undertake an honest self-appraisal of what is and what isn't working well, factor number 7. The U.S. is still far from uniting around those first steps. While Americans are increasingly concerned about our country's condition, we still have no national consensus about what's wrong. Honest self-appraisal is in short supply. There isn't widespread agreement that our fundamental problems are our polarization, voter turnout and obstacles to voter registration, inequality, and declining socio-economic mobility, and declining government investment in education and public goods. Large numbers of American politicians and voters are working hard to make those problems worse rather than to solve them. Too many Americans are seeking to blame our problems not on ourselves, but on others. Favorite targets of blame include China, Mexico, and illegal immigrants. A trend for wealthy and influential Americans with disproportionate power is to recognize that something is wrong. But rather than devoting their wealth and power to finding solutions, they instead seek ways for just themselves and their families to escape American society's problems. Currently favored strategies of escape include buying property in New Zealand, the most isolated first world nation, or converting American abandoned underground missile silos at great expense into luxurious defended bunkers. But there's only so long that a luxurious micro-civilization in bunkers, or even an isolated first world society in New Zealand, can survive if the U.S. outside is crumbling. A few days, a few weeks, even a few months? This attitude is captured in the following bitter exchange. Question: when will the U.S. take its problems seriously? Answer: when powerful, rich Americans begin to feel physically unsafe. To that answer, I'd add, when powerful, rich Americans realize that nothing they do will enable them to remain physically safe if most other Americans remain angry, frustrated, and realistically without hope. Our other big disadvantage: among my dozen predictors of successful coping, Table 1.2, the one that most flagrantly does not characterize the U.S. is willingness to learn from models of alternative coping methods practiced by other countries. Factor number 5. Our refusal to learn is related to our belief in American exceptionalism, i.e., our belief that the U.S. is so unique that nothing that any other country does could be applicable to us. Of course, that's nonsense. While the U.S. is indeed distinctive in many respects, all human beings and societies and governments and democracies have shared features, permitting all of us to learn something from others. In particular, our neighbor Canada is, like the U.S., a rich democracy with a large area, low population density, English as the dominant language, freedom of choice resulting from protective geographic barriers, rich mineral resources, and a population made up largely of immigrants who arrived since A.D. 1600. While Canada's world role is different from the U.S.'s, Canada and the U.S. share universal human problems. Many of Canada's social and political practices are drastically different from those of the U.S., such as with regards to national health plans, immigration, education, prisons, and balance between community and individual interests. Some problems that Americans regard as frustratingly insoluble are solved by Canadians in ways that earn widespread public support. For instance, Canada's criteria for admitting immigrants are more detailed and rational than the U.S.'s. As a result, 80% of Canadians consider immigrants good for the Canadian economy, a far cry from the lacerating divisions in American society over immigration. But American ignorance of neighboring Canada is astounding. Because most Canadians speak English, live literally next door to the U.S., and share with the U.S. the same telephone system of area codes, many Americans don't even think of Canada as something separate. They don't realize how different Canada is, and how much we Americans could learn from Canadian models for solving problems that are frustrating us. Americans' view of Western Europe is at first sight unlike our view of Canada. It's obvious to us that Western Europe is different from the U.S., in a way that it's not obvious to us for Canada. Unlike Canadians, Western Europeans are far from the U.S., require at least 5 hours of airplane travel to reach rather than a short car trip, mostly speak languages other than English as their first language, and have a long history not based on recent immigration. Nevertheless, Western European countries are rich democracies facing the familiar American problems of health care, education, prisons, and others, but solving those problems in different ways. In particular, European governments support health care, public transport, education, senior citizens, the arts, and other aspects of life by means of government investments in policies that Americans tend to dismiss as socialist. Although per capita income is somewhat higher in the U.S. than in most European countries, life expectancy and measures of personal satisfaction are consistently higher in Western Europe. That suggests that Western European models may have much to teach us. But recent U.S. history offers few examples of American government missions sent to learn from Western European and Canadian models, as did Japan's government missions of the Meiji era. That's because we're convinced that American ways are already better than Western European and Canadian ways. and that the U.S. is such a special case that Western European and Canadian solutions could have nothing relevant to suggest to us. That negative attitude deprives us of the option that so many individuals and countries have found useful in resolving crises, learning from models of how others have already resolved similar crises. The two remaining factors constitute one minor disadvantage and one mixed message. The minor disadvantage is that Americans have not been steeled to tolerance of national uncertainty and failure, factor number 9 in Chapter 1, which clashes with our can-do attitude and our expectation of success. Compared with the British, who coped with the humiliation of the 1956 Suez Crisis, and with the Japanese and Germans, who recovered from crushing defeat in World War II, plus in World War I for Germans, Americans found failure in the Vietnam War divisive and hard to tolerate. The U.S. gets a mixed grade for previous experience of surviving crises, factor number 8. We have not been defeated in war and occupied, as have Japan and Germany, nor have we been invaded, as has Finland, nor have we been threatened with invasion, as have Britain and Australia. We have not undergone as massive a transformation as did Japan in 1868 to 1912, nor as did Britain in 1945 to 1946 and subsequent decades. But the U.S. did survive a long civil war that threatened our national unity, did climb out of the Great Depression of the 1930s, and did successfully switch from peaceful isolation to an all-out war effort in World War II. In the preceding paragraphs, I've taken stock of my dozen predictor factors as applied to the U.S. The geographic features giving us freedom of choice, our strong sense of national identity, and our history of flexibility are factors suggesting a good prognosis. Factors that stand in the way of a good outcome are our current lack of consensus about whether we are indeed entering a crisis, our frequent blaming of our problems on others rather than recognizing our own responsibilities, the efforts of too many powerful Americans to protect themselves rather than working to fix their country, and our unwillingness to learn from the models of other countries. But these factors don't predict whether we will choose to solve our problems. They merely predict how likely we seem to choose to solve them. What is going to happen to the U.S.? That will depend upon the choices that we make. The enormous fundamental advantages that we enjoy mean that our future can remain as bright as has been our past, if we deal with the obstacles that we are putting in our own way. But we are presently squandering our advantages. Other countries have previously enjoyed advantages that they too squandered. Other countries have previously faced acute or else slowly unfolding national crises at least as serious as our current one. Some of those countries, such as Meiji-era Japan and post-war Finland and Germany, succeeded in painfully adopting big changes that went a long way towards eventually resolving their crises. It remains to be seen whether we Americans shall choose to build a fence, factor number 3, not along the Mexican border, but between those features of American society that are functioning well and those that aren't, and whether we shall change those features inside the fence that constitute our growing crisis. Chapter 11. What lies ahead for the world? The world today. Nuclear weapons. Climate change. Fossil fuels. Alternative energy sources. Other natural resources. Inequality. Crisis framework. The previous chapters discussed crises within the bounds of single countries. Readers from elsewhere will be able to think of possible crises in store for their own country. Now let's consider the impending world crisis. What factors threaten human populations and standards of living around the world? In the worst case, what threatens the continued existence of civilization globally? I identify 4 sets of problems with potential for worldwide harm. In descending order of dramatic visibility, but not of importance, they are explosions of nuclear weapons, global climate change, global resource depletion, and global inequalities of living standards. Other people might expand this list to include other problems, among which Islamic fundamentalism, emerging infectious diseases, an asteroid collision, and mass biological extinctions are candidates. The Hiroshima atomic bomb of August 6, 1945, killed about 100,000 people instantly, plus thousands more who died subsequently from injuries, burns, and radiation poisoning. A war in which India and Pakistan, or the U.S. and Russia or China, launched most of their nuclear arsenals at each other, would instantly kill hundreds of millions. But the delayed worldwide consequences would be greater. Even if bomb explosions themselves were confined to India and Pakistan, the atmospheric effects of detonating hundreds of nuclear devices would be felt worldwide, because smoke, soot, and dust from fireballs would block most sunlight for several weeks, creating winter-like conditions of steeply falling temperatures globally, interruption of plant photosynthesis, destruction of much plant and animal life, global crop failures, and widespread starvation. A worst-case scenario is termed nuclear winter, i.e., the deaths of most humans due not only to starvation, but also to cold, disease, and radiation. The only 2 uses of nuclear weapons to date were the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs. Ever since then, fear of large-scale nuclear war has formed the backdrop of my life. While the end of the Cold War after 1990 initially reduced grounds for that fear, subsequent developments have increased the risk again. What scenarios might lead to the use of nuclear weapons? My account that follows relies on information provided by William Perry in conversation and in his book, My Journey at the Nuclear Brink, 2015. Perry's career underlying his expertise about nuclear issues includes his analyses of Soviet nuclear capabilities in Cuba for President Kennedy each day during the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, serving as U.S. Secretary of Defense from 1994 to 1997, negotiating nuclear and other issues with North Korea, the Soviet Union/Russia, China, India, Pakistan, Iran, and Iraq, negotiating the dismantling of the former Soviet nuclear facilities in Ukraine and Kazakhstan after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and much else. One can identify 4 sets of scenarios culminating in the detonation of nuclear bombs by governments. First 3 scenarios, or by non-governmental terrorist groups, 4th scenario. The scenario most often discussed has been a planned surprise attack by one nation with a nuclear arsenal on another nation with a nuclear arsenal. The purpose of this surprise attack would be to destroy the rival nation's arsenal completely and instantly, leaving the rival without an arsenal with which to retaliate. This scenario was the one most feared throughout the decades of the Cold War. Because the U.S. and the Soviet Union both possessed the nuclear capacity to destroy each other, the only rationally planned attack would be a surprise attack, expected to be able to destroy the rival's retaliatory capacity. Hence, both the U.S. and the Soviet Union responded to that fact by developing multiple systems to deliver nuclear weapons, in order to eliminate the risk that all of their own retaliatory capacity could be eliminated instantly. For example, the U.S. has 3 delivery systems: hardened underground missile silos, submarines, and a fleet of bomb-carrying aircraft. Hence, even if a Soviet surprise attack destroyed every single one of the silos, unlikely, because the U.S. had so many silos, including deceptive dummy ones, hardened against attack, small, and requiring implausible high accuracy for Soviet missiles to destroy every one of them. The U.S. could still respond with its bombers and its submarines to destroy the Soviet Union. As a result, the nuclear arsenals of both the U.S. and the Soviet Union provided mutual assured destruction, and a surprise attack was never carried out. That is, no matter how tempting was the goal of destroying the rival's nuclear capacity, both American and Soviet planners realized that a surprise attack would be irrational, because it was impossible to destroy all of the rival's delivery systems in order to prevent the rival from subsequently destroying the attacker. But these rational considerations offer limited comfort for the future, because there have been irrational modern leaders, perhaps Iraq's Saddam Hussein and North Korea's Kim Jong-un, plus some leaders of Germany, Japan, the U.S., and Russia. In addition, India and Pakistan today each possesses only a ground-based delivery system, no missile-carrying submarines. Hence, a leader of India or Pakistan might consider a surprise attack to be a rational strategy offering a good chance of destroying the rival's retaliatory capacity. A second scenario involves an escalating series of miscalculations of a rival government's response, and pressure by each country's generals on their president to respond, culminating in mutual non-surprise nuclear attacks that neither side initially wanted. The prime example is the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, when the low opinion that the Soviet Premier Khrushchev formed of U.S. President Kennedy at their 1961 Vienna meeting led Khrushchev to miscalculate that he could get away with installing Soviet missiles in Cuba. When the U.S. did detect the missiles, U.S. generals urged Kennedy to destroy them immediately, posing the risk of Soviet retaliation, and warned Kennedy that he risked being impeached if he did not do so. Fortunately, Kennedy chose less drastic means of responding. Khrushchev also responded less drastically, and Armageddon was averted. But it was a very close call, as became clear only later when both sides released documents about their activities then. For example, on the first day of the week-long Cuban Missile Crisis, Kennedy announced publicly that any launch of a Soviet missile from Cuba would require a full retaliatory response of the U.S. upon the Soviet Union. But Soviet submarine captains had the authority to launch a nuclear torpedo without first having to confer with Soviet leadership in Moscow. One such Soviet submarine captain did consider firing a nuclear torpedo at an American destroyer threatening the submarine. Only the intervention of other officers on his ship dissuaded him from doing so. Had the Soviet captain carried out his intent, Kennedy might have faced irresistible pressure to retaliate, leading to irresistible pressure on Khrushchev to retaliate further. A similar miscalculation could lead to nuclear war today, For example, North Korea currently has medium-range missiles capable of reaching Japan and South Korea, and has launched a long-range ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missile, intended to be able to reach the U.S. When North Korea completes development of its ICBM, it might demonstrate it by launching one towards the U.S. That would be considered by the U.S. as an unacceptable provocation, especially if the ICBM, by mistake, came closer to the U.S. than intended. An American president might then face overwhelming pressure to retaliate, which would create overwhelming pressure on China's leaders to retaliate in defense of their North Korean ally. Another plausible opportunity for unintended retaliation by miscalculation involves Pakistan and India. Pakistan terrorists already conducted a lethal non-nuclear attack on the Indian city of Mumbai in 2008. In the foreseeable future, Pakistan terrorists might stage a more provocative attack, e.g. on India's capital city, New Delhi. It might be unclear to India whether the Pakistan government itself was behind the attack. India's leaders would be pressured to invade some neighboring portion of Pakistan in order to eliminate the terrorist threat there. Pakistan's leaders would then be pressured to use their small tactical nuclear weapons just against the invading Indian army, perhaps miscalculating that India would consider such a limited use of nuclear weapons as acceptable, and not requiring a full retaliatory response. But India's leaders would be pressured to respond with their own nuclear weapons. Both of those situations that could lead to nuclear war by miscalculation seem to me likely to begin to unfold within the next decade. The main uncertainty concerns whether leaders will then pull back, as happened during the Cuban Missile Crisis, or whether escalation will run to completion. The third type of scenario that could culminate in a nuclear war is an accidental misreading of technical warning signs. Both the U.S. and Russia have early warning systems to detect a launch of attacking missiles by the rival. Once missiles have been launched, are underway, and have been detected, the American or Russian president has about 10 minutes to decide whether to launch a retaliatory attack before the incoming missiles destroy the land-based missiles of his country. Launched missiles can't be recalled. That leaves minimal time to evaluate whether the early warning is real or just a false alarm due to a technical error, and whether or not to push a button that will kill hundreds of millions of people. But missile detection systems, like all complex technologies, are subject to malfunctions and to ambiguities of interpretation. We know of at least 3 false alarms given by the American detection system. For example, on November 9, 1979, the U.S. Army general serving as watch officer for the U.S. system phoned then Undersecretary of Defense William Perry in the middle of the night to say, "My warning computer is showing 200 ICBMs in flight from the Soviet Union to the United States." But the general concluded that the signal was probably a false alarm. Perry did not awaken President Carter, and Carter did not push the button and needlessly kill 100 million Soviets. It eventually turned out that the signal was indeed a false alarm due to human error. A computer operator had by mistake inserted into the U.S. warning system computer a training tape simulating the launch of 200 Soviet ICBMs. We also know of at least one false alarm given by the Russian detection system. A single non-military rocket launched in 1995 from an island off Norway towards the North Pole was misidentified by the automatic tracking algorithm of Russian radar as a missile launched from an American submarine. These incidents illustrate an important point. A warning signal is not unambiguous. False alarms are to be expected and still happen, but real launches and real alarms are also possible. Hence, when a warning alert does come through, the U.S. watch officer and president, and presumably a Russian watch officer and president in the corresponding situation, must interpret the alarm in the context of then current conditions. Is the current world situation such that the Russians or Americans are likely to assume the horrible risk of launching an attack that will guarantee immediate mass destructive retaliation? On November 9, 1979, there were no current world events motivating a missile launch. Soviet-U.S. relations were not acutely troubled, and the U.S. watch officer and William Perry felt confident in interpreting the warning signal as a false alarm. Alas, that comforting context no longer prevails. While one might naively have expected the end of the Cold War to reduce or eliminate the risk of nuclear war between Russia and the U.S., the result has been paradoxically the opposite. The risk is now higher than at any time since the Cuban Missile Crisis. The explanation is the deterioration of relations and of communications between Russia and the U.S., a deterioration partly due to recent policies of Russia's President Putin and partly due to imprudent American policies. In the late 1990s, the U.S. government made the mistake of dismissing the post-Soviet Union Russia as weak and no longer worthy of respect. In line with that new attitude, the U.S. prematurely expanded NATO to encompass the Baltic republics that had formerly been part of the Soviet Union, supported NATO military intervention against Serbia over strong Russian opposition, and stationed ballistic missiles in Eastern Europe supposedly as a defense against Iranian missiles. Russian leaders understandably felt threatened by those and other U.S. actions. U.S. policy towards Russia today ignores the lesson that Finland's leaders drew from the Soviet threat after 1945, that the only way of securing Finland's safety was to engage in constant, frank discussions with the Soviet Union and to convince the Soviets that Finland could be trusted and posed no threat. Chapter 2. Today, the U.S. and Russia pose a big threat to each other, from a possible misinterpretation leading to an attack not planned in advance. Because they are not in constant, frank communication, and they are failing to convince each other that they pose no threat from a possible attack planned in advance. The remaining scenario that could result in use of nuclear weapons involves terrorists stealing uranium or plutonium or a completed bomb from or being given it by a nuclear power, most likely Pakistan, North Korea, or Iran. The bomb could then be smuggled into the U.S. or another target and detonated. While preparing for the 2001 World Trade Center attack, Al-Qaeda did seek to acquire a nuclear weapon for use against the U.S. Perhaps terrorists could steal uranium or a bomb without the help of the bomb-producing country if security at the bomb storage site were inadequate. For instance, at the time of the dissolution of the Soviet Union, 600 kilograms of former Soviet bomb-quality uranium remained in the Soviet Republic that became newly independent Kazakhstan. The uranium was stored in a warehouse secured by little more than a barbed wire fence and could easily have been stolen. But more likely, terrorists might obtain bomb material by an inside job, i.e., with the help of bomb storage personnel or leaders of Pakistan, North Korea, or Iran. A related risk, often confused with that danger of terrorists acquiring a nuclear bomb, is the risk of their acquiring a so-called dirty bomb, a conventional non-nuclear explosive bomb whose package includes non-explosive but long-lived radioactive material, such as the isotope cesium-137, with a half-life of 30 years. Detonation of the bomb in an American or other city would spread the cesium over an area of many blocks that would become permanently uninhabitable, as well as having a big psychological impact. Just think of the permanent consequences of the World Trade Center attack on U.S. mindset and policies, although no explosives or long-lived isotopes were used. Terrorists have already demonstrated their capacity to explode bombs in cities of numerous countries, and cesium-137 is readily available in hospitals because of its medical uses. Hence, it's surprising that terrorists haven't already added cesium-137 to their non-nuclear bombs. Of these 4 sets of scenarios, the most likely is the one involving terrorists using a dirty bomb, easy to make, or a nuclear bomb. The former would kill just a few people, the latter just a Hiroshima-like death toll of 100,000 people. But both would have consequences far eclipsing those death tolls. Less likely, but still possible, are the first 3 scenarios that could kill hundreds of millions of people directly, and ultimately most people on Earth. The next of the world's 4 big problems that will shape our lives in the coming decades is global climate change. Almost all of us have heard of it. But it's so complicated, confusing, and bristling with paradoxes that few people except climate specialists actually understand it. And many influential people, including lots of American politicians, dismiss it as a hoax. I'll now try to explain it as clearly as possible. The starting point is the world's human population and its average impact per person on the world. That latter expression means the average amount of resources such as oil consumed and of wastes such as sewage produced per person per year. All 3 of those quantities, the number of people and an average person's resource consumption and waste production, are increasing. As a result, total human impact on the world is increasing, because total impact equals the increasing average impact per person multiplied by the increasing number of people. An important waste is the gas carbon dioxide, CO2, which is constantly being produced by the respiration of animals, including us, and being released into the atmosphere. However, since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution and the consequent human population explosion, that natural CO2 release has been dwarfed by CO2 production resulting especially from human burning of fossil fuels. The next most important gas causing climate change is methane, which exists in much smaller quantities and is presently much less important than CO2, but which could become important due to what is called a positive feedback loop, namely global warming melting the Arctic's permafrost, which releases methane, which causes more warming, which melts more permafrost, which releases more methane, etc., etc. The most discussed primary effect of CO2 release is to act as a so-called greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. That's because atmospheric CO2 is transparent to the sun's shortwave radiation, allowing incoming sunlight to pass through the atmosphere and warm the Earth's surface. The Earth re-radiates that energy back towards space but at longer thermal infrared wavelengths to which CO2 is opaque. Hence, the CO2 absorbs that re-radiated energy and re-emits it in all directions, including back down to the Earth's surface. The surface thus gets warm like the inside of a glass greenhouse, although the warming's physical mechanism is different. But there are two other primary effects of CO2 release. One is that the CO2 that we produce also gets stored in the oceans as carbonic acid. But the ocean's acidity is already higher than at any time in the last 15 million years. That dissolves the skeletons of coral, killing coral reefs, which are a major breeding nursery of the ocean's fish, and which protect tropical and subtropical seacoasts against storm waves and tsunamis. At present, the world's coral reefs are contracting by 1% or 2% per year, so they will mostly be gone within this century. And that means big declines in tropical coastal safety and protein availability from seafood. The other primary effect of our CO2 release is that it affects plant growth, variously either stimulating or inhibiting it. The most discussed effect of CO2 release, though, is the one I mentioned first: to heat the Earth's surface and the lower atmosphere. That's what we call global warming. But the effect is so complex as to make the term global warming a misnomer. The term global climate change is a better one. First, cause/effect chains mean that atmospheric heating paradoxically ends up causing some land areas, including the southeastern U.S., to become temporarily colder, even while most areas, including most of the rest of the U.S., are getting warmer. For instance, a warmer atmosphere melts more Arctic Ocean sea ice, permitting more cold Arctic Ocean water to flow south and to cool some land areas downstream from those currents. Second, rivaling the average warming trend in its importance for human societies is an increase in climate extremes. Storms and floods are increasing. Hot weather peaks are getting hotter. But also cold weather peaks are getting colder, producing effects like a snowfall in Egypt and a cold wave in the U.S. Northeast. That leads skeptical politicians who don't understand climate change to think that this disproves its reality. A third complication is that climate change involves big-time lags between causes and effects. For example, the oceans store and release CO2 so slowly that even if every human on Earth died tonight or stopped breathing or stopped burning fossil fuels, the atmosphere would still heat up for several more decades. Conversely, there are potential big nonlinear amplifiers that could make the world heat up much faster than in current conservative projections that assume linear relations between causes and effects. Those amplifiers include permafrost and sea ice melting, and the possible collapse of the Antarctic and Greenland ice sheets. As for the consequences of the world's average warming trend, I'll mention 4. At this point in my clear explanation, you may be ready to agree that global climate change really is complicated. The most obvious consequence to people in many parts of the world is drought. For example, my homeland of Southern California is getting drier and drier, and the year 2015 in particular was the driest year in the history of my city of Los Angeles since weather records began being recorded in the 1800s. The droughts caused by global climate change are uneven around the world. The worst affected areas are North America, the Mediterranean and Mideast, Africa, Australia's farmland in southern Australia, and the Himalayas. For instance, the Himalayan snowpack provides most of the water for China, Vietnam, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. And that snowpack and the resulting water supply that those countries have to share are shrinking. But those countries have a poor track record of peacefully settling their conflicts. A second consequence of the average global warming trend is decreased food production on land from the drought that I just mentioned, and paradoxically from increased land temperatures, e.g., because they can favor growth of weeds over growth of crops. Decreased food production is a problem because the world's human population, standard of living, and food consumption are in the process of increasing by a projected 50% over the next few decades. But we already have a food problem now, with several billion people currently underfed. In particular, the U.S. is the world's leading food exporter, and American agriculture is concentrated in the western and central U.S., which are becoming uniformly hotter and drier and less productive. A third consequence of the average warming trend is that tropical disease-carrying insects are moving into the temperate zones. The resulting disease problems so far include the recent transmission of dengue fever and the spread of tick-borne diseases in the U.S. The recent arrival of tropical chikungunya fever in Europe, and the spread of malaria and viral encephalitis. The last consequence of the warming trend that I'll mention is rising sea levels. Conservative estimates of the average sea level rise expected during this century are 3 feet, but there have been past rises by up to 70 feet. The main uncertainty now involves possible collapses and melting of the Antarctic and Greenland ice sheets, which would dump a lot of water into the oceans. Even an average rise of just 3 feet, though, amplified by storms and tides, would be enough to undermine the livability of Florida and some other areas of the U.S. eastern seaboard, the Netherlands, lowland Bangladesh, and many other densely settled places, as well as damaging estuaries that serve as nurseries for ocean fish. Friends sometimes ask me whether climate change is having any good effects for human societies. Yes, there are some, such as the prospect of opening ice-free shipping lanes in the far north as Arctic sea ice melts, and perhaps increased wheat production in southern Canada's wheat belt and some other areas, but most of the effects for human societies are big, bad ones. Is there any quick technological fix to these problems? You may have heard of various suggested geoengineering approaches, such as injecting particles into the atmosphere or extracting CO2 from the atmosphere in order to cool the Earth's surface. But there isn't any geoengineering approach that is already tested and known to work. The proposed approaches are very expensive, and testing and implementing any such approach is certain to take a long time and likely to uncover unforeseen bad side effects. For instance, when non-poisonous chlorofluorocarbon gases, CFCs, replaced the poisonous gases previously used in refrigerators until the 1940s, it seemed like a wonderful and safe engineering solution to the refrigerator gas problem, especially because laboratory testing had revealed no downside to CFCs. Unfortunately, lab tests couldn't reveal how CFCs, once they got into the atmosphere, would begin to destroy the ozone layer that protects us from ultraviolet radiation. As a result, CFCs became banned in most of the world, but only several decades later. That illustrates why geoengineering would first require atmospheric testing, an impossibility, because we would have to ruin the Earth experimentally 10 times before we could hope to figure out how to make geoengineering produce just the desired good effects on the 11th try. Hence, most scientists and economists consider geoengineering experiments as extremely unwise, even lethally dangerous, and deserving to be banned. Does all this mean that climate change is unstoppable, and that our children are certain to end up in a world not worth living in? No, of course not. Climate change is being caused overwhelmingly by human activities, so all that we have to do in order to reduce climate change is to reduce those human activities. That means burning less fossil fuel and getting more of our energy from renewable sources such as wind, solar, and nuclear. The third big set of problems for the future of human societies around the world, besides nuclear weapons and global climate change, is the global depletion of essential natural resources. That's a formula for trouble, because some resources, especially water and timber, have imposed limits on past societies and caused them to collapse, and other resources, especially fossil fuels, minerals, and productive land, have motivated wars. Resource scarcities are already undermining societies or threatening to cause wars in many parts of the world today. Let's begin by considering one example in detail. The fossil fuels that we use primarily for energy, and also as starting materials for chemical synthesis of many products. The term fossil fuels means hydrocarbon fuel sources formed long ago in the Earth's mantle: oil, coal, oil shale, and natural gas. Humans require energy for all of our activities, and we require especially large quantities for transporting and lifting things. For millions of years of human evolution, human muscle power was our sole energy source for transporting and lifting. Around 10,000 years ago, we began to domesticate large animals and harness them to pull vehicles, carry packs, and raise weights by systems of pulleys and gears. Then came wind power for driving sailboats and later windmills, and water power for driving water wheels used for lifting, grinding, and spinning. Today, our most widespread energy source by far is fossil fuels, because of their apparently low cost, more of that later, their high energy density, i.e. the large amounts of energy that a small quantity of fuel can deliver, and their ability to be transported for use anywhere, unlike animal, wind, and water power, which are available or can be maintained only in certain locations. That's why fossil fuels have been major recent drivers of wars and foreign policy, as exemplified by oil's role in motivating the U.S.'s and Britain's Mideast policies and Japan's entry into World War II. Already in ancient times, humans were using small quantities of oil and coal exposed on the Earth's surface. However, large-scale use of fossil fuels did not begin until the 1700s, with the Industrial Revolution. The exploitation of fossil fuels of different types and from different sources has gradually shifted with time. The first fuels used were those most accessible because they were available on or close to the surface, those easiest and cheapest to extract, and those whose extraction caused the least damage. As those first sources became depleted, we shifted to sources that were less accessible, deeper underground, more expensive to extract, or more damaging. Thus, the first industrial-scale fuel use was of coal from shallow mines, used to power steam engines for pumping water, and then for powering spinning wheels, and eventually, in the 1800s, steamships and railroad engines. Industrial exploitation of coal was followed by exploitation of oil, oil shale, and natural gas. For instance, the first oil well that extracted oil from underground was a shallow well drilled in Pennsylvania in 1859, followed by progressively deeper wells. There are debates about whether we have already reached peak oil, that is, whether we have consumed so much of the Earth's accessible oil reserves that oil production will soon start to decline. However, there is no debate about the fact that the cheapest, most accessible, and least damaging sources of oil have already been used up. The U.S. can no longer scrape up surface oil or drill shallow wells in Pennsylvania. Instead, wells have to be dug deeper, a mile deep or more, and not just on land, but also under the ocean floor, and not just in shallow ocean waters, but in deeper waters, and not just in Pennsylvania and the U.S.'s industrial heartland, but far away in New Guinea rainforests and in the Arctic. Those deeper, more remote oil deposits are much more expensive to extract than were Pennsylvania's shallow deposits. The resulting potential for oil spills, producing costly damages, is higher. As costs of oil extraction increase, alternative but more damaging fossil fuel sources of oil shale and coal, and non-fossil fuel sources such as wind and solar, are becoming more economic. Nevertheless, oil prices today still permit big oil companies to continue to be highly profitable. I just mentioned the apparently low cost of oil. Let's pause to consider the actual cost of oil, or of coal. Suppose that oil sells for $60 per barrel. If it costs an oil company only $20 per barrel to extract and transport the oil, and if the company doesn't have to pay for anything else, selling oil at $60 per barrel means that the oil company makes a big profit. But fossil fuels cause lots of damage. If those damages also get charged to the oil company, then the price of oil would increase. The damages produced by burning of fossil fuels include air pollution, which recently was serious in the U.S. and Europe, and now is especially bad in India and China. That air pollution causes millions of deaths and high health costs every year. Other damages caused by fossil fuels are mediated by climate change, which costs us by decreasing agricultural production, raising sea levels, forcing us to expend money on barriers against those rising seas, and contributing to big damage by floods and droughts. Here's an example to help you understand those indirect costs of fossil fuels, which fossil fuel producers at present don't pay. Suppose that you operate a factory that produces a type of doll called Happy Dolls. Suppose that it costs you $20 to make a ton of Happy Dolls, while other dolls cost $30 per ton to make, and that you can sell your Happy Dolls for $60 per ton. That profit margin of $60 minus $20 makes Happy Doll manufacturing very profitable and lets it outcompete rival doll manufacturers. Unfortunately, your manufacturing process to make Happy Dolls yields as a byproduct lots of black sludge, which isn't a byproduct of the manufacturing processes of rival dolls. You dump the black sludge onto the wheat fields of all your neighbors, thereby decreasing their wheat production. Every ton of Happy Dolls that you produce costs your neighbors $70 of lost wheat income because of your black sludge. As a result, your neighbors sue you and insist that you pay them $70 for the lost wheat income caused by each ton of your Happy Dolls. You object to your neighbor's demand, making many excuses. You deny that Happy Doll manufacturing produces black sludge, although your company's own scientists have been warning you of that byproduct for decades. You say that black sludge hasn't been proven to be harmful. Black sludge has been arising naturally for millions of years. More research is needed before we can judge how much of the black sludge on your neighbor's fields arises from your Happy Doll manufacturing plant. And Happy Dolls are essential to civilization and our high standard of living. So victims of black sludge should just shut up and stop complaining. But when the lawsuit goes to trial, the judge and jury say that this case is a no-brainer. Of course you have to pay $70 for every ton of your Happy Dolls, in order to compensate your neighbors for their diminished wheat production. The result is that your Happy Dolls have a true cost not of $20 per ton, but of $20 plus $70, $90 per ton to manufacture. Happy Dolls are no longer a great profit machine. It isn't economical for you to manufacture them at $90 per ton if you can sell them for only $60 per ton. Now your competitors' dolls, costing $30 per ton to produce, outcompete Happy Dolls rather than vice versa. Fossil fuels, like Happy Dolls in our hypothetical example, cause damages as well as yield benefits. The difference is that the CO2 from fossil fuel burning is much less visible than is black sludge, and that fossil fuel producers and users don't yet have to pay the cost of the harm that they cause to other people, whereas our hypothetical doll manufacturers do. But there is increasing insistence that fossil fuel producers or users should be forced to pay up just like Happy Doll makers, e.g., by a tax on carbon emissions, or by another method. That insistence is one factor behind the current search for alternative energy sources other than fossil fuels. Some alternative sources appear to be virtually inexhaustible, such as wind, solar, tidal, hydroelectrical, and geothermal energy. All of those sources, except for tidal, are already proven, i.e., they have been in use on a large scale for a long time. For instance, Denmark already gets much of its electricity from windmills in the North Sea, and Iceland's capital city of Reykjavik gets its heating from geothermal energy, while dams on rivers for hydroelectric energy generation have been in widespread use for more than a century. Of course, each of these alternative energy sources is associated with its own particular problems. Large-scale solar energy generation here in my homeland of Southern California often involves converting areas of sunny desert habitat to solar panels. And that's bad for our already endangered population of desert tortoises. Windmills kill birds and bats, and are resented by landowners who complain that windmills spoil their view. Hydroelectric dams across rivers are obstacles to migratory fish. If we had other methods of energy generation that were cheap and that caused no problems, surely we wouldn't destroy desert tortoise habitat, kill birds and bats, spoil people's views, or block fish migration. But, as we've discussed, the alternative of fossil fuels is associated with its own big problems of global climate change, respiratory illnesses, and damages caused by oil and coal extraction. Since we thus don't have the option of choosing between a good solution and a bad solution, we have to ask, which of all of those bad alternatives is the least bad? As an example of this debate, consider windmills. In the U.S., they have been estimated to kill at least 45,000 birds and bats each year. That sounds like a lot of birds and bats. To place that number in perspective, consider that pet cats that are allowed to wander in and out of their owners' houses have been measured to kill an average of more than 300 birds per year per cat. Yes, more than 300. That's not a misprint. If the U.S. population of outdoor cats is estimated at about 100 million, then cats can be calculated to kill at least 30 billion birds per year in the U.S., compared to the mere 45,000 birds and bats killed per year by windmills. That windmill toll is equivalent to the work of just 150 cats. One could thus argue that if we are seriously concerned about U.S. birds and bats, we should focus our attention first on cats, rather than on windmills. In further defense of windmills over cats, please reflect that cats don't repay us for the damage they do to our birds by providing us with energy, unpolluted air, and relief from global warming, while windmills do provide all of those things. This example illustrates how one can make a case for windmills, desert solar panels, and dams, despite the undoubted harm that they cause. They inflict less serious damage than do fossil fuels. Hence, they could be considered to offer an acceptable compromise method for replacing fossil fuels as an energy source. One still often hears the objection that windmills and solar energy are not yet competitive with fossil fuels. But in some circumstances they already are, and the apparent economic advantage of fossil fuels is misleading. Again, the alternative methods would be much cheaper if we considered the big indirect costs, the happy doll cost, of fossil fuels. By now you are probably wondering about the obvious and much feared alternative of nuclear energy generation. That's a subject to which most Americans and many citizens of other countries as well immediately close their ears. They do so for three reasons besides economic ones: fear of accidents, fear of diversion of nuclear reactor fuel to making nuclear bombs, and the unsolved problem of where to store spent fuels. Our memories of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic bombs lead many people instinctively to associate nuclear reactors with death, not with energy. In fact, since 1945, there have been 2 known events in which accidents at nuclear power stations did kill people: the 32 people killed immediately, and the large but uncertain number who died subsequently from radiation as a result of the Chernobyl reactor accident in the former Soviet Union and the Fukushima reactor accident in Japan. An equipment accident and human error damaged the 3 Mile Island reactor in the U.S. in 1979, but no one was killed or injured, and escape of radioactive materials was minimal. However, the psychological effects of 3 Mile Island were enormous. They led to a long suspension of ordering any new reactor for energy generation anywhere in the U.S. for many years. The remaining fear associated with nuclear generation is the unsolved problem of where to dispose of the spent reactor fuel. Ideally, it should be stored forever in a remote and geologically very stable area, deep underground, and not at risk of fuel escape due to earthquakes or water penetration. The best candidate identified so far in the U.S. is a Nevada site that seems to fit the physical requirements. However, complete certainty about safety is impossible, and so the objections of Nevada citizens have succeeded in blocking the proposed site's adoption. As a result, the U.S. still doesn't have a site for the disposal of waste nuclear fuel. Thus, just as we discussed for the problem of birds and bats killed by windmills, nuclear energy generation is not free of downsides. Even without those downsides, it wouldn't meet all of our major energy needs, e.g., one can't use nuclear reactors to power cars and airplanes. Our memories of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, reinforced by 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, and Fukushima, have paralyzed the thinking of most Americans and other peoples about nuclear energy generation. Again, though, we have to ask, what are the risks of nuclear power? And what are the risks of the alternatives? France has generated most of its national electricity requirements from nuclear reactors for many decades without an accident. It seems implausible to object that the French may really have had accidents and not admitted them. The experience of Chernobyl demonstrates that the release of any radioactivity into the atmosphere from a damaged reactor is easily detected by other countries. South Korea, Taiwan, Finland, and many other countries have also generated much electricity from nuclear reactors without any significant accidents. Hence, we should weigh our fear of the possibility of a nuclear reactor accident against the certainty of the millions of deaths caused every year by air pollution resulting from burning fossil fuels, and the enormous and possibly ruinous consequences of global climate change caused by fossil fuels. For the U.S., the solution to these dilemmas will have to involve two components. One is to reduce energy consumption per person in the U.S. Ours is approximately double that of Europeans, despite Europeans enjoying a higher standard of living than Americans. Among the contributing factors are different government policies in Europe and the U.S. influencing car purchases. Europeans are discouraged from buying expensive big cars with high fuel consumption and low gas mileage, because the purchase tax on cars in some European countries is set at 100%, doubling the cost of the car. Also, European government taxes on gasoline drive gas prices to more than $9 per gallon, another disincentive to buying a fuel-inefficient car. Tax policies in the U.S. could similarly be used to discourage Americans from buying gas-guzzling cars. The second component of the solution to energy dilemmas for the U.S., besides lowering overall energy consumption, will be to get more of our energy from sources other than fossil fuels, i.e. from wind, solar, tidal, hydroelectric, geothermal, and perhaps nuclear. After the 1973 Gulf oil crisis, the U.S. government offered subsidies to developers of alternative energy generation, and U.S. companies used those subsidies to develop efficient wind generators. Unfortunately, around 1980, the U.S. government ended those subsidies for alternative energy, so the U.S. market for our efficient windmills declined precipitously. Instead, Denmark, Germany, Spain, and other European countries improved on our windmill designs and now use them to generate much of their electricity needs. Similarly, China has developed long-distance power lines to transmit electricity from wind-generating sites in far western China to densely populated areas of eastern China. The U.S. hasn't developed such long-distance electricity transmission systems. Those are the problems associated with the depletion of one natural resource, fossil fuels, viewed in the broader context of the problem of our energy needs. Let's now discuss briefly the other major categories of natural resources and their potential to pose difficulties for our future. Two of those categories were already introduced in Chapter 8, in connection with the problems that they cause specifically for Japan. Forests, which provide our timber, paper, and crucial biological agents, such as pollinators, and fisheries, mainly fish and shellfish from the ocean, also from freshwater lakes and rivers, which provide a large fraction of the world's human need for dietary protein. The other categories are many different elements and minerals used in industry, iron, aluminum, copper, nickel, lead, and others, fertile soil, essential for agriculture and for forestry, fresh water for drinking, washing, agriculture, forestry, and industry, and the atmosphere, in which all of us live. These various resources differ in 4 respects important for understanding their potential for creating problems for us. Their renewability, and the resulting management problems, their potential for limiting human societies, their international dimensions, and the international competition that they provoke, including wars. First, resources differ in their renewability. Like fossil fuels, minerals are inorganic, i.e. not biological and not renewable. That is, minerals don't regenerate themselves or produce baby minerals. The amounts available to us now on Earth are, for practical purposes, all that we shall ever have. In contrast, forests and fisheries are renewable biological resources. Fish and trees do produce baby fish and baby trees. Hence, in theory and often in practice, they can be exploited sustainably by harvesting them at a rate lower than the rate at which new fish and new trees are produced, so that the population of fish and trees remains steady or even increases. Fertile soil, although largely inorganic and only partly of biological origin, can also be considered a renewable resource because while it can be eroded by human activities, it can also be regenerated by the action of earthworms and microorganisms. Fresh water is partly non-renewable, e.g. a drained aquifer, but partly renewable, because water evaporating from the ocean can end up as rain on land and generate new fresh water. There is nothing that we can do to maintain the world's reserves of non-renewable resources, minerals and fossil fuels, by our management practices. But management practices have big effects on reserves of renewable biological resources. As mentioned already in Chapter 8, a lot is known about how to manage forests and fisheries sustainably. Some of the world's forests and fisheries, such as Germany's forests and the Alaska wild salmon fishery, are already well managed. Unfortunately, most aren't. They are being overharvested, with the result that their tree or fish stocks are shrinking or disappearing. Quick, when did you last eat Atlantic swordfish? Answer: not since many years ago, because it was overharvested and became commercially extinct. We also know how to manage topsoil, but sadly it too is often mismanaged and gets carried off into rivers and then into the ocean by erosion, or else its fertility and texture get degraded. In short, the world is currently mismanaging many or most of its renewable valuable biological resources. Second, which natural resources could limit human societies? Answer: probably all of them, with the exception of atmospheric oxygen, which we show no signs of using up. Some minerals, especially iron and aluminum, are present in such huge amounts that they too seem unlikely to prove limiting. But I must temper this statement by acknowledging that the deposits that we have been exploiting have been the shallow, accessible, cheaply extractable ones. With time, we shall inevitably come to depend on deeper reserves that are more costly to extract, as is already the case for fossil fuels. Some other minerals important in industry are present in much smaller amounts, such that there are already fears of their reserves being limiting. For example, some so-called rare earths, whose known reserves are concentrated in China. Perhaps you are inclined to view freshwater availability as unlimited, because there is so much salt water in the world's oceans that we could make essentially infinite amounts of fresh water by desalinizing ocean water. But that requires energy, and we are already hard-pressed for energy and suffering huge costs from its overuse. So in practice, fresh water is indeed available only in limited quantities. Our next consideration is the international dimensions of world resource problems. Some resources, such as forests, don't move. Each tree stays in the nation where it is now growing, so its management can in theory be dictated by that nation, although in practice there is an international dimension because other countries may buy or lease that resource. But international complications are unavoidable for resources lying in an international commons, and for mobile resources that move across national boundaries. The open ocean is a commons, while ocean water within 200 miles of land is considered the territory of the nation to which that land belongs. Ocean water beyond that 200-mile limit is owned by no one. The name commons comes from a term applied to much pasture land in the Middle Ages. It was not owned by individuals, but considered a commons available for use by the public. Nations have the legal basis to regulate fishing within their 200-mile limit, but any fishing boat of any country can fish anywhere in the open ocean. As a result, there is no legal mechanism for preventing overfishing of the open oceans, and many ocean fish stocks are declining. 3 other potentially valuable resources also lie in a commons beyond national limits: minerals dissolved in the ocean, fresh water in the Antarctic ice cap, and minerals lying on the sea floor. There have already been some attempts to exploit all 3. After World War I, the German chemist Fritz Haber worked on a process to extract gold from ocean water. At least one attempt has been made to tow an iceberg from Antarctica to a water-poor Middle Eastern nation, and efforts are far advanced to mine some minerals from the ocean floor. But none of those 3 exploitations of the commons has proved practical yet. Our current commons problem is just open ocean fisheries. The other resources likely to cause international complications are mobile ones that move from one nation to another. Many animals are migratory and move across national boundaries. The ones most important economically are many commercially valuable ocean fish, such as tuna, and also some river fish and migratory land mammals and birds, like river salmon, Arctic reindeer, and African savanna antelope. Hence, when a fishing boat of one country harvests an ocean migratory fish stock, it thereby depletes fish that might otherwise be available to another country. Fresh water is also mobile. Many rivers flow between 2 or more countries, and many lakes are bordered by 2 or more countries. Hence, one country can draw down or pollute fresh water that another country wants to use. Besides those mobile, useful natural resources already present in water or air, there are mobile, harmful things that human activities add to water or air, and that can be carried by water currents and winds from one country to another. For example, smoke from Indonesian forest fires already seriously damages the quality of air blown to adjacent Malaysia and Singapore. Dust from China and Central Asia gets blown to Japan and even to North America. And rivers carry plastic to end up in even the most remote oceans and beaches. Finally, let's consider international competition for resources. That's a big problem, because if it can't be resolved amicably, countries may seek to resolve it by war. That has already happened in the case of international competition for oil, which was a major motive for Japan's entry into World War II, and in the case of Chile's War of the Pacific, 1879 to 1883, against Bolivia and Peru, to control the rich copper and nitrate deposits of the Atacama Desert. Today, there is serious competition for fresh water in many parts of the world, such as for the water arising from melting of the Himalayan snowpack, which provides the water for the major rivers flowing through much of China, India, and all Southeast Asian countries. In the case of the Mekong and other rivers flowing through Southeast Asia, Dams in upstream countries will block nutrient-rich sediments from reaching downstream countries. Competition for ocean fish off the coast of West Africa is occurring among fishing boats from the European Union, China, and West African nations. Other international scrambles over resources are underway for hardwoods of trees growing in tropical countries and coveted by temperate industrialized countries, for rare earth elements used in industry, and for soil, such as China leasing agricultural land in Africa. In short, as world human population and consumption rise, we can expect many, many more conflicts caused by international competition for limiting resources. Average per capita consumption rates of resources like oil and metals, and average per capita production rates of wastes like plastics and greenhouse gases are about 32 times higher in the first world than in the developing world. For instance, each year the average American consumes about 32 times more gasoline and produces 32 times more plastic waste and carbon dioxide than does the average citizen of a poor country. That factor of 32 has big consequences for how people in the developing world behave, and it also has consequences for what lies ahead for all of us. That's the last of the 4 sets of problems that I see as threatening civilization and our species. To understand those consequences, let's reflect on our concern with world population. Today, the world has more than 7.5 billion people, and that may rise to around 9.5 billion within this half-century. Several decades ago, many people considered population as the biggest issue facing humanity. But since then, we have come to realize that population is just one of 2 factors whose product is what really matters. That product is total world consumption, which is the sum over the world of local consumptions, which are products of 2 terms: local population, number of people, times the local average consumption rate per person. Population matters only insofar as people consume and produce. If most of the world's 7.5 billion people were in a cold storage locker and not metabolizing or consuming, they wouldn't be creating a resource problem. The first world consists of about 1 billion people who live mostly in North America, Europe, Japan, and Australia, and who have relative average per capita consumption rates of 32. Most of the world's other 6.5 billion people, constituting the developing world, have relative per capita consumption rates below 32, mostly down towards 1. Those numbers mean that most resource consumption occurs in the first world. Nevertheless, some people remain fixated on population alone. They note that countries like Kenya have population growth rates over 4% per year, and they say that that's a big problem. It is indeed a problem, especially for Kenya's 50 million people. But the much bigger problem for the world as a whole is we 330 million Americans, who outnumber Kenyans 6.6 to 1, and each of whom consumes as much as 32 Kenyans do. Multiply those 2 U.S. to Kenya ratios, 6.6 to 1 and 32 to 1, and you'll see that the U.S. consumes 210 times more resources than Kenya as a whole. To take another example, Italy's population of 60 million consumes almost twice as much as do the 1 billion people who populate the whole continent of Africa. Until recent times, the existence of all those poor people elsewhere didn't constitute a threat to first world countries. They, out there, didn't know much about our lifestyle, and if they did learn about it and got envious or angry, they couldn't do much about it. Many decades ago, American diplomats used to play a game of debating which of the world's countries were most irrelevant to U.S. national interests. Popular answers were Afghanistan and Somalia. Those two countries were so poor and so remote that it seemed that they could never do anything to create problems for us. Ironically, those two countries then became perceived as such threats to us that we sent troops into both of them, and American troops are still in Afghanistan. The reasons why poor remote countries can now create problems for rich countries can be summed up by the word globalization. The increased connections between all parts of the world. In particular, the increasing ease of communications and travel means that people in developing countries now know a lot about the big differences in consumption rates and living standards around the world, and that it's now possible for many of them to travel to rich countries. Among the ways in which globalization has made differences in living standards around the world untenable, three stand out. One is the spread of emerging diseases from poor remote countries to rich countries. In recent decades, feared fatal diseases have often been carried by travelers to rich countries from poor countries, where those diseases are endemic and public health measures are weak. Cholera, Ebola, flu, notably AIDS, and others. Those arrivals will increase. The spread of emerging diseases is an unintentional consequence of globalization. But the second of the three spreads, made possible by globalization, involves human intent. Many people in poor countries get frustrated and angry when they become aware of the comfortable lifestyles available elsewhere in the world. Some of them become terrorists, and many others who aren't terrorists themselves tolerate or support terrorists. Since the World Trade Center attack of September 11, 2001, it has become clear that the oceans that formerly protected the U.S. no longer protect us. We Americans now live under constant threat of terrorism. There will surely be more terrorist attacks against the U.S. and Europe, and probably against Japan and Australia as well in the future. As long as that factorial difference of 32 in consumption rates persists. Naturally, global inequality by itself isn't the direct cause of terrorist acts. Religious fundamentalism and individual psychopathology also play essential roles. Every country has its crazy, angry individuals driven to kill other people. Poor countries have no monopoly on them. The U.S. had its Timothy McVeigh, who killed 168 people by a truck bomb in Oklahoma City, and its Theodore Kaczynski, who mailed packages containing carefully designed bombs that killed 3 people and injured 23. Norway had its Anders Behring Breivik, who killed 77 people and injured 319, many of them children, with a bomb and a gun. But those 3 terrorists remained isolated, crazy individuals and did not receive widespread support, because most Americans and Norwegians aren't sufficiently desperate or angry. Only in poor countries, where much of the population does feel desperate and angry, is there toleration or support for terrorists. The remaining consequence of that factor of 32, combined with globalization, is that people with low consumptions want to enjoy the high-consumption lifestyle themselves. They have 2 ways of achieving it. First, governments of developing countries consider an increase in living standards, including consumption rates, as a prime goal of national policy. Second, tens of millions of people in the developing world are unwilling to wait to see whether their government can deliver high living standards within their lifetime. Instead, they seek the first world lifestyle now, by emigrating to the first world with or without permission, especially by emigrating to Western Europe and the U.S., and also to Australia, and especially from Africa and parts of Asia, and also from Central and South America. It's proving impossible to keep out the immigrants. Each such transfer of a person from a low-consumption to a high-consumption country raises world consumption rates, even though most immigrants don't succeed immediately in increasing their consumption by the entire factor of 32. Is everybody's dream of achieving a first-world lifestyle possible? Consider the numbers. Multiply current national numbers of people by national per capita consumption rates of oil, metals, water, etc., for each country, and add up those products over the whole world. The resulting sum is the current world consumption rate of that resource. Now repeat that calculation, but with all developing countries achieving a first-world consumption rate up to 32 times higher than their current ones, and no change in national populations or in anything else about the world. The result is that world consumption rates will increase by 11-fold. That's equivalent to a world population of about 80 billion people, with the present distribution of per capita consumption rates. There are some optimists who claim that we can support a world with 9.5 billion people, but I haven't met any optimist mad enough to claim that we can support a world with the equivalent of 80 billion people. Yet we promise developing countries that, if they will only adopt good policies like honest government and free market economies, they too can become like the first world today. That promise is utterly impossible, a cruel hoax. We are already having difficulty supporting a first world lifestyle, even now, when only 1 billion people out of the world's 7.5 billion people enjoy it. We Americans often refer to growing consumption in China and other developing countries as a problem, and we wish that the problem didn't exist. Well, of course, the so-called problem will continue. The Chinese and the people of other developing countries are just trying to enjoy the consumption rates that we already enjoy. They wouldn't listen if we were so silly as to tell them not to try to do what we are already doing. The only sustainable outcome for our globalized world that China, India, Brazil, Indonesia, African countries, and other developing countries will accept is one in which consumption rates and living standards are more nearly equal around the world. But the world doesn't have enough resources to sustainably support the current first world, let alone the developing world, at current first world levels. Does that mean that we are guaranteed to end up in disaster? No. We could have a stable outcome in which the first world and other countries converged on consumption rates considerably below current first world rates. Most Americans would object. There is no way that we will sacrifice our living standards just for the benefit of those people out there in the rest of the world. As Dick Cheney said, the American way of life is non-negotiable. But the cruel realities of world resource levels guarantee that the American way of life will change. Those realities of world resources cannot be negotiated out of existence. We Americans certainly will sacrifice our consumption rates, whether we decide to do so or not, because the world can't sustain our current rates. That wouldn't necessarily be a real sacrifice, because consumption rates and human well-being, while they are related, are not tightly coupled. Much American consumption is wasteful and doesn't contribute to high quality of life. For example, per capita oil consumption rates in Western Europe are about half those in the U.S., but the well-being of the average Western European is higher than that of the average American by any meaningful criterion, such as life expectancy, health, infant mortality, access to medical care, financial security after retirement, vacation time, quality of public schools, and support for the arts. When you finish reading this page of my book, just go out into a street in the U.S., look at the cars driving by, estimate their gas mileages, and ask yourself whether that wasteful American gas consumption contributes positively to any of those measures of quality of life. There are other areas besides oil in which consumption rates in the U.S. and in other first-world countries are wasteful, such as the wasteful and destructive exploitation of most of the world's fisheries and forests already discussed. In short, it's certain that within the lifetimes of most of us, per capita consumption rates in the First World will be lower than they are now. The only question is whether we shall reach that outcome by planned methods of our choice or by unpleasant methods not of our choice. It's also certain that within our lifetimes, per capita consumption rates in many populous developing countries will no longer be a factor of 32 below First World consumption rates, but will be more nearly equal to First World consumption rates than is the case at present. Those trends are desirable goals, rather than horrible prospects that we should resist. We already know enough to make good progress towards achieving them. The main thing lacking has been the necessary political will. Those are what I see as the biggest problems facing the world as a whole. From the perspective of our crisis framework, which factors favor and which stand in the way of humanity solving those problems? There is no denying that we face formidable obstacles, much more than in the cases of the national crises faced by each of the 7 individual countries discussed in the previous chapters of this book. World efforts to solve world problems force us onto unfamiliar terrain, with fewer precedents from the past to guide us. Just think of how the world as a whole differs from individual nations. The nations that we have discussed have coherent, acknowledged national identities and national shared values, distinguishing that nation from other nations with different identities and different values. Our 7 nations have long established forums of national political debate and national histories of coping from which to draw inspiration. All of our nations have benefited from allied friendly nations offering material help, advice, and models to modify and adopt. But our world as a whole lacks those and other advantages of nations. We aren't in contact with another inhabited planet from which we could seek support, factor number 4 of Table 1.2, or whose society we could scrutinize for models to guide our own search for solutions, factor number 5. Humanity lacks wide acknowledgement of a shared identity, factor number 6, and shared core values, factor number 11, contrasting with the identities and values prevailing on other planets. For the first time in history, we face truly global challenges. We lack past experience of such challenges, factor number 8, and of failure to solve them, factor number 9. Our precedents of previous success at worldwide coping are limited. The League of Nations and the United Nations have constituted the first 2 institutional attempts, and while they have achieved some successes, those successes have not yet been on a scale commensurate with the scale of world problems. There isn't worldwide acknowledgement, factor number 1, of our world crisis, nor worldwide acceptance of responsibility, factor number 2, for our current problems, nor worldwide honest self-appraisal, factor number 7. Our freedom of choice, factor number 12, is limited by severe constraints, the seemingly inexorable depletion of world resources, the rise of world CO2 levels, and the worldwide scale of inequality leave us little room for experiment and maneuver. All of those cruel realities make many people feel pessimistic or hopeless about humanity's prospects for a decent future. Nevertheless, there is already progress along 3 different routes towards solving world problems. One long-tested route consists of bilateral and multilateral agreements between nations. We know that there have been negotiations and agreements between political entities for at least as long as there has been writing to document them, over 5,000 years. Modern bands and tribes without writing also make agreements, So our history of political negotiation surely goes back through modern humans' tens of thousands of years of existence before the origins of state governments. In particular, all four of the world problems discussed in this chapter have been subjects of recent bilateral and multilateral negotiations. I'll mention just one example, not because the problem that it solved was among the most pressing ones, it wasn't, but because it illustrates the possibility of reaching agreement even between nations otherwise locked in the most bitter enmity. Israel and Lebanon. Israel has invaded and partially occupied Lebanon. Lebanon has served as a base for launching rocket attacks into Israel. Nevertheless, bird watchers of those two countries succeeded in reaching a milestone agreement. Eagles and other large birds migrating seasonally between Europe and Africa fly south from Lebanon through Israel every autumn, then north again from Israel through Lebanon every spring. When aircraft collide with those large birds, the result is often mutual destruction. I write this sentence a year after my family and I survived the collision of our small chartered plane with an eagle, which dented but didn't bring down our plane. The eagle died. Such collisions had been a leading cause of fatal plane accidents in Lebanon and Israel. That stimulated bird watchers of those two countries to establish a mutual warning system. In the autumn, Lebanese bird watchers warn their Israeli counterparts and Israeli air traffic controllers when they see a flock of large birds over Lebanon heading south towards Israel. And in the spring, Israeli bird watchers warn of birds heading north. While it's obvious that this agreement is mutually advantageous, it required years of discussions to overcome prevailing hatreds and to focus just on birds and airplanes. Of course, an agreement between just two or even several countries falls short of an agreement for all 216 nations constituting the whole world. But it nevertheless constitutes a big step towards world agreement, because just a few nations make up the lion's share of the world's population and economy. A mere two nations, China and India, account for 1/3 of the world's population. Another pair of nations, the U.S. and China, account for 41% of the world's CO2 emissions and economic output. And 5 nations or entities, China, India, the U.S., Japan, and the European Union, account for 60% of emissions and outputs. China and the U.S. already reached an agreement in principle on CO2 emissions. That bilateral agreement was then joined by India, Japan, and the European Union in the Paris Agreement that came into force in 2016. Of course, the Paris Agreement wasn't enough because it lacked a serious enforcement mechanism, and because the U.S. government in the following year announced its intention to pull out. But the Paris Agreement is nevertheless likely to serve as a model or starting point for reaching an improved future agreement. Even if the world's 200 other nations with smaller outputs don't join such a future agreement, just a 5-way agreement among the 5 biggest players could go a long way towards solving the emissions problem. That's because the 5 biggest players can then put pressure on the other 200, e.g., by imposing trade tariffs and carbon taxes on countries that don't adhere. Another route toward solving world problems consists of agreements among a region's nations. There are already many such regional agreements for North America, Latin America, Europe, Southeast Asia, Africa, and other regional groupings. The most advanced set of regional agreements, within the widest range of institutions and agreement spheres and binding rules, is the set for the European Union, EU, currently comprising around 27 European nations. Of course, mention of the EU immediately makes one think of disagreements, backsliding, Brexit, and other possible political exits. That's only to be expected, because the EU has constituted such a big and radical step forward, not just for Europe, but for any world region. But before you get overwhelmed by pessimism about the EU, think of Europe's shattered condition in 1945 at the end of World War II, and then think of what the EU has achieved. After several thousand years of nearly constant warfare, culminating in Europe's nations fighting the two most destructive wars in world history, no EU member has fought any war against any other EU member since the founding of the EU's predecessors in the 1950s. When I first visited Europe in 1950, there was a rigorous passport control at every national border. But restrictions on transborder movements are now much more limited between EU nations. When I lived in Britain from 1958 to 1962, the number of British scientists holding permanent teaching and research jobs at universities on the European continent and vice versa was so minimal that I could name the few such individuals in my own field of research on the fingers of one hand. Now, a significant fraction of university positions in EU countries is held by non-nationals. Economies of EU nations are substantially integrated. Most EU nations share a common currency, the euro. For major world problems such as energy, resource use, and immigration, the EU discusses and sometimes adopts shared policies. Again, I acknowledge all the dissensions within the EU, but don't forget all the dissensions within any individual nation as well. Other examples of more narrowly focused regional agreements include ones to eliminate or eradicate regional diseases. A major success was the eradication of rinderpest, a formerly dreaded cattle disease that inflicted huge cost on large areas of Africa, Asia, and Europe. Following a long regional effort that took several decades, there has now been no known case of rinderpest since 2001. Large-scale regional disease efforts currently underway in both hemispheres include ones to eradicate guinea worm and eliminate river blindness. Hence, regional agreements constitute a second already tested route towards solving transnational problems. The third route consists of world agreements, hammered out by world institutions and reached not only by the United Nations with its comprehensive world mission, but also by other world organizations with more specific missions, such as organizations devoted to agriculture, animal trafficking, aviation, fisheries, food, health, whaling, and other missions. Just as with the EU, it's easy to be cynical about the United Nations and other international agencies whose power is generally weaker than the EU's and much weaker than the power of most nations within their national boundaries. But international agencies already have many achievements, and they provide a mechanism for more progress. Major successes have been the worldwide eradication of smallpox in 1980, the 1987 Montreal Protocol to protect the stratosphere's ozone layer, the 1978 International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, known as MARPOL 73/78, that reduced world pollution of the oceans by mandating separation of oil cargo tanks from water ballast tanks on ships, then by requiring that all transport of oil at sea be by double-hulled tankers. The 1994 Law of the Sea Convention that demarcated exclusive national and shared international economic zones, and the International Seabed Authority that established the legal framework for seabed mineral exploitation. Globalization both causes problems and facilitates solutions of problems. One ominous thing that globalization means today is the growth and spread of problems around the world. Resource competition, global wars, pollutants, atmospheric gases, diseases, movements of people, and many other problems. But globalization also means something encouraging: the growth and spread of factors contributing to solutions of those world problems, such as information, communication, recognition of climate change, a few dominant world languages, widespread knowledge of conditions and solutions prevailing elsewhere, and some recognition that the world is interdependent and stands or falls together. In my book, Collapse, published in 2005, I compared the tensions between those problems and solutions to a horse race, a race between a horse of destruction and a horse of hope. It's not an ordinary horse race, in which both horses run at approximately constant top speed for the whole distance. Instead, it's an exponentially accelerating horse race, in which each of the two horses runs faster and faster. When I wrote in 2005, it wasn't clear which horse would win the race. As I write these sentences in 2019, each horse has been continuing to accelerate for the last 14 years. Our problems, especially world population and world consumption, have increased markedly since 2005. World recognition of our problems and world efforts to solve them have also increased markedly since 2005. It still isn't clear which horse will win the race. But it is certain that fewer decades now remain until the race's outcome is settled, for better or for worse. Epilogue. Lessons, Questions, and Outlook. Predictive factors. Are crises necessary? Roles of leaders in history. Roles of specific leaders. What next? Lessons for the future. This last chapter will begin by summarizing how our dozen factors of Table 1.2, postulated at the outset as influencing the outcomes of national crises, actually apply to our sample of 7 countries. Next, I shall use that sample to consider 2 general questions about crises that people often ask me. Whether nations require a crisis-provoking acute upheaval to motivate them to undertake major change, and whether history's course depends heavily on particular leaders. I then suggest strategies for deepening our understanding of crises. Finally, I ask what lessons for the future we can draw from that understanding. Number 1. Acknowledgement that one is in crisis. Acknowledgement is simpler for individuals than for nations because in the former case, one doesn't have to reach a consensus among many citizens. There is only a single person who does or doesn't acknowledge that he or she is in a crisis. But even for an individual, there may not be a simple yes or no answer. Instead, there are at least 3 complications. The person may initially deny that there is a crisis, or may acknowledge only part of the problem, or may downplay its seriousness. Eventually, though, the person may cry for help. For practical purposes, that's the moment of acknowledging the crisis. National crises present the same 3 complications, plus a 4th one. A nation is composed of many people falling into different groups, as well as a few leaders plus many followers. Those groups and the leaders and followers often differ about acknowledgement. Nations, as individuals, may initially ignore, deny, or underestimate a problem, until that denial phase is ended by an external event. For example, already before 1853, Meiji Japan knew of the West's War of 1839 to 1842 against China, and the rising threat posed by the West to Japan. But Japan still didn't acknowledge a crisis and began debating reform until Commodore Perry's arrival on July 8, 1853. Similarly, Finland received Soviet demands in the late 1930s and knew that the Soviet Union was populous and had a huge army. But Finland still didn't take the threat seriously until the Soviet attack of November 30, 1939. When that happened, Finns reached virtually unanimous agreement overnight to respond by fighting. In contrast, while Perry's arrival did quickly produce Japanese agreement that their country faced an urgent problem, anti-shogun reformers disagreed with the shogun's government about how best to respond. That disagreement became resolved only 15 years later when the reformers overthrew the shogun. Some other cases of national crises yielded widespread agreement that the country did suffer from some big problem, but disagreement about what the problem was. In Chile, Allende and the political left saw the problem as Chilean institutions in need of reform, while the political right saw the problem as Allende and his proposed reforms. Similarly, in Indonesia, the communists saw the problem as the Indonesian government in need of reform, while the Indonesian army saw the problem as the communists and their proposed reforms. In both cases, the crisis was not resolved by the eventual reaching of a national consensus, nor by one group prevailing by force, but sparing the lives and rights of their defeated adversaries. Japan's last Tokugawa shogun was allowed to retire after his defeat, and he outlived the Meiji Restoration by 34 years. In Chile and Indonesia, the crisis was instead resolved by the victorious group exterminating much of the defeated group. Both Australia and Germany after World War II illustrate long denial of a growing crisis. Australia clung for a long time to its British and white Australian identities. Germany for a long time denied the widespread responsibility of many ordinary Germans for Nazi crimes, and the unpleasant permanent reality of Germany's territorial losses and Eastern European communist governments. Those issues became resolved in both Australia and Germany by the electorates slowly and democratically reaching enough of a national consensus to change government policies. Finally, today, as I write these pages, Japan and the U.S. are still practicing widespread selective denial of major problems. Japan currently acknowledges some problems, its large government debt and aging population, and incompletely acknowledges the issue of Japanese women's role. But Japan still denies other problems, its lack of accepted alternatives to immigration for solving its demographic difficulties, the historical causes of Japan's tense relations with China and Korea, and denial that Japan's traditional policy of seeking to grab overseas natural resources rather than to help manage them sustainably is now outdated. The U.S., as I write, is still in widespread denial of our own major problems: political polarization, low voter turnout, obstacles to voter registration, inequality, limited socio-economic mobility, and decreasing government investment in public goods. 2. Accept responsibility. Avoid victimization, self-pity, and blaming others. The next step for resolving personal crises, after that first step of acknowledging the crisis, is to accept personal responsibility, i.e., to avoid wallowing in self-pity or focusing on oneself as the victim, and instead to recognize the need for personal change. That's as true for nations as it is for individuals, though with the same complications just discussed for national acknowledgement. That acceptance of responsibility and avoidance of self-pity are not a simple yes or no matter either for individuals or for nations, and that nations consist of diverse groups and of leaders plus followers, who often differ in their views. our 7 nations variously illustrate acceptance as well as denial of responsibility. Avoidance of self-pity is illustrated by Finland and by Meiji Japan. From 1944 onwards, Finland might have been paralyzed by self-pity, emphasized Finland's role as victim, and blamed the Soviet Union for invading Finland and killing so many Finns. Instead, Finland recognized that the Soviet Union had to be dealt with. Finland switched to constantly engaging in political discussions with the Soviet Union and winning its confidence, with many beneficial results. The Soviet Union evacuated its naval base at Parkala near Helsinki, reduced the amount and extended the period of Finland's war reparations, and tolerated Finland's association with the European Economic Community and joining the European Free Trade Association. Even today, long after the Soviet Union's fall, Finland has made no effort to recover its lost province of Karelia. Similarly, Japan during the Meiji era was exposed for decades to Western threats and unfair imposed treaties. But Japan didn't assume the role of victim. Instead, it focused on its responsibility to develop its power to resist. A counterexample of a nation's viewing responsibility as falling on others rather than on itself is Australia blaming British treachery for the fall of Singapore, rather than recognizing that Australia had failed in its responsibility to develop its own defenses before World War II. Similarly, Australia initially blamed the United Kingdom as treacherous for applying for membership in the European Economic Community, before Australia eventually came to the painful recognition that the United Kingdom had to pursue its own interests. That blaming may have slowed Australia's development of economic and political ties with Asian countries. An extreme and disastrous example of denying responsibility comes from Germany after World War I. A large segment of the German public accepted the false claim made by Nazis and many other Germans that Germany had lost that war because of a stab in the back by German socialists, rather than because Germany was in the process of being defeated militarily by overwhelming Allied forces. Nazis and other Germans focused on the gross unfairness of the Treaty of Versailles. They failed to acknowledge the long series of pre-war political mistakes by Emperor Wilhelm II and his government, leading to Germany entering the war under unfavorable military conditions, and then to the disaster of Germany's defeat and the imposition of the Treaty of Versailles. The result of Germans thus denying their own responsibility and assuming the mantle of victimization and self-pity was support of the Nazis, resulting in World War II, which was even more disastrous for Germany. A striking example of simultaneous contrasting approaches to accepting responsibility is provided by Germany and Japan after World War II. Both countries' governments were responsible for initiating that war entirely by themselves. It was not the case, as it had been for Germany in World War I, that their opponents shared the responsibility for precipitating war. During World War II, both Germany and Japan did horrible things to other peoples, and the German and Japanese peoples themselves suffered horribly. Germany's and Japan's approaches to those realities have been opposite. Germany's reaction might have been dominated by self-pity and a sense of victimization for the millions of Germans killed during the war, including all those killed by Allied bombing of German cities that would have been considered a war crime if the Allies hadn't won the war. For the million German women raped in the Soviet advance from the east, and for the loss of large German territories after the war. Instead, in Germany, there has been widespread acknowledgement of Nazi crimes, teaching in schools about them, and about German responsibility, and the establishment of better relations with Poland and other countries victimized by Germany in the war. In contrast, Japan largely continues to deny its responsibility for initiating the war. A widespread Japanese view is that the U.S. somehow tricked Japan into bombing Pearl Harbor and thereby initiating the war, ignoring the fact that Japan had already begun a major undeclared war against China 4 years earlier. Japan also continues to deny its responsibilities for Japanese crimes against Chinese and Korean civilians and against Allied prisoners of war. Instead, Japan focuses on self-pity and on its role as victim of the atomic bombs, without frank discussion of the worst things that would have happened if the bombs had not been dropped. That embrace of denial, victimization, and self-pity continues to poison Japan's relations with its powerful Chinese and Korean neighbors, and thereby poses a big risk for Japan. Number 3. Building a fence/selective change. All 6 countries that I discussed in chapters 2 through 7 as having dealt with their crises adopted selective changes. The 2 countries for which I discussed changes underway, Japan and the U.S., are doing so now, Japan more than the U.S. All of those countries changed, or are debating changing, only certain specific policies. Other national policies are not under discussion. Especially instructive because of the contrast between what did change and what didn't are again the cases of Meiji Japan and Finland. Meiji Japan westernized in many areas, political, legal, social, cultural, and others. But in each area, Japan didn't slavishly copy the West. It instead sought out which of the numerous available Western models was most suited to Japan, and modified that model to suit Japanese circumstances. At the same time, other basic aspects of Japan's society remain unchanged, including emperor worship, kanji writing, and many aspects of Japanese culture. Similarly, Finland changed by conducting constant discussions with the Communist Soviet Union, sacrificing some freedom of action, and shifting from being a predominantly rural country to a modern industrial country. At the same time, Finland has remained a liberal democracy in other respects, and has retained far more freedom of action than have other European countries neighboring on the former Soviet Union, now Russia. The resulting seemingly glaring inconsistencies in Finnish behavior were heavily criticized by non-Finns, who failed to recognize the cruel realities of Finland's geographic location. Number 4. Help from other nations. This theme of help from others, which is important in individual crises, has played either a positive role or a negative role in the resolution of most of the national crises that we have discussed. Western help of many kinds, ranging from sending advisors to Japan and receiving Japanese missions abroad to building a prototype battlecruiser, was important for Meiji Japan in its selective westernization. Economic help from the U.S. was important for Chile's and Indonesia's military governments, strengthening their country's economies after the 1973 and 1965 coups, respectively, and for Japan's and Germany's rebuilding after the destruction suffered during World War II. Australia looked first to Britain, then to the U.S. for military protection. On the negative side, Allende's government of Chile was destabilized by U.S. withdrawal of help and erection of barriers to the Chilean economy. And Germany's Weimar Republic after World War I was destabilized by British and French extraction of war reparations. For Australia, the shocks of the failure of British military protection after the fall of Singapore and of Britain's withdrawal of Australia's preferential tariff status as a result of Britain's EEC negotiations contributed to Australia's seeking a new national identity. Our outstanding example of lack of help from friends is Finland, during its winter war against the Soviet Union, when all of Finland's potential allies couldn't or chose not to deliver the hoped-for military assistance. That cruel experience became the foundation of Finland's post-1945 foreign policy. The recognition that Finland could not expect help in case of a renewed conflict with the Soviet Union, and instead had to develop a working relationship with the Soviet Union that preserved as much Finnish independence as possible. Number 5. Using other nations as models. Just as models are often valuable in resolving individual crises, they have also been significant, positively or negatively, for most of our countries. Borrowing and modifying Western models was especially important in the transformation of Meiji Japan, and to a lesser extent for Japan after World War II, when Japan again borrowed with modification or had imposed on it some American models of democratic government. Chile's and Indonesia's military dictatorships borrowed American models, or what they imagined to be American models, of free market economies. Australia, for most of its history before World War II, borrowed heavily from British models, then increasingly rejected them. Conversely, our countries also provide two examples of actual or presumed lack of models. For Finland, there is no model of another neighbor of the Soviet Union that succeeded in preserving its independence while satisfying Soviet demands. That was the essence of Finland's policy of Finlandization. Finns' recognition of the uniqueness of their situation was the basis of the saying by their President Kekkonen, "Finlandization is not for export." An example of presumed lack of models is provided by the U.S. today, for which belief in American exceptionalism translates into the widespread belief that the U.S. has nothing to learn from Canada and Western European democracies, not even from their solutions to issues that arise for every country, such as health care, education, immigration, prisons, and security in old age. Issues about which most Americans are dissatisfied with our American solutions, but still refuse to learn from Canadian or Western European solutions. Number 6. National identity. Of the dozen outcome predictors for individual crises, some translate readily into predictors of national crises. One that doesn't readily translate is the individual characteristic of ego strength, which instead serves as a metaphor to suggest a related national characteristic, sense of national identity. What is national identity? It means shared pride in admirable things that characterize one's nation and make it unique. There are many different sources of national identity, including language, military accomplishments, culture, and history. Those sources vary among countries. For example, Finland and Japan both have unique languages that are spoken in no other country, and that are viewed with pride. Chileans, on the contrary, speak the same language as most other South and Central American countries, but paradoxically turn that into a unique identity. We Chileans are different from all of those other Spanish-speaking Latin American countries in our political stability and democratic traditions. We are more like Europeans than Latin Americans. Military accomplishments contribute heavily to the national identity of some countries: Finland, the Winter War, Australia, Gallipoli, the U.S., World War II, and Britain, many wars, most recently World War II and the Falkland Islands War. In many countries, national pride and identity focus on culture. For example, Italy's historical preeminence in art and modern preeminence in cuisine and style, Britain's in literature, and Germany's in music. Many countries feel pride in their sports teams. Britain and Italy illustrate pride in memories of their history and world importance. In Italy's case, memories of the Roman Empire 2,000 years ago. Of our 7 countries, a shared sense of national identity is strong in 6 of them. The exception is Indonesia, where national identity is weaker. This is no criticism of Indonesians. It just reflects the obvious fact that Indonesia didn't come into existence as an independent country until 1949, and wasn't effectively unified, even as a colony, until around 1910. Hence it's no surprise that Indonesia has experienced secession movements and rebellions. However, Indonesian national identity has recently been growing rapidly, spurred by the spread of the unifying Indonesian language and by the growth of democracy and citizen involvement. National identity has been an important contributor to crisis resolution in all of our older countries. Sense of national identity held Meiji Japan and Finns together, gave those countries the courage to resist powerful external threats, and motivated their citizens to survive privations and national humiliations, and to make personal sacrifices in the national cause. Finns even turned in their gold wedding rings to help Finland pay its war reparations to the Soviet Union. National identity enabled post-1945 Germany and Japan to survive crushing military defeat and subsequent occupation. In Australia, national identity has been the focus of Australian reassessment and selective change, revolving around the question, who are we? Sense of national identity contributed to Chilean leftists behaving with restraint when they returned to power after Pinochet's fall. Even as fear of the Chilean army receded, Chilean leftists in power, while continuing to hate Pinochet's supporters, adopted a conciliatory policy of building a Chile for all Chileans, including right-wing admirers of Pinochet as well as left-wing admirers of Allende. That's a remarkable achievement. In contrast, in the U.S. today, one hears much emphasis on subgroup identity and less on broad national identity. Nations, peoples, and governments regularly seek to reinforce national identity by recounting history in a way so as to foster national pride. Such recountings of history constitute national myths. I don't use the word myth in its pejorative sense of a lie, but instead in its neutral sense of a traditional story, ostensibly with a historical basis, but serving to explain some phenomenon or to promote some purpose. In reality, national myths, told and retold for political purposes, encompass an entire spectrum from truthful recountings to lies. At one extreme are accounts of the past that are factually accurate, and that do focus on the most important thing happening to that nation at that time. But the recounting is still for political purposes. Examples include the fostering of British and Finnish national pride by accounts of British history during the summer of 1940 that focus just on the Battle of Britain, or accounts of Finnish history during the period December 1939 to March 1940 that focus just on the Winter War. Yes, one can argue that those were indeed by far the most consequential things happening in Britain and Finland at the time, and those events are still recounted over and over again today for political purposes. An intermediate stage is an account of the past that is factually correct as far as it goes, but that focuses on just one out of multiple things happening at that time in the history of that country, and that omits other important things. Examples include histories of the early 19th century U.S. that emphasize the Lewis and Clark transcontinental expedition and other stages in white European exploration and conquest of the West, but that omit killings and displacements of Native Americans and enslavement of African Americans. Histories of Indonesia's independence struggle that describe the battles of the Indonesian Republic against the Dutch but that don't mention the large groups of Indonesians themselves fighting against the Republic, and histories of early 20th century Australia that recount only Gallipoli and omit killings and displacements of Aboriginal Australians. The opposite end of the continuum is accounts of the past that rest heavily on falsehoods. Examples include German accounts attributing Germany's defeat in World War I to German civilian treachery, and Japanese accounts minimizing or denying the rape of Nanking. Historians debate whether exact knowledge of the past is possible, whether history inevitably involves a plurality of interpretations, and whether all those alternative interpretations deserve to receive equal weight. Whatever the answers to those questions, the fact remains that national identities got reinforced for political purposes by national myths, that national identities are important to nations, and that the myths supporting them vary in their historical basis. Number 7. Honest self-appraisal. A totally rational visitor from outer space who knew nothing of humans in our societies might naively assume that whatever factors lead to failures of human individuals and nations to resolve crises, lack of honest self-appraisal wouldn't be among them. Why, our rational extraterrestrial visitor might reason, would any individual or nation of those admittedly strange humans ruin itself by choosing to be dishonest with itself? In fact, honest self-appraisal requires 2 steps. First, an individual or a nation must possess accurate knowledge. But that can be difficult to acquire. Failure to respond successfully to a crisis may be because of lack of information, rather than because of the moral vice of dishonesty. The second step is to evaluate knowledge honestly. Alas, any human familiar with nations or with other individual humans knows that self-deception is common in human affairs. The most easily understood cases of national honest self-appraisal, or of its absence, involve strong leaders or dictators. In those cases, the nation either does or doesn't undertake honest self-appraisal insofar as its leader does or doesn't. Well known internationally are the contrasting cases among modern German leaders. Bismarck, an outstanding realist, succeeded in the difficult goal of unifying Germany. Emperor Wilhelm II, an emotionally labile unrealist, needlessly made enemies for Germany and blundered into World War I, which Germany lost. Hitler, far more clever but far more evil, undid his initial successes by unrealism in attacking the Soviet Union and needlessly simultaneously declaring war on the U.S., while already at war with the Soviet Union and Britain. More recently, Germany was fortunate in being led for several years by another realist, Willy Brandt, who had the courage to recognize the need for a painful but honest policy in Eastern Europe, recognizing East Germany and the loss of German territories beyond East Germany, and thereby achieved prerequisites for Germany's reunification 20 years later. Less well known in the West, but equally striking as a contrast between successive leaders, is the case of Indonesia. Its founding president, Sukarno, deluded himself that he was uniquely capable of interpreting even the unconscious wishes of the Indonesian people. While neglecting Indonesia's own problems, he involved himself in the world anti-colonial movement, and he ordered the Indonesian army to try to take over Malaysian Borneo, against the wishes of its population and over the skepticism of his own army officers. Unfortunately for Sukarno, Army General Suharto, who became Indonesia's second president, was, until late in his political career, an outstanding realist whose style was to proceed cautiously and to act only when he could be confident of success. In that way, Suharto slowly succeeded in pushing Sukarno aside, abandoned Sukarno's world pretensions and Malaysian campaign, and concentrated on Indonesian affairs, albeit often in evil ways. The next three cases involve nations that were not dominated by a powerful leader, but that reached national consensus based on honest self-appraisal. Meiji Japan confronted the painful truth that the hated Western barbarians were stronger, and that Japan could gain strength only by learning from the West. Meiji Japan then acquired accurate knowledge of the West by sending many government officials and private Japanese citizens to Europe and the U.S. In contrast, Japan's disastrous entry into World War II occurred partly because young but powerful Japanese army officers in the 1930s lacked first-hand knowledge of the West and its power. Finns similarly confronted the painful reality that Finland would continue to receive almost no support from potential allies, and that Finland's policy towards the Soviet Union instead had to depend on Finland earning Soviet trust and understanding the Soviet point of view. Finally, Australia reached a national consensus by facing up to the reality that Britain's former economic and military importance for Australia had faded, and that Asia and the United States had become more important. Our last two cases involve the lack of honest self-appraisal in two nations today. As already mentioned, Japan today does recognize some of its problems, but is currently failing to be realistic about others. The U.S. is also deficient in honest self-appraisal today, particularly in that not enough American citizens and politicians take our current major problems seriously. Many Americans also delude themselves by blaming other countries rather than ourselves for our current problems. Skepticism about science is increasingly widespread in the U.S., and that's a very bad portent, because science is basically just the accurate description and understanding of the real world. Number 8. Historical experience of previous national crises. Confidence derived from having survived previous crises is an important factor for individuals dealing with a new personal crisis. A corresponding factor at the national level is significant for several of the nations that we consider in this book, and for other nations as well. An example is modern Japan, with confidence derived from the extraordinary achievement of Meiji Japan in changing rapidly and gaining sufficient strength to resist the risk of dismemberment by the West, and eventually to defeat two Western powers, Russia in 1904 to 1905, and German colonial troops in 1914. Meiji Japan's success is all the more impressive when one contemplates the simultaneous failure of the much larger and apparently much stronger Chinese Empire to resist Western pressure. Finland provides another case of national self-confidence derived from previous successes. For Finns, the pride gained from fighting off Soviet attacks during World War II is so important that the 100-year anniversary in 2017 of Finland's independence focused on the Winter War as much as on Finland's independence. Among countries that are not the focus of this book, another example is the United Kingdom, with its history of success in eventually defeating Hitler in World War II with the U.S. and Soviet Union as allies. Even more, fighting entirely alone against Hitler for the year from the fall of France in June 1940 until Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941, and especially from the Battle of Britain, in which the British Air Force, the RAF, in the latter half of 1940, defeated the German Air Force, the Luftwaffe, in air battles over Britain, thereby thwarting German plans to invade Britain. Whatever difficulties Britain has faced from 1945 to the present day, the British often reflect, nothing could be more difficult than was the Battle of Britain. We succeeded then, so we can succeed against anything else now. Past successes also contributed to American self-confidence. The successes on which we look back include the outcome of the American Revolution, our acquisition, exploration, and conquest of the entire width of the North American continent, holding the U.S. together in a long civil war that still remains the bloodiest war with the highest casualties in American history, and U.S. military successes simultaneously against Germany and Japan in World War II. Finally, Indonesia, as the youngest country discussed in this book, has the shortest history of successful coping from which to derive confidence. But as I saw in the lobby exhibit in my Indonesian hotel in 1979, Indonesians still retell the success of their independence struggles against the Dutch in 1945 to 1949, and of their takeover of Dutch New Guinea in 1961. Those successes play a big role in Indonesian national self-confidence. Number 9. Patience with national failure. Even more than individual problems, national problems don't lend themselves to quick solutions or to guaranteed success on the first try at solving them. Whether the problems are national or individual, crises tend to be complex, to require trying a series of possible solutions before identifying one that works, and thus to call for patience and for toleration of frustration, ambiguity, and failure. Hence, even if national decisions were made by just a single absolute dictator, they would require patience. But most national decisions, instead, involve negotiations between groups with divergent interests. Thus, national crisis solving requires extra patience. Most of the countries that we have discussed have been steeled to patience by the experience of failure and defeat. That was especially true for Meiji Japan, Germany, Finland, and modern Japan. It took more than 50 years from Perry's 1853 uninvited visit, ending Japan's isolation, before Japan was able to fight and win its first war against a Western power. It took 45 years after Germany's de facto partition in 1945 for Germany to achieve reunification. For decades after the end of Finland's continuation war against the Soviet Union in 1944, Finland was constantly reassessing its policy towards the Soviet Union and trying to figure out which Soviet pressures it could safely refuse and which independent actions it could safely adopt without provoking yet another Soviet invasion. Japan, since World War II, has had to survive American occupation, decades of material and economic rebuilding, chronic economic and social problems, and natural disasters such as earthquakes, typhoons, and tsunamis. All four of those countries, counting Japan twice, experienced frustration, but resisted the pitfall of acting quickly and foolishly. Patience proved essential to their individual successes. The exception to these stories of patience is the modern U.S. Of course, one can object. Americans have indeed tolerated initial failure, shown patience, and persisted through setbacks at many times in our history, notably during the 4 years of the Civil War, the dozen years of the Great Depression, and the 4 years of World War II. But the U.S. has not been steeled to crushing defeat and occupation, as have Germany, Japan, France, and many other countries. Having won all 4 of our foreign wars, from the Mexican War of 1846 to 1848 to World War II, Americans found it hard to come to terms with the effective stalemate ending the Korean War, to swallow defeat in the Vietnam War, and to tolerate protracted military stalemate in Afghanistan. In these first decades of the 21st century, the U.S. has been struggling with complex internal social, economic, and political problems that do not lend themselves to quick solutions. They instead require patience and compromises that we have not yet displayed. Number 10. Situation-specific national flexibility. Psychologists use the dichotomy of flexibility versus rigidity for characterizing people. Personal flexibility means that a person is receptive to considering different new approaches to a problem. Personal rigidity means that a person believes that there is only one approach to any problem. That dichotomy has proved important in understanding differences among individuals in their success in resolving crises by devising new approaches. While any individual may be flexible in one area and rigid in another area, psychologists also recognize a trait of flexibility or rigidity that may pervade a person's character. That varies among individuals, and that is influenced especially by childhood upbringing and life experiences. When we turn from individuals to nations, convincing examples of pervasive national flexibility or rigidity seem to me rare. The sole example that is familiar to me, and for which there are understandable reasons why the nation came to be that way, is a nation not otherwise discussed in this book, historical Iceland. During the centuries when Iceland was governed by Denmark, Icelanders frequently frustrated Danish governors by their apparent rigidity and hostility to proposed changes. Whatever well-intentioned suggestions for improvement the Danish government offered, Icelanders' response was usually, "No, we don't want to try something different. We want to continue doing things in our traditional way." Icelanders refused Danish suggestions about improving fishing boats, fish exports, fishing nets, grain agriculture, mining, and rope-making. That national rigidity is understandable when one considers Iceland's environmental fragility. Iceland lies at high latitudes with a cool climate and short growing season. Icelandic soils are fragile, light, formed by volcanic ash, susceptible to erosion, and slow to regenerate. Iceland's vegetation is easily stripped off by grazing or by wind or water erosion, and then is slow to regrow. In the early centuries of Viking colonization, Icelanders tried various subsistence strategies, all with disastrous results, until they eventually devised a set of sustainable agriculture methods. Having devised that set, they didn't want to consider changes in their subsistence methods or in other aspects of life because of their painful experience. Having finally devised one strategy that worked, whatever else they tried made things worse. Perhaps there are other countries besides historical Iceland that can be characterized as flexible or rigid in many respects, but it seems much more common to find that national flexibility is situation-specific. A country is flexible in some spheres, but rigid in other spheres. Finns have adamantly refused to compromise on their country being occupied, but have been extraordinarily flexible in compromising on what other nations consider inalienable rights of a democracy, such as not permitting other nations to change the rules for a presidential election in one's own country. Meiji Japan refused to compromise on the role of the emperor and traditional Japanese religion, but was extraordinarily flexible in compromising on political institutions. Australia for a long time refused to compromise on its British identity, while simultaneously developing a society much more individualistic and egalitarian than Britain's. The U.S. poses interesting questions with respect to flexibility. Americans can be characterized as flexible as individuals, based, for example, on their frequent house moves on the average once every 5 years. The history of American politics has been marked by signs of national flexibility, such as our frequent transitions of federal government control between the major political parties, and our major parties frequently co-opting programs of nascent new parties and thereby aborting those parties' development. Conversely, though, American politics for the last 2 decades have been characterized by increasing refusal to compromise. Hence, I expect that it usually won't be profitable for social scientists to generalize about a nation as being uniformly either flexible or rigid. Instead, it may prove worth considering whether nations can be classified as variously flexible or rigid independently along multiple axes. That question remains a challenge for the future. Number 11. National core values. Core values for individuals underlie a person's moral code, and often constitute what a person is willing to die for. For individuals, core values may make it either easier or else harder to resolve crises. On the positive side, core values can provide clarity and a position of strength, from which one can contemplate changing other aspects of one's life. On the negative side, people may cling to core values when they have become no longer appropriate under changed circumstances, and when they thus interfere with a person's solving a crisis. Nations also have core values that are widely accepted by a nation's citizens, and that in some cases its citizens are willing to die for. Core values are related to national identities, but there are differences. For example, Finland's national identity is related especially to its unique language and cultural achievements. But the core value for which so many Finns died in their war against the Soviet Union was Finnish independence. That, rather than the Finnish language, was what the Soviet Union sought to destroy. Similarly, German national identity revolves around the German language and culture and the shared histories of Germanic peoples. But German core values include what many Americans decry as socialism, and what most Germans view as admirable: government support of public benefits, restriction of individual rights in order to favor the common good, and not letting important public benefits depend on selfish private interests that may or may not see payoff in supporting them. For example, the German government provides large-scale funding for the arts, including opera companies, symphony orchestras, and theaters, providing good medical care and financial security in old age for all Germans, and enforces the maintenance of traditional local architectural styles and woodlands. Those are among modern Germany's core values. Just as true for individuals, core values of nations can make it either easier or harder for a nation to adopt selective change. Core values of the past may continue to be appropriate in the present, and may motivate citizens to make sacrifices in defense of those values. Core values motivated Finns to die in the successful defense of their country's independence. Meiji Japan to make big efforts to catch up to the West, and Germans and Japanese after World War II to work hard and to put up with privation in order to rebuild their shattered countries. But national core values of the past may also prove inappropriate today, and clinging to such outdated values may prevent a nation from adopting necessary selective changes. That was the central issue in Australia's slowly unfolding crisis after World War II. Australia's role as an outpost of Britain made less and less sense, and it proved painful for many Australians to abandon that role. Another example is provided by Japan after World War II. While core values of Japanese culture and respect for the emperor give Japan strength, Japan's clinging to its former policy of unlimited exploitation of overseas natural resources is hurting Japan. Number 12. Freedom from geopolitical constraints. For individuals, external constraints restricting one's ability to adopt selective changes include financial constraints, the burden of responsibility for other people, and physical danger. Nations also face constraints on their freedom of choice, but the types are different from those limiting individuals, especially geopolitical ones resulting from powerful neighbors and economic limitations. Among our 12 factors, this is the one historically exhibiting the widest variation among our sample of nations. The U.S. has been outstandingly unconstrained. 4 nations, Meiji Japan, Chile, Indonesia, and Australia, have been constrained in some respects and relatively free in others, and 2, Finland and Germany, have been extremely constrained. I'll discuss below how geopolitical constraints today differ from the historical ones that I'll summarize first. The U.S. has been historically unconstrained because of isolation by wide oceans on 2 sides, land borders with unthreatening neighbors on the 2 other sides, natural advantages of geography within the U.S., and large population and wealth. More than any other country in the world, the U.S. has been free to do as it pleases within its own borders. At the opposite extreme, Finland and Germany are both severely constrained. Finland has the misfortune to share Europe's longest land border with Russia, formerly the Soviet Union. Recent Finnish history has been dominated by the dilemma of how to preserve as much freedom of choice as possible despite this severe constraint. Germany has the misfortune to lie in the center of Europe, and to be exposed to more neighbors, several of them large and powerful, across land and sea borders than any other European country. German leaders who ignored this basic fact of geography, Emperor Wilhelm II and Hitler, plunged Germany into disaster twice within the 20th century. Germany twice required exceptional gifted leaders, Bismarck and Willy Brandt, to negotiate the minefield of geopolitical constraints upon Germany. Our other 4 countries furnish a mixed picture. Meiji Japan, despite being an island nation, was seriously threatened by prowling Western powers. Chile, protected by the Andes on the east and by deserts in the north, now faces no significant threats within South America. But the Chilean economy was still weakened by pressure from the distant U.S. during Allende's presidency. Indonesia is geographically protected by oceans and no nearby threatening neighbors, but had to struggle for independence against the Netherlands located halfway around the world. Indonesian governments since independence have been constrained by Indonesia's internal problems of poverty and rapid population growth. Finally, Australia, despite being remote and geographically protected by oceans, was nevertheless threatened and bombed by Japan in World War II. All of these countries have thus experienced intermittent constraints on their freedom of action, but not as serious and chronic as the ones constantly operating on Finland and Germany. Geopolitical constraints have obviously changed globally in recent millennia. In the remote past, local human populations were largely self-sufficient, received and sent goods and information over relatively short distances, and faced military threats only from immediate neighbors. Within the last 5 centuries, communications and economic and military connections have become global. Military threats by sea arrived from around the world. The Dutch began to occupy Indonesia around 1595, and Commodore Perry's American fleet breached Japan's isolation in 1853. Japan formerly was economically self-sufficient, with negligible imports and exports. Now, Japan's industrial economy is severely limited by natural resources and dependent on imports and exports. The U.S. is also a major importer and exporter. Chile depended on U.S. capital and technology to develop its copper mines. Chile's President Allende, and to a lesser extent Indonesia's President Sukarno, were subjected to U.S. economic pressure and U.S. support for their domestic opponents. 3 of this book's 7 nations were bombed by planes from enemy aircraft carriers originating thousands of miles away. the U.S. by Japan's Pearl Harbor raid of December 1941, Australia by Japan's Darwin raid of February 1942, and Japan by the U.S.'s Doolittle raid of April 1942. Germany and Japan suffered massive attacks by land-based bombers during World War II. The first rocket attacks were by German V-2s on Britain, France, and Belgium in 1944 and 1945, launched from 200 miles away. Now, ICBMs are capable of hitting targets anywhere in the world across the widest ocean barriers. All of these developments mean that historical geopolitical constraints have been greatly weakened. Does that mean that geography is now irrelevant? Of course not. Finland's foreign policy is still dictated by its long land border with Russia. Germany's foreign policy is still dictated by its 9 land neighbors and by the 8 other nations that it faces across the Baltic and North Seas. Chile's deserts and high mountains ensured that it has never been invaded in the 2 centuries since its independence. It is unlikely to be invaded in the foreseeable future. The U.S. could be hit by missiles but remains prohibitively difficult to invade and conquer, and Australia nearly as difficult. In short, Finland's motto, "Our geography will never change," continues to apply to every country. That summarizes what we've learned about the question that initially motivated this book, the relevance of the dozen factors suggested by outcomes of individual crises to the outcomes of national crises. Let's now consider 2 questions that were not my initial motive for this study, but that have proved to be the questions that people most often ask when we get into conversation about national crises. Those 2 questions concern the role of crises as a driver of national policy change and the role of leaders. Do countries require a crisis to motivate them to act? Or do nations ever act in anticipation of problems? The crises discussed in this book illustrate both types of responses to this frequently asked question. Meiji Japan avoided dealing with the growing danger from the West until forced into responding to Perry's visit. From the Meiji Restoration of 1868 onwards, however, Japan did not require any further external shocks to motivate it to embark on its crash program of change. Japan instead changed in anticipation of the risk of further pressure from the West. Similarly, Finland ignored Soviet concerns until it was forced to pay attention by the Soviet attack of 1939. But from 1944 onwards, the Finns did not require any further Soviet attacks to galvanize them. Instead, their foreign policy aimed at constantly anticipating and forestalling Soviet pressure. In Chile, Allende's policies were in response to Chile's chronic polarization, and not in response to a sudden crisis. So Allende was anticipating future problems as well as addressing current ones. In contrast, the Chilean military launched their coup in response to what the military perceived as the acute crisis provoked by Allende's declared intention to turn Chile into a Marxist state. In Indonesia, both types of responses were at play. Communist-sympathetic elements in the Indonesian military launched their coup in anticipation of actions that they feared from an anti-communist council of generals. The rest of the Indonesian military apparently reacted in response to the crisis of the October 1, 1965 coup, but there are reasons to suspect that the military had anticipated that coup and had already prepared their response. Post-war Germany offers 2 of modern history's outstanding examples of nations acting in anticipation of, rather than responding to, crises. Chancellor Konrad Adenauer's program of setting up the European Coal and Steel Community, then setting up economic and political structures leading to the European Common Market and the European Union, was adopted explicitly to anticipate a crisis and to prevent it from ever happening. Chapter 11. After the horrors of World War II, Adenauer and other European leaders sought to avoid a World War III by integrating Western Europe so that Western European countries wouldn't want to and couldn't attack one another. Similarly, Willy Brandt's Ostpolitik was not launched in response to an immediate crisis in Eastern Europe. Chapter 6. Brandt faced no urgent need to recognize East Germany or other Eastern European communist governments, nor to acknowledge Germany's loss of its eastern territories. Instead, Brandt did so in order to anticipate opportunities in the distant future and to create stable conditions for the reunification of Germany whenever that became possible, as finally proved to be the case. Japan today is struggling with its 7 major problems without taking decisive actions to address any of them. Will Japan succeed in solving these problems by slow change, as did post-war Australia? Or will it require a sudden crisis to motivate Japan to act vigorously? Similarly, the U.S. today is not taking decisive action in response to our big problems, except for our quick response to the World Trade Center attack by invading Afghanistan, and our response to the supposed presence of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq by invading Iraq. Thus, the governments in 4 of the cases discussed in this book required crises to galvanize them into action, and in 2 cases today are not taking decisive action in the absence of galvanizing crises. Once crises struck, however, Meiji Japan, Finland, Chile, and Indonesia all set out on programs of change that required years or decades, without requiring further crises to keep motivating them. But our nations do provide examples of preemptive actions to prevent crises from materializing: Indonesia and Germany, or getting worse, Chile. Of course, all governments are constantly taking actions for the future to deal with less urgent current or anticipated problems. Hence, the answer to the question, does it require a crisis to galvanize a nation into adopting major selective change, is similar to the answer for individuals. We as individuals act constantly to deal with current or anticipated problems. Occasionally, we foresee a big new problem coming at us, and we try to head it off before it hits us. But for nations, as for individuals, there are much inertia and resistance to overcome. Something big and bad suddenly happening motivates us more than do slowly developing problems, and also more than the prospect of something big and bad happening in the future. I'm reminded of Samuel Johnson's saying, "Depend upon it, sir, when a man knows he is to be hanged in a fortnight, it concentrates his mind wonderfully." Do leaders make a difference? The other question that people often raise when they and I fall into conversation about national crises concerns the long-running historical debate as to whether national leaders have a significant effect on history, or whether history would have unfolded in the same way regardless of who was a country's leader at a particular time. At the one extreme is the so-called great man view of the British historian Thomas Carlyle, 1795 to 1881, who asserted that history is dominated by the deeds of great men, such as Oliver Cromwell and Frederick the Great. Similar views are still common today among military historians, who tend to emphasize the decisions of generals and wartime political leaders. At the opposite extreme was the author Leo Tolstoy, who maintained that leaders and generals had minimal influence on the course of history. To make his point, Tolstoy included in his novel War and Peace fictitious accounts of battles in which generals issue orders, but the orders are irrelevant to what is actually happening on the battlefield. That view, that history's course depends upon lots of details rather than on policies or decisions of great men, is now common among historians. They often argue that a leader appears to be influential only because he or she pursues policies resonating with views already held by his or her countrymen. That otherwise unimpressive politicians may appear to become great because of the opportunities that they enjoy at the time, not because of their personal qualities. Examples often suggested are the American presidents James Polk and Harry Truman, and that leaders can only choose from a limited set of options determined by other factors of history. A view intermediate between the great man view and the leaders don't matter view is exemplified by the German sociologist Max Weber, 1846 to 1920, who maintained that certain types of leaders, so-called charismatic leaders, could sometimes influence history under some circumstances. This debate remains unresolved. Each historian tends to hold some a priori general view based on principle rather than on some valid method for assessing empirical evidence, and to apply that view to individual case studies. For example, all biographies of Hitler have to recount the same key events of his life, but proponents of the great man view relate those events while asserting that Hitler was an unusually effective and evil leader who caused developments in Germany to turn out differently from how they would have turned out under some other leader. Opponents of the great man view relate those same events while portraying Hitler as a voice reflecting widespread features of German society at the time. The debate is impossible to resolve by narratives and individual case studies. Instead, a promising approach comes from recent analyses that combine three characteristics: a large sample of many historical events, or of all historical events of some defined type, using natural experiments of history, i.e., comparing otherwise similar historical trajectories in which a certain perturbation did or did not occur. I'll give two examples in the following paragraphs, and measuring the outcomes quantitatively. Two outstanding such papers have been published by Benjamin Jones at Northwestern University and Benjamin Olken of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. In their first paper, Jones and Olken ask, what happens to the national economic growth rate when a leader dies in office from natural causes as compared to what happens at randomly selected times when a leader doesn't die in office from natural causes? This comparison offers a natural experiment to test the effect of a change in leadership. If the great man view is correct, then a leader's death should be more likely to be followed by changes of economic growth rates, either decreasing or increasing, depending on whether the leader's policies really made a difference by being good or bad, respectively, than after random moments when a leader doesn't happen to die. For their database, Jones and Olken took every instance in the world of a national leader dying from natural causes while in office between 1945 and 2000. They succeeded in assembling 57 such cases, mostly deaths due to heart attacks or cancer, plus a few plane crashes, a drowning, a fall from a horse, a fire, and a broken leg. Those events really do constitute a random perturbation. A leader's economic policies don't affect the likelihood that that leader will accidentally drown. It turned out that economic growth rates were much more likely to change following a leader's natural death than following random moments when a leader didn't die. That suggests that, averaged over many cases, leadership does tend to affect economic growth. In their second paper, Jones and Olken ask, what happens when a leader is assassinated instead of dying of natural causes? Of course, assassinations are not at all random events. They are more likely to be attempted under some conditions, e.g., if citizens are dissatisfied with low economic growth, than under other conditions. Hence, Jones and Olken compared successful assassination attempts with unsuccessful attempts, when the bullet missed. That really is a random difference. National political conditions may have influenced the frequency of assassination attempts, but don't affect the assassin's aim. The database consisted of all 298 assassination attempts on national leaders from 1875 to 2005. 59 of them successful, 239 unsuccessful. It turned out that successful attempts were more likely than unsuccessful attempts to be followed by a change in national political institutions. In both studies, the effect of a leader's death was stronger for deaths of autocratic leaders than for those of democratic leaders, and stronger for autocrats with no constraints on their power than for autocrats constrained by legislatures or by political parties. That's as we'd expect. Strong leaders with unlimited power can have more effect, whether for good or for bad, than leaders with only limited power. Thus, these studies agree on a general conclusion. Leaders sometimes make a difference, but it depends on the type of leader and on the type of effect examined. Let's now tie these natural experiments on the roles of leaders to the 7 countries discussed in this book. My goal is to see whether our leaders fit the patterns recognized by Jones and Olkin, and what further questions they pose for testing. The histories of our 7 countries have suggested the following appraisals of their leadership to many historians. In Meiji Japan, no single leader was dominant. Several leaders shared similar policies. In Finland, political leaders and citizens were virtually unanimous in their agreement that Finland should do its utmost to resist Soviet attack. But it's sometimes suggested that Field Marshal Mannerheim's skills as military commander and President Paasikivi's and President Kekkonen's abilities to win the trust of Soviet leaders after the war affected Finland's fate positively. In Chile, Pinochet was considered, even by his fellow generals, decisive and unusual in his cruelty, his tenacity at holding on to power, and his choice of economic policy. In Indonesia, Sukarno and Suharto are both considered decisive leaders, but subsequent presidents are not. In post-war Germany, Willy Brandt is often suggested as having played a unique role in reversing previous West German government foreign policy, recognizing Eastern European communist governments in German frontiers, and thereby making possible Germany's subsequent reunification. In earlier German history, Bismarck, Emperor Wilhelm II, and Hitler are regularly cited as examples of unique leaders who made a difference for better or for worse. In Australia, there has been no single clearly dominant leader. The closest possible example is Prime Minister Gough Whitlam and his crash program of change. But Whitlam himself acknowledged that his reforms were a recognition of what has already happened. In the United States, President Franklin Roosevelt is credited with gradually preparing the U.S. for World War II against the will of American isolationists, who may initially have constituted a majority of Americans, and for his efforts to pull the U.S. out of the Great Depression. In 19th century American history, President Lincoln is considered to have played a unique role in the course of the Civil War. In short, our 7 countries offer examples of 9 leaders, 6 autocratic, 3 democratic, often rated as having made a difference. In addition, in countries other than the 7 discussed in this book, the leaders most often argued to have made a difference in modern times include Winston Churchill in the United Kingdom, Lenin and Stalin in the Soviet Union, Mao in China, de Gaulle in France, Cavour in Italy, and Gandhi in India. Thus, we have a short list of 16 leaders commonly viewed as having made a difference. Of the 16, 11 were in autocratic regimes, 5 in democracies. At first sight, this outcome seems to conform to the conclusions of Jones and Olkin about the greater effect of leaders in autocracies. But I haven't tabulated relative numbers of all autocratic and democratic leaders worldwide over this time span, so I can't say which, if either type of leader, is disproportionately represented. Our small data set does suggest 2 hypotheses worth testing by methods similar to those of Jones and Olkin, by assembling a large data set comprising a natural experiment and measuring outcomes quantitatively. One hypothesis stems from the observation that of the 4 Democratic leaders most often suggested as having been uniquely influential, Roosevelt, Lincoln, Churchill, and de Gaulle, at least 3 had their effects, or their greatest effects, in wartime. Almost all of Lincoln's presidency took place during the American Civil War. Churchill, Roosevelt, and de Gaulle served both in war and in peace. But 2 or all 3 are viewed as having had their most decisive effects in wartime. Churchill as wartime prime minister from 1940 to 1945, but not as peace prime minister from 1951 to 1955. De Gaulle as wartime general, then as president during the Algerian uprising of 1959 to 1962, and Roosevelt after the outbreak of World War II in Europe in 1939, but also during the Depression. These outcomes fit the observation of Jones and Olkin that leaders have more decisive influence, the fewer constraints on their power. Democratic leaders exercise more concentrated powers in wartime. The other hypothesis that our results suggest for testing is that leaders make the most difference under circumstances where they face strong opposition, whether in democracies or autocracies, from people espousing a very different policy and where the leaders nevertheless eventually get their views to prevail, usually by cautious step-by-step efforts. The examples are Piedmont's Prime Minister Cavour and Prussia's Chancellor Bismarck, slowly achieving the unifications of Italy and of Germany, respectively, over strong opposition from foreign powers, from other Italians or Germans, respectively, and even from their own kings. Churchill convincing an initially closely divided British war cabinet to reject Lord Halifax's proposal to seek a negotiated peace with Hitler, then persuading Americans to make their first priority the war against Germany rather than the war against Japan, initially the obvious priority for America after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Roosevelt slowly preparing the U.S. for World War II over the opposition of American isolationists. De Gaulle slowly convincing both his countrymen and Algerians to reach a negotiated settlement of the Algerian struggle for independence. Suharto's slowly pushing aside Indonesia's beloved founding president Sukarno, and Willy Brandt persuading West Germans to swallow the bitter pill of renouncing much former German territory over the fierce opposition of the CDU party, which had until then ruled West Germany uninterruptedly for 2 decades. This book has been an initial step in a program of comparative studies of national crises, an exploration of a small sample of nations, investigated by narrative methods. How can this study be extended so as to deepen our understanding? I suggest 2 extensions, a larger and more random sample, and a more rigorous analysis translating outcomes and hypothesized predictors from verbal concepts into operationalized variables. First, the sample. My sample of nations is not only small, but also selected non-randomly. I selected these countries not because they offer a random subset of the world's 216 nations, but because they are drawn from the countries that I know best. As a result, they consist of 2 European nations, 2 Asian nations, 1 each from North America and South America, and Australia. 5 of the 7 are wealthy. All 7 are currently democracies, although 2 were dictatorships during the period that I discuss. All except Indonesia have long histories of independence, or, Finland, autonomy, and of strong institutions. Only 1 recently emerged from colonialism to independence. Missing are any African nations, any current dictatorship, and any very poor nation. All 6 for which I discussed past crises survived their crisis with some degree of success. None illustrates an unambiguous failure to respond to a crisis by means of appropriate selective changes. That's obviously a non-random sample. Hence, it remains a challenge for the future to see what conclusions a broader sample of nations will reveal. Second, the most important methodological challenge for the future is to extend my book's narrative, verbal, qualitative analysis by a more rigorous quantitative analysis. As I mentioned in my book's introduction, a recent trend in some of the social sciences, especially in economics and economic history, and some areas of psychology, has been to replace narratives based on single case studies with approaches combining quantitative data, graphs, large sample sizes, statistical tests of significance, natural experiments, and operationalized measures. By operationalized measures, I mean translating a verbal concept into something that can be measured by a series of operations on presumed correlates or expressions of that concept. The 2 papers by Jones and Olkin discussed earlier in this chapter are examples of that approach. They replaced single case studies of what some particular leader did or didn't do with an analysis of 57 or 298 leaders simultaneously. They took advantage of natural experiments in order to compare outcomes associated with the presence and the absence of a particular leader by examining countries before and after a leader had died of a natural death, or else countries in which an assassination attempt had failed or succeeded. Finally, they expressed putative outcome variables operationally either by means of measurable numerical quantities, e.g. economic growth rates, or else by means of defined scales, e.g. a scale of governmental institutions ranging from autocracies with minimal constraints on a leader to democracies with maximal constraints on a leader. In order to apply that approach to my study of national crises, we would need operationalized measures of the outcomes and of the postulated factors that I discussed, including acknowledgement, acceptance of responsibility, national identity, freedom from constraints, patience at dealing with failure, flexibility, honest self-appraisal, change or lack of change, and success or failure at resolving a national crisis. Possible starting points for developing such operationalized measures include the data in social science databases, such as the World Values Survey led by Ronald Inglehart, the Economic Values Survey, the European Social Survey, the Economic and Social Survey of Asia and the Pacific, and books by Geert Hofstede, Michael Minkoff, and others. I put effort into trying to use these data sources to devise operationalized measures for some of my variables before reluctantly concluding that would require a large project beyond the scope of this book's narrative survey, which already took me 6 years, even without devising operationalized measures. Such quantitative approaches need to be developed not only for the national crises that are this book's focus, but also for the individual crises that I discussed in Chapter 1. While psychologists have operationalized and tested a few of the variables postulated in that chapter as affecting the outcomes of individual crises, much more remains to be done even for individual crises. Hence, the same limitations of narrative style that apply to my study of national crises and to most historical studies of leadership also apply to most studies of individual crises. What can we learn from history? This is a general question of which a specific sub-question is, what can we learn from our 7 nations' responses to the crises discussed in this book? A nihilistic answer is, nothing. History's course, say many historians, is too complicated, the outcome of too many independent, uncontrolled variables and unforeseeable changes to permit us to learn anything from the past. In June 1944, who could have predicted correctly the post-war map of Eastern Europe? It would have turned out to be very different. If the would-be assassin Klaus von Stauffenberg had succeeded in pushing his briefcase carrying a time bomb 20 inches closer to Hitler on July 20, 1944, and if as a result Hitler had been killed rather than just wounded on that date, when Soviet armies were still beyond Germany's frontiers, instead of Hitler's actual suicide on April 30, 1945, when Soviet armies had conquered Berlin and all of Eastern Europe and Eastern Germany. Yes, of course, much about history is unpredictable. Nevertheless, there are 2 sorts of lessons to be learned. But first, as background, let's consider corresponding lessons to be drawn from understanding of individual people, because once again, there are parallels between the histories of nations and the lives of individual people. What, if anything, can we learn from the life histories and biographies of individual people? Aren't people, like nations, so complicated, so different from one another, and so subject to unforeseeable events that it's difficult to predict the behavior of one person, let alone to extrapolate from one person's behavior to the behavior of another person? Of course not. Despite the difficulties, most of us still find it useful to devote a large fraction of our lives to trying to anticipate the likely future behavior of individuals close to us, based on our understanding their personal life histories. In addition, training enables psychologists and people skills enable many of us laypeople to generalize our experience of people whom we already know so as to anticipate the behavior of new people whom we encounter. That's why it's instructive to read biographies even of people whom we can never encounter, and thereby to broaden our database for understanding human behavior. I write these lines just after spending an evening with 2 women friends, one of them a psychologically naive optimist in her 20s, the other a perceptive person in her 70s. The younger woman was devastated by the recent breakup of her relationship with a fascinating man who had seemed so caring, but who suddenly, after several years, cruelly and without warning abandoned the woman. But as the younger woman related her story, even before reaching the devastating denouement, the older woman, without having met the man, recognized the warning signs that the man was a charming but destructive narcissist, of whom she had come to understand quite a few. That illustrates why experience of a wide range of people, and reflecting on them, is useful. There really are broad themes in human behavior, even though everyone differs in detail from everyone else. What are corresponding types of lessons to be drawn from attention to human history? One type consists of specific lessons about the likely future behavior of a particular country, based on understanding the history of that country. For instance, Finland is a small democratic country that works hard to maintain good relations with its autocratic neighbor Russia, maintains a well-trained army, and doesn't count on other countries to protect it. The reasons for those Finnish policies become clear from Finland's recent history. Anyone ignorant of Finnish history is unlikely to understand why Finland pursues and will continue to pursue those policies. e.g. anyone like me when I first visited Finland in 1959, ignorant of Finnish history, and asked my Finnish host why Finland didn't stand up to Soviet pressure in the belief that the U.S. would protect Finland. Another type of lesson to be drawn from history consists of general themes. Again, take Finland and Russia as an example. Along with features specific to Finland and Russia, their relationship exemplifies a general theme: the dangers hanging over small countries near aggressive large countries. There is no universal solution to that danger. It's the subject of one of the earliest and still one of the most cited and most gripping passages in written history. The pages of Book 5 of the History of the Peloponnesian War, composed by the Athenian historian Thucydides in the 5th century B.C. Thucydides described how the citizens of the small Greek island of Melos responded to pressure from the powerful Athenian Empire. In a passage now known as the Melian Dialogue, Thucydides reconstructed the gut-wrenching negotiations between the Melians and the Athenians. The Melians bargaining for their freedom and their lives, attempting to convince the Athenians not to use force, and the Athenians warning the Melians to be realistic. Thucydides then briefly related the outcome. The Melians refused Athenian demands, just as the Finns 2 millennia later initially refused Soviet demands. The Athenians besieged Melos. The Melians resisted successfully for some time, but they eventually had to surrender, and the Athenians killed all the Melian men and enslaved all the women and children. Of course, the Finns did not end up massacred and enslaved by the Russians, illustrating that the Melian dilemma's outcome and the best strategy vary greatly from case to case. Nevertheless, there is a universal lesson. Small countries threatened by large countries should remain alert, consider alternative options, and appraise those options realistically. While this lesson may seem so embarrassingly obvious as to be not worth mentioning, sadly it has often been ignored. It was ignored by the Melians, it was ignored by the Paraguayans, who waged a disastrous war against the combined forces of the much larger Brazil and Argentina plus Uruguay from 1865 to 1870, resulting in the deaths of 60% of Paraguay's population. It was ignored by Finland in 1939. It was ignored by Japan in 1941, when Japan simultaneously attacked the United States, Britain, the Netherlands, Australia, and China while Russia was hostile. And it was ignored by Ukraine in its recent disastrous confrontation with Russia. If I've now persuaded you not to dismiss the possibility that we can learn something useful from history, what can we learn specifically from the histories of the national crises discussed in this book? Many general themes have emerged. One set of themes consists of the behaviors that have helped our 7 nations to deal with crises. Those behaviors include acknowledging when one's nation is in a crisis, accepting responsibility for change, rather than just blaming other nations and retreating into victimhood, building a fence to identify the national feature or features needing to be changed, so as not to be overwhelmed with a sense that nothing about one's country is working adequately, identifying other countries from which to seek help, identifying other countries' models that have solved problems similar to the problems now facing one's own country, being patient, and recognizing that the first solution attempted may not work, and that several successive attempts may be necessary, reflecting on which core values continue to be appropriate and which are no longer appropriate, and practicing honest self-appraisal. Another theme concerns national identity. Young countries need to construct a national identity, as Indonesia, Botswana, and Rwanda have been doing. For older countries, national identities may need revision, as may core values. Australia illustrates such revision in recent times. Still, another theme involves uncontrollable factors that influence crisis outcomes. A nation is stuck with its actual experience of previous crisis solving and with its geopolitical constraints. More experience can't suddenly be constructed, and constraints can't be wished away. But a nation can still take them realistically into account, as did Germany under Bismarck and Willy Brandt. Pessimists may respond to these suggestions by protesting, "How absurdly obvious! We don't need Jared Diamond's book to tell us to practice honest self-appraisal, to look to other countries for models, to avoid retreating into victimhood, and so on. No, we do need a book because it's undeniable that those obvious requirements have so often been ignored, and are still so often ignored today. People who paid with their lives for ignoring obvious requirements in the past included all Melian men, hundreds of thousands of Paraguayans, and millions of Japanese. People whose ignoring of obvious requirements threatens their well-being today include my fellow several hundred million Americans." A pessimist might also respond, "Yes, sadly, we do often ignore the obvious, but a book can't change that blindness." Thucydides' Melian dialogue has already been available to us for over 2 millennia, yet nations still make the same mistakes. What good can yet another book do? Well, there are encouraging reasons why we authors keep trying. More people are literate readers today than ever before in world history. We know far more about world history and can make much better documented arguments than did Thucydides.